No, that's what elitist is.
This is
Hey,
why
don't
they
don't
So
say
don't
you
I
don't
may
don't.
be.
Oh,
do
Hold on
not
one
put the
this is
second,
why they
man.
definition
say
in
One
there.
you
second.
don't
I
listen.
got it. I got it. I may be elite, and I may like some elite things, but that's not. I'm not believing elitism. I believe all persons in the polity should have an equal and fair share and discussion.
You
So
prove
you called
nothing.
me. 1 second, man. 1 second.
No, I'm doing with
In your
you.
book, 1 second, man. Do you
What
have an
you give
issue
me?
with elitists?
Why should
Because
I
in your
give you
book,
1 second? You didn't give me
ma'am.
1 second. You
See
didn't
how
give
she
me
doesn't want
one
me to read the
second.
book? I'll mute up. She doesn't want me to read her book. Go
Read
ahead
the
and read
book.
the AI overview.
Go read the book because you're reading a. I'm reading AI. You're reading my book. What's the difference? Tell me
Because
what's the
I'm actually
difference.
giving your original thoughts. You're getting stuff off
Yo,
Reddit.
you
You don't
just
know
say
the
your book was
difference?
written
I can
by
tell you.
AI.
I
All
can
right.
tell you the
So
difference.
so
I can tell
Yo,
you the
Wait a minute.
difference.
AI wrote your book. You didn't write your own
AI
book.
wrote your.
Yo, I care. Not the question is what is the difference between reading somebody's own thoughts and AI is a question. No,
because
we gotta move
AI
on.
is
No,
an
excuse
So
me, I'm not
funny.
talking to
accumulation
you. I'm not
because
talking to you. Shut up.
Y'all know you shouldn't be picking on somebody.
Yo, that was
Y'all,
insane.
I'm sorry. I tried. I was the one who made space for her, but to say
You
to
did.
us, what is the difference between reading my book and me reading AI? We don't understand the difference. Come on,
That's
now. I
so
mean,
funny.
this is a level of low for Clubhouse. I mean, I
I
thought I
mean,
couldn't be
Miss
stopped.
Cleo.
Y'all
This is
I
doing her
mean,
bad.
ridiculous.
reading is
She
reading, though,
graduated.
right?
She she graduated
So funny.
MAGA cum loader, and y'all doing her like that.
Let's get back to the topic. How y'all feel about these monkeys? That's just ridiculous. Oh,
Yo, goat. As someone that has been beaten on stage by you, I will. I mean that metaphorically. You are a brilliant individual, but you are a jerk, sir. You are a jerk.
Y'all didn't like my
Oh,
MAGA
well, let
cum
me
loader
respond
joke?
to that. Let me respond to that. I'm only a jerk when I'm jerked. Pause. And so what happens is, as a bitch ass nigga and an ape, what's going on? What's going on? So, as a bitch ass nigga and an ape, I have to respond in kind. I come, and then people start picking on me. They start hitting on the glass. They throw the banana at me and take it away. They give it a little shoulder and take it right back. And a lot of times when the Somalis come to visit me at the zoo, they have a bunch of bananas with them, but they never give me the bananas because they got to put it in their rice and spaghetti. So I'm very happy to have a regular conversation. But the problem is that the bitch ass nigga, the elitist, the bum, the square, the queer, the F word, all the things that people tell me, the Indian, whatever you want to call me, I just have a way with words. I was going to read the woman's words. She called me an elitist. I was going to read her words. Her book is an elitist book. I'm going to read it again. Quote,
okay, read it.
this trend has led to some cultural shifts that don't well so bad for because black boys navigate towards the allure of having swag and quick and easy money. And then she goes on to tell a story about a black woman who was an attorney who kept, quote, lowering her standards. The whole project is shaped by elitism. So I was trying to figure out what's wrong with my perceived or ostensible elitism in this conversation versus hers. That's all. I'm very happy to have the conversation. This is a woman who wants to go back and forth with me and Rohan and others, including Zeus, aka Cherry Blossom, aka Wet Mouth. Don't say anything. And wants to do that and doesn't know who pays tariffs. And now she's reading off AI overview. Now we find out she didn't even write her own book. I'm done.
Okay, first off, I wrote the book. The point that I was trying to make is that AI does not come out of the air, is a collection of human input that is put into a predictive system, large language model. My book that you are citing right now, and I stand behind what I am saying, that you cannot refute that young Black boys do flock to that. If we are going to have a real conversation, then you're going to have to admit that this is, I have heard you in other rooms talk about this very thing, Goat. But you want to use what I said in the book, which is true, and I stand behind every letter that formed that word. It is true, and every Black woman in here knows it. Don't you turn around and use it. And you're trying to say because of something that I have a deep understanding because I have an experience with comparing with what I know about tariffs as if I'm supposed to know everything is ridiculous.
Got you. So a
Now
couple of things.
you're just being a cat that is playing with a mouse because you know something more about something that I don't have knowledge of. But you are
Got you.
not
So
going to, but you are not going to do that about Black women in relationships
I
because
got you. So
I fucking know. You're
got you.
not going to do
So
that.
I got you. Let me respond to you. The first part that I want to respond to was well, I'm gonna come back to that. I'm not talking about whether or not the content that you said was wrong or you don't know, et cetera. Just as a side note, just because people have experience in things doesn't mean they're expert in it. I don't know why people always do that, but that's a different discussion. That's how anecdotes work. Anecdata is not actual data, but whatever. The point I was saying, which was very clear, it was about the attitude, the elitist attitude. That's what I was talking about. I was not talking about whether I agree or disagree with it or whether or not it was wrong. What I was saying was the attitude that you were accusing me of having as a way to undercut my credibility in conversation in the Aristotelian model will be ethos, not to be confused with pathos or logos. Well, guess what? The same one you've had and that you've built your entire brand on. So I was pointing out the irony. That was the point. I'm not saying it was wrong. Now, let me go to the substance of what you said. It is true that there's an issue with the education of Black boys. That is true. That has nothing to do with whether or not I believe a lawyer needs to marry another lawyer. You have never heard me say, for example, that a Black female professional should not be married to or with a Black working class man. What's happening with Black boys in school has nothing to do with my statement or your statement on whether or not the lawyer, you know how you profiled the lawyer, pages 72 through 74 on my copy, my edition that I bought before I even knew you existed on here. I'm almost done. Has nothing to do with whether or not a working class Black man can be with a professional Black woman. You've never heard me say that. What I was responding to, I'll repeat it for you again, and then I'm gonna go to the tariffs part, is you are the one who is the elitist. You are the one who talks about submission, famously. Now let me go to the tariffs part.
No, before
It's not that you,
what does
go ahead, do you
elitism
think?
have to do with submission?
No. The submission part was earlier, how you keep talking over men and never submit when it's about Donald Trump. So you don't practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. Telling me this
tell me
and
where
telling me that. Huh?
Come on, Barry White. Go ahead, man.
No, there's a lesson I'll never go back.
Yeah,
Baby, I
hey,
tell
baby.
you to
Wait,
say
back up.
what you want. Here
No, back
I
up.
am,
Back up.
baby.
Back
What?
up.
Practice.
Back up. I want to know where you've seen me say or anywhere where I say I practice submission. Please tell me
I didn't
where
say
I
you
say
practice
that.
submission. I said what you've talked about is how Black women cannot get a certain caliber of man because of their mouth,
What does
because of their
submission
attitude. Huh?
where have I said that?
You know what? I'll go find you a video off YouTube.
Okay.
All right, cool. Now, can we get to the tariffs part?
Yeah, because I'm just trying to understand how you're adding elitism with me saying that I'm preaching submission.
No,
I
it
He
just
said
wasn't
he
don't
the
moving
elitist.
understand.
Oh my
on.
And how
God,
you're
man, what's wrong
connecting
with you?
that
Those
with
are different
tariffs.
He
issues.
just listened,
Those
bro.
are that doesn't count to the
Yeah.
elitism part. You're not even
Anyways, we're
listening.
going to tariffs. We're going to tariffs. Tariffs.
You're not even listening. What's wrong with you today? I know it hurts when the man you went around the internet for, telling people to vote for, called Black people an ape. It hurts. He
Yeah,
thinks you're an ape.
that could hurt.
He thinks you're an ape, but you don't care because he's a white man. Anything's worse than a nigga. Anything's better than a nigga. Something else you preach.
Sheesh. Got quiet.
You have taught that. Yeah, I preached that.
Tell me what does that have to do with tariffs? Tell me how elitism, submission, and tariffs have anything to do with anything.
It's going to take a long time to connect them dots with explaining that. So can we move on to another speaker, please?
Because it makes no sense.
Okay. Okay.
You know what makes no sense? That quote, what you said about the black boys in the education system, but then earlier today you try to blame your lack of tariffs knowledge on the education system. You hate
You're
yourself.
not saying Pink Pill is a black boy, are you?
No, she's a woman. She's definitely a
I
woman.
can read and write, but tell me how that makes me supposed to be so knowledgeable about tariffs. Please tell me that.
Because, like I said earlier, he was talking about tariffs and implementing tariffs during his first term. The
Hmm.
fact that you did no
Oh yeah, no,
research of
I'm
it.
no, that's it.
No, the fact,
I'm
you
listening right
asked
now.
me a question.
I'm
You
about
asked me
to
a
get
question.
off, but I'm listen.
Okay, mega
My
cum laude.
fiance's right here,
But
and he's listening to you guys,
your
saying
friend,
the
your
things that you're
fiance,
saying.
Who cares? Quick
is he
question.
supposed to beat me up or something?
Quick question, Pink Pill. Before you
Supposed
Wait,
to
is
go.
he
get you
gonna
a
come
gangster.
off mute and call us niggers like your
Yeah.
other boyfriend did?
Oh shit.
Remember that when she had the
Yikes.
white man saying the nigger on the app? Anybody remember that?
I do.
Okay.
I
What?
Anybody remember that when the white man she was dating came off and said the word nigger? Is the current guy
Prof-
gonna do that?
I know you
Damn.
Dr.
lying.
Ben, I
Go
I'm just
remember
ahead.
I
that.
asking.
remember
I
that,
remember that.
brother.
I know you
I do
I'm
lying.
remember
just
that,
asking,
brother. I
brother.
remember that, brother. I
Am I
remember
being
that, brother.
elitist now?
Pink
Oh,
pill.
is this
That's a
one? Wait a
crazy
minute.
accusation. Is that
Is this
true?
one gonna call us ape? Wait, will this
Okay.
boyfriend call? Will
So
this
I
white
just
That true,
fiance
Pink
call us
pill?
an
I'm
ape or a
That's
putting
a
him
nigger?
on
crazy
speaker
accusation.
Race
because
play?
Stephen, these people right here are sitting up here calling me stupid,
Yep.
ignorant, elitist, and
I don't agree
saying
with that.
that I'm a
No, I just
dummy.
said elitist. I didn't say stupid or
And
ignorant.
The
so
question is why are
I
y'all
did. I
calling
called
me
her stupid and
dumb
ignorant
I would
earlier.
say that you don't
I
have
kind of like you,
comprehension
Pink pill. You
skills.
kind of
talking
sex.
over everybody and nobody getting nowhere.
No,
Clear.
I would say
All
you
right.
don't have comprehension skills, and that's been evident multiple
Yeah.
times in the
Said who?
conversation.
yeah,
Said
I'm
who?
gonna.
so
I can
yeah,
tell
so
you.
I
what how
got
dumb
some
I
really
am.
I
bad
can tell you.
energy.
Hello, hello. Do you want
A
to know,
waste of time.
Cecily? Oh, that's great. Then
I don't
get
need
off
to
the
hear.
mic. If you think it's a waste, bye. Get off the mic. You would like
That's
to
what
know
I'm
why I
saying.
said she has
My
low
colleagues that are
comprehension
putting here in
skills?
tariffs and nobody's got a lot of knowledge on
Excuse
it.
me.
Everybody's telling everybody
Hello.
everything, talking over each other. And it's an
Please.
environment.
He,
So
we
Go
all have
ahead.
to
you
listen
don't
to him
understand.
tell.
Can we get one
No.
mic? Miss Cleo is speaking.
Yeah, so you wanted to know why I said she had low comprehension skills, and I can give you three examples cited probably within the last hour. One, she didn't know what tariffs were after tariffs were explained to her multiple times. She still didn't know. So my only understanding would be either she doesn't speak English or she doesn't comprehend it. One of the two. Or three, she wasn't listening. So either she's a poor listener or a poor comprehender. There's one. And comprehender, I just made up. I know. Thanks. The next
The
one was when
educator. How
asked,
dare you, Miss Cleo?
yes, when you know English, you can mess around with it. The next one when we were talking about the taxes, right? So this wasn't just about tariffs, talking about the different ways in which taxes operate. That was also explained to her. She was not able to regurgitate that. And the third one was, what was the one obvious said? Regressive.
Yeah, regressive taxes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thought so. Oh, so all in taxes. There were three different ways we were talking about taxes: regressive taxes. We were talking about tariffs of taxes, and then generally tariffs. All three of those were all actually explained before asking her to explain it, and none of those times could she explain it. So it can be one of three things. So I could be wrong, and maybe it's not that she doesn't comprehend. It may be that she doesn't listen, which maybe that's she's more accurate, or she doesn't understand English. But her use of the English language makes me say that that can't be it. So it has to be one of the two. She doesn't listen or she doesn't comprehend, or maybe a little bit of both.
Well, I would even offer that. See, education goes beyond comprehension. There's something I don't know what class you learn it in or where you learn it in life, but there's a part of education which I was alluding to earlier that when you understand that I don't know that topic. You see what I'm saying? Your brain tells you I'm really not a fireman. You know what I'm saying? Like your brain tells you I really am not a policeman. I'm really not in the hood with the gangsters. I really don't know that. But you still jump into it and talk to those that do that. They are firemen for 20, 30 years, captains, and you jump in and start to debate them and talk to them, and like at the firemen's education for everybody in the fire department so that we can go to another level. You jump in that conversation and think your voice is relevant. There's somewhere in the educational process you should learn the 12th graders in math that are on the calculus or whatever they on are not the same as the ones over here doing 235 times 29. At somewhere along the way, your brain should understand, I don't know that, so I should shut up and not talk in the room with people talking on that, and raise my voice and knock other folks out the way, the others in the fire department, knock him out the way so you can get on the mic and say, my teachers in school said my voice matters, so I'm gonna say this right now. There's a part of the educational system somewhere along the way, you should get that. I don't know what class that's in, but it's just one of them things about being a human being, especially outside America, where you learn that there's a point of staying in your lane. But when you just get an attitude of there is no lane that I can't jump in and just do whatever I want, you are a problem, and you don't even necessarily recognize it.
Sir, are you
Okay,
referring
Basically,
to, are you, are you,
I'll just say this. I'll
intellectually,
just say
you
this.
are a
I don't know
Division 3
anything.
football player.
I don't know enough about taxes. We started the conversation about the clip from Trump. And what I do know,
Why are you
because
getting
I'm a
Steven to
content
like
creator,
try to
is
beat us
about
up?
Blade. Okay. What I do know, I commented on. Goat mentioned tariffs. And I said, I'm seeing here that it's bringing in almost 300 billion in revenue. And then we came down this line. This is where we are. It's not because I brought it up, because I said the pink pill, understand tariffs. So I want to be very clear how we got here.
Okay.
It wasn't because
Rohan
I
asked
came
you the
here.
Question
question
real quick.
about
But you,
Can I
where
ask her a
the
question real quick?
tariffs
Is that
go.
but
acceptable?
Pink, I've
Just
listened to this conversation for
real
like an
quick.
hour and like an
Can
hour
y'all
or
not
so.
hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
bad, Nick. My fault. Go ahead, Lulu.
And then I also
Hold,
said
hold
that
on,
I
but Pink
don't
Pill,
know.
Pink Pill, hold
And
on.
then
I just
when
have a
I,
question for you. I just have a question for you. I just have a question. I'm just trying to ask you a question. And I'll go back on mute. I just have one question, just directly to the title of the room, just so I can kind of do a heat check real quick. In general, regardless of who says it, do you denounce somebody referring to the Obamas as an ape?
yeah, I think that it was in terrible taste. I absolutely do. But that wasn't the conversation.
And I just wanted to ask it just to make sure I could just get a heat check. 'Cause I do remember when you had somebody on the app talking about nigger this and nigger that. I do recall this. I just wanted to make sure and see where you were at these days. That's all.
Oh
I'll go
no,
back.
I personally like as far as using the N word, I I do not use that word. I don't. I hate
Do you
it. It
condone it
Created
wasn't
being
for a
used
me.
person who
for
was
No, no,
not
Trump?
black,
your
but
boyfriend, your former
yes,
partner was saying.
Okay, so
you had a person
my
who was white.
my
Excuse me. To be clear, excuse me. You had a person who was white on the app going around the app saying on your behalf, nigger this and nigger that. So you did that. I do
no.
recall that. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
I just want to get a heat check. I'm done.
Okay. So since Goat brought it up, and Goat, you are truly, when you go to sleep at night, I I don't even know, but
Can't sleep
that is
at
not okay. Wait.
night, and you're
So
wondering why.
I'm
Maybe
supposed to
God
be
is
speaking
trying
now.
to
To
tell you
tell you
something.
something.
I'm trying to speak something now. I'm trying to speak something now. So what that is not what happened. What happened was, since this was brought up, what happened was someone who I was seeing at the time, who is a complete idiot, who should have known better, went into a room with a
Your
bunch of
white
black guys
savior.
when they were talking about interracial relationships. They were talking about how interracial relationships were okay for black men to do, but not okay for black women to do. And during the conversation, my partner at the time was brought up to the stage and moderated, and they were goading him. Goat should know because he's really good at doing it. I'm sure
Oh, I
you
didn't. I didn't
recognize
do this
that.
in the room. Don't do that.
No, I didn't say that you did. I said you can recognize it because you are very good at goading people, that
Yeah, I
they
go to
voted
you. Now
him.
you're about to explain it and make it worse.
And
One mic on.
and yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. And so the people who were on the stage said, he said, listen, I love a Black woman. I want to marry this Black woman. And if that makes me a nigger lover, because they were calling him that, then he said, then that's what I am. And GOAT, you weren't even app. So I know you're full of shit. That
Ma'am,
is
there are
what
recordings
happened.
of it. You want me to get the recording like I got your
Yes.
book?
Yes, I do. Please get them.
That's exactly
Please
what
get them.
happened. He said
Please
nigger lover.
go. Please get the recordings,
He said nigger lover.
because he said it, because the man said it first.
Oh my God. You think that makes
It's
it
not
better?
his fault. That's not his thing.
Oh my God.
Goat,
She's just defending the man saying I'm a nigger lover.
Goat, I will give you $1,000
No,
right
no,
now
ma'am.
You
Ma'am,
don't
to
have
ma'am,
find the
$1,000.
get it. Get it.
ma'am.
I'll give you everything in my IRA right now. Get it. If
Well, I
I'm
can't get
wrong,
it, ma'am.
prove
I
it.
can't get it right now, ma'am.
Prove it. I will
Ma'am,
give you
ma'am,
every cent in my
ma'am.
IRA. There's 10
You just
grand in
told the
there
story,
right now.
ma'am.
Do it.
You
You
just
only got
told,
10
ma'am.
grand in your
Sign the
IRA?
Ma'am, ma'am.
contract, go.
Let me get it.
Do it now.
Let me respond. Let me
Produce
respond.
it.
Let me
I
respond. Let me
swear
respond.
to you.
Ma'am,
Produce it.
ma'am, you just gave the story. You gave a fair and accurate representation of the story. That doesn't make it better.
Goat, you miscontextualized the whole situation, and you know
Contextualize it. I said he called people niggers.
No, Black men calling him a nigger lover, and he
So
said,
what?
I love. And he said, I love a Black woman. I want to marry her. If that makes me a nigger lover, then so be it.
Oh
If
my
you
God,
can
that
prove
doesn't make it
something
better.
different, if you can prove something different, I will give you $10,000. Do it now.
I didn't say it was.
Do it
Are you
now, you
listening?
motherfucker.
So
Do
now
it
you're
now.
proving. One second. One mic on me. Now you're proving Miss Cleo's point. I literally said you gave a fair and accurate representation.
What'd you say
However,
before that?
I said you gave a fair and accurate
What did you
representation.
say before that?
I said that your boyfriend was on here using a nigger. Some people nigger.
That is a lie, and you know it. You miscontextualized
He called
it,
you a
and you know
nigger.
it.
He nigger.
No, anybody who is listening to
What's
you right now,
happening?
anybody who's listening to you right now can see how dishonest you are.
No,
I said
honestly,
that your boyfriend was on here using the N-word, calling people nigger. He called you one.
You are mischaracterizing the thing, and you know it. You are such a liar. You are characterizing the whole thing, and you know it. And anybody on the stage or in the audience can,
That white man ain't
if
gonna
you
want to
can
fuck you
prove
tonight.
that he was going around saying that, that is not what it was. Blacken called me a nigger, and he said, if I love her, and if that makes me a nigger, then okay. And you,
I know, that's a problem.
so it's not a problem that the Black men are saying that the man I was with at the time is a nigger lover.
Yes, they're
Is him
also a
saying
problem.
it.
Ma'am, let me respond. Yes,
No, you don't.
those people,
No, I'm
ma'am,
not
let me
done.
respond. Those people that said that,
No, listen,
oh my
there's
God, this
nothing
lady
else
is
you need to
insane.
say. You are dishonest.
You're
You
insane.
know it. You are
This is insane.
disingenuous, and you
Oh,
know
so
it.
so it was dishonest to not bring up the dumb Black guys?
Oh, yes, it was, because you did not
How so?
contextualize it.
That doesn't make it better. Why do you think this makes it better? I'll be honest with you. Your water. There's lead in your pipes. Check your water. Something's going on with your brain, ma'am.
Goat.
The more
Yes.
important question is why your IRA only got $10,000 in it.
Okay,
What have you been doing?
I mean, I still like you. You're still beautiful and all that, but
I think it got more
you
than
gotta
that.
get off the
She
plantation,
made a
ma'am.
different deal. There's a lot more.
That's one account. My
Wait,
point,
I'm
Goat, is
24.
that
My
you
Roth
know
IRA got
that
30K
that's
in it.
not honest. You
It is
know
honest. He
it's
shouldn't have
not
called you a
honest.
nigger.
He's
He's
saying
poor.
that.
Argument in the middle of my home at night.
Yeah, you're right.
You gotta
listen to
listen to your white
Matha. You
You
master.
better
better go
listen
in
to
there.
Listen
Yeah,
Matha.
to
you better
that
get in
white
You
there.
better
man
listen to
telling
You
you,
better get
Matha.
hey,
in there.
stop
You better
fucking
get in
arguing
there.
with those other
Go ahead and
guys.
submit. Get out in the
Stop
middle of his
arguing with
home
those
in the
other
middle of
guys.
the
I
night.
will.
Arguing
Man,
in
get
my
in there.
home
He
in
can
the
teach you
middle
You
of
about
the
better
night
listen
by
to
tariffs.
Matha.
another
He can teach you about
person with
tariffs. He can
another
also teach you
man.
about
If y'all
slavery.
don't
Get in
shut the
there.
fuck up so we can hear him, like y'all just fucked the whole thing up.
Like,
Right,
shut up.
right.
to work at, and then just bring it down like half the degree of
All right, I
upset
will.
and
Just
follow.
give me 5 more minutes. I'll do that.
Like, we just
Go.
What
missed the
master
whole
said?
fucking reprimand because y'all running y'all mouth. Like, I cannot believe we just missed that right there.
Sorry,
Because
Jennifer.
y'all got so fucking hyped
I
over
The
get it,
the.
Jennifer.
fight,
Yo,
Sorry.
I'm so fucking
the fight
pissed
to
right now, bro.
the fight to
Sorry,
eavesdrop
Jennifer.
is
Sorry,
is
girl. Damn.
hilarious and
Sorry.
diabolical.
Pissy asshole.
I'm gonna
Like,
listen.
y'all could have really had some real good shit to listen to after.
Nigga,
But y'all
fuck your
just
foot hole.
couldn't just shut the fuck up.
You shut your bitch ass up.
Like, I don't understand.
Shut the fuck up, hoe.
So anyway,
What
I
master
got
said?
five
What
5 minutes, so
master
I'm gonna make it count.
said? Shut up, bitch.
I got 5 minutes. I'm gonna make it count. Goat. It was black men who said to my partner at the time,
Mm-hmm.
"You are a nigger lover
Mm-hmm.
because you are with this black woman." And
Mm-hmm.
he said that if you are gonna say that that is what I am, then fine, that is what I am. You are
No. He said, if
deliberately.
that's what you're going to say, I'm a nigger lover. He said it.
And so you completely have miscontextualized it so that you could
I
win
didn't
the argument.
miscontextualize it.
You are so
I didn't
evil.
offer any context. Your
I thought
partner
you were
came on here
actually
and
kind of a
used the
good
N word,
person,
and then
but
you
you're
gave the
not.
story, and it doesn't make it any better.
I thought you were kind of a good person. You are an evil, horrible
So now you're
person.
calling him names? That's crazy.
Wait, now
I
I'm the evil
am.
one, and your master is telling you when to get off the phone?
That's
I'm
evil
still
work.
here, aren't I?
Yeah, you
5 minutes
said he
though.
gave you
Come on
5 minutes,
in.
and then you got to go make his
Come
corn
on in
pone.
5 minutes.
You
You
said
know
you get
what?
4 more minutes, and you got to go play Miss
You know
Sally.
what? You are such a
I couldn't believe more
horrible.
after today
Wait,
Yes,
than
I
Pink
there
am.
was
Pill.
before.
Pink Pill, I have a question because I
Yes,
heard
I'm
you
a
telling your
horrible person.
I heard you telling your partner that
Sending
somebody in
this
here
nigga
called
a
you
friend
stupid
request.
and dumb, and it's like I didn't hear anybody in here call you stupid or dumb. They talked about your comprehension skills, which is very very
Oh,
low, but
no, they
nobody called
did.
you
They
stupid.
actually did call me stupid. They actually did call me dumb. But goat,
So it's stupid.
Miss Sally, Miss Sally,
you
Were they
totally
referring to what you
Nah,
were
I'm not gonna lie.
misconstrued
saying?
She was called
everything.
stupid. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't give
Yeah,
a fuck.
Called us
The
stupid a
man
bunch of
came on the
times.
app and called people the N word.
so
And you defended then like you're defending it now, Miss Sally. You got 3 minutes to get costume.
you are such an evil person.
How
Yes,
am I
I'm
evil?
evil.
You are.
I'm evil, not Trump. I'm the evil one.
Yeah, you
Look at
are
this nigga. I'm
evil.
gonna
I'm
buy all of
evil.
his
Well, take
books.
your evil ass and stop talking to me and go find your white man.
In costume is off the charts. I ain't gonna sit here and lie.
I
In
don't give a
costume is off the
fuck.
fucking.
No, it's BDSM. That's what it is over there.
Okay, and let me just ask the audience here, and then I'll
You
leave.
got a minute and a half. Minute and a half.
Do you honestly think that goat is correct in this situation when I've
Yes,
laid
because
everything
we
out? You
hate
guys
you.
do think?
Well, let me.
Genuinely.
I
Since I'm
don't,
in the audience,
I
I'll
don't
answer the
hate you.
question.
I don't hate you, but he did mischaracterize anything. I think that you're responding from a
I'll
place
answer
of
the question.
emotion, and as you justify it, you think that you think your perspective makes it better, but it doesn't because he is saying that two wrongs don't make a right? But you're focusing on the fact that they said it, therefore it justifies your guy saying it, and go to saying that doesn't change anything, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah,
No, I said that he
He
miscontextualized
didn't.
it.
He
I
did not
didn't say.
right.
miscontextualize it. He
But let me.
literally
Minutes
repeated
up. Your
what
five
happened
minutes are up, man. Your
verbatim.
Yeah,
5 minutes
see,
are up.
I want to give her the
Your
Verbatim.
5
answer
minutes are
before
up.
she got to go. She
He
don't have a lot
repeated
of time.
what you said verbatim.
She don't have a lot of time. Let
What
me say
happened
this.
verbatim?
What I think
Okay.
is, I think going on Pink is, see, like the analogy that Goat brought earlier was perfect. He's a gorilla in a cage, right? He's a monkey in a cage at the zoo, and he's taking all these blows and throwing stuff at. And then when you jump in the cage with the gorilla, knowing the gorilla is a gorilla, when you get into and you go over into the gorilla's like land, don't be mad at the gorilla for gorillaing. You see what I'm
Hold
saying?
on, y'all. Breaking news. I got breaking news. Time is up. Time is up. You got to
Oh
go.
Yeah.
man.
So goat is not about to create himself as a different type of black person, but he's pretty typical for what that is.
Get out of here, nigger. Come on. I was in the land of God. Don't forget to look away, look away, look away. A little line. Hey, from the frosted
You need to
land,
go sing to your
look
man, nigga.
away, look away, look away. A Dixieland. I wish I was in Dixie. Hooray, hooray. I wish I was in Dixie.
You gotta chill, go. You gotta chill.
But wait, but
I owe this nigga money, yo. I feel like I owe him money.
Sir William was a gay deceiver. Look away, look away, oh, look away. Oh, Dixieland.
What is going on? What
Time's
did I
up.
come back to? What did I come back to?
Yo,
I'm
Yo,
This
my
shit,
stomach hurt, man. Hey,
this
so
shit
my
has
dead over
been
stomach
more.
hurt,
here.
man.
I'm gonna be sick,
This
yo.
shit has
This shit
been
is so
more.
funny. I'm gonna be fucking sick. My stomach hurts so much, bro.
Thank
This shit is.
God for the monkeys and the
This shit has
apes,
been more
man.
entertaining than the AFC Championship game. I ain't gonna even lie, because that game was boring. Bangman, I'm buying all your fucking books, nigga.
I'm fucking crying and shit. This is bad.
Oh, I'm so dead over here.
Sometimes you do have to laugh.
Hilarious.
Like,
Hilarious.
I got tears in my eyes, yo. Look away is crazy. Look away is
Do not lose these replays, whatever the hell y'all do.
they say truth is stranger than fiction. Boy, I tell
Hey,
Pink
Goat, can you
pill,
say one
pink,
last
pink
thing to
pill. Do
me?
you have like a glut? Are you a glutton
Legs are
for
weak and
punishment or
shit.
something?
What's up, Pink Pill?
No, I'm actually doing something.
wait. Has it been five? It's been an extension of time. Wait a minute. It's past 5 minutes.
Yeah,
What do you want, Pink Pill?
can you say something else?
Yes, I to you or
Okay, I got you. Okay, all right, I'm good. So,
can I say something else you said? I didn't hear
no,
what you said.
I just wanted to make sure that I got the right person. Uh, yeah, we're good. We're
Okay.
good.
Oh, is that
Have
And
a
now
good.
she's making threats.
for the
Have a good.
lawsuit? Is that for the lawsuit? European
Oh
bill?
no, she gonna try to clip somebody, some bullshit. That doesn't mean
Yeah,
shit.
no,
This is
I'm just.
social media. Don't nobody care about no fucking clip. Motherfuckers are still gonna be on it. Who cares? You can get clipped. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get. I'm trying to get everything good.
It's okay. So many people dislike you. I think about 50 niggas pro bono would take up a case just to like make you look stupid. Stupider.
And we can start a
They could
fund.
try. They could try. Go ahead.
You ain't got
Keep
nothing but
talking.
10,000 in your IRA anyway. It'd be worthless to go after you.
That's one of
The
them.
fuck?
That's one
I
of
don't,
them.
No,
I
you
don't,
said
I
my
don't,
IRA.
I don't know you, Pink. I've been in your rooms before. I don't think I've ever engaged with you a lot. But the snippet, I would love to go deeper about the snippet about Black Boys, if that's true that you wrote that, because that is totally not true, not true at all.
Um, yeah, no. If you look
She ain't write
at,
that book, no way. She paid
yeah,
somebody else to write the book and put a name on it. She used her
okay,
last because she had 15,000 in the IRA, right? She took 5,000 out to pay that person to write her book. It's probably
yep,
some white supremacist sitting in the middle of Mobile, Alabama.
Can I ask
Oh,
yep.
Pink?
hey,
Can I
That's
ask Pink Pill a question about that? Hold on one second.
yeah.
I got a question
That
for Pink
totally
Pill. Hold on one
happened.
second, Pink Pill. I got a question. I got a
That
question for you
totally
real quick.
happened.
I have
Mm-hmm.
a question for you real quick about that statistic. If you can just hear me for about 30 seconds.
What
So
statistic?
the statistic that you quoted about young black boys having affinity to swag.
There was no number to make a statistic. What do you mean?
Well, then that makes it a like a anecdote or unqualified statement. Is the statement qualified by any data?
Sir,
It,
That's a
it,
reasonable
it,
question. I'm
it,
asking you
it
a question. Yes
it's a
or
reasonable
no?
question, but it's definitely not backed up by data.
No.
And
But
that's
let her answer. To be fair, let
go,
her answer. Let her answer for herself. Is that statement backed up by any data? And if it is, can you just give us a 30-second, 10,000-foot view of the statistical model that's used to make that ascertainment and what it's being compared to?
okay. I'll compare it to. I'll say
No,
this.
no, no,
I
no, no, no,
said
no, 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 not what you're going to compare it to when you made the statement. What was it compared to? Because that's a very, specific statement to make, and it requires like statistical rigor. So I'm gonna just ask one more time: is there any citation that backs that up, or are you just pulling that completely out of your ass?
No, that's a false choice. It's based on experience and it's
Oh, it's
based
an anecdote. Okay,
on
you can stop talking. It's good. Oh no, it's back on the Mars. Thank you. It's an anecdote. It's useless. That's what I
Y-
thought.
y-
yeah.
It's a racist anecdote. That's what it is.
If you
Yes,
It
say
is.
so.
I think
Pink.
Pink Pill from
It is a racist anecdote, and I say that from a black man who was not raised in an urban center. I was raised in America, and there are lots of blacks in rural America that do not fit. I say the majority of us don't fit that because all the ones in urban America don't fit it, and the majority of the ones in rural America don't fit that stereotype. And I get offended that I am put into that box or that we're painted that way when culturally I'm nothing like that, not at all. And so I hate that you're projecting this anecdote as if it's the truth, and it's just not true, not at
Okay,
all.
Mr. Finley, do you okay? I'm not gonna sit up here and argue
No,
that
just, no,
something's
no.
right.
I'm
But
engaging
if
in
you
good faith. I
if
haven't
you
attacked you all night. I don't do that. That's not my style. Uh,
okay, so can I get a word? Can I get a word out?
Go ahead.
Um,
I'm listening.
I think that with the challenges that Black boys face, not having intact homes, having a lot of negative media directed at them, they prioritize things that are not important. It's not a value judgment on them as human beings. It is that they have things that are targeted at them that pressure them one way or another to behave and act in a certain way and make certain choices, whether it's media, whether it's music, whether it's environment. These are things that are actually real. There have been programs that have been put in place to try to address these issues. So to pretend that all Black boys are just fine and they're all walking to church with their Bibles, being, listening to Christian music and not doing anything wrong, and they don't have issues related to
That
fatherlessness,
begs another
to
question.
I
poverty,
never said
Hold on a
that.
and
second.
lack of
That
education
that begs another
is
question, ma'am.
really not
Ma'am, 1 second.
being
Ma'am, 1 second. Ma'am, one
But
second. I
Pink,
got a question.
honest.
but
Ma'am, one
Pink, I,
second. That basic question. Really quick. I'll be real quick. That basic question. I'll be real quick. I'm shut up. That basic question. Let's flip it. So, and just humor me. I'm trying to be quick. What demographic commits the majority from a sum of sexual assaults in this country, in the United States? What
Oh, it's
demographic does it?
oh, I would say because whites are the majority, I would say white men for sure. Yeah.
Right, that's correct. Between the ages of
But we're not
25 and
talking
45.
about
Well, excuse
sexual
me,
assault.
I'm not complete.
We're
I'm not
not
complete.
talking about that
Excuse
though.
me, I'm not complete. Thank you. So that's the answer. The answer is white males between the ages of 25 and 45 commit the vast majority of sexual assaults across all other age groups and ethnic groups. So now we understand that. Based on your logic, that means that the average white man is a rapist, correct?
Mm,
No.
no.
Right, because the statistic, the summary statistic does not speak to the majority, right? That's stupid. That's dumb. In the same way it's dumb, so you pull these statistics out of your ass about black people and then try to attribute that to the majority. It is a logical fallacy. It's stupid. It makes no sense.
I'm
Okay.
sorry,
So
I was gonna
Nick.
ask you a
Hey,
question,
B.
Pink. I
here's
was
the
gonna ask
bottom
you a
line.
question.
Here's the
No,
bottom
I'm
line.
next.
Wait, hold on. Here's the bottom line. Black boys are struggling for a variety of reasons and challenges that make it very difficult for Black girls and women to find partners that they find to be suitable.
Is
Black
that just
men
black boys?
Black men may also have issues when it comes to Black women, but the fact of the matter is that that is the case.
Is that unique to black boys and men?
I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with what is a not like these are facts that Pew Research, that the census data,
Oh, can
that
you provide that census
numerous
data?
amounts
Pink,
of
are those issues
anthropologists and
unique to black
sociologists
boys?
I
have
said
mentioned
I'm
before
next.
me. Like these are things that have been
Okay, Pink, we
discussed.
understand.
all
We
right.
understand. But I got a question. I got a new question. If you look
Hmm.
at my PTR, Can you tell me why that wig is struggling in my PTR?
I'm not gonna address stupid
Pink,
questions.
Pink. I asked you.
Give me a real
Um,
I
question.
asked you a real
this,
question, Pink. Is the struggle that Black boys is dealing with? Is it unique to Black boys?
With the fatherless, I would say that it's we've got the variety. Yeah,
But
I would say yes.
I'm aware of the fatherlessness, right? Although that's not true.
Mhm.
But is their
It is.
struggle
Wait.
unique? Is their struggle unique to Black boys?
Yes.
It is not.
Okay.
It is not. The struggle with boys in general, and of course, Black boys, obviously, we tend to suffer worse because that's just blacks in general. It's systemic. But
And that's my point.
boys in general, across the racial spectrum, across the income spectrum, are all falling behind, and they are having difficulties mating and dating. It's one of the reasons why our birth rate's going down. That's a whole other conversation. But it's not unique to Black boys, and I hate that people make it seem as if like our problems are like of our own doing. We blame it on music, right? We blame it on this culture, right? And it's not unique to us. And it ain't
Where
the
are you?
music.
Okay. Where?
It
Okay.
ain't the music.
My book was published in 2012. There's been a lot that has happened between now and 2012. Or
Yes,
sorry,
but
2015.
the stuff that you're talking, the deficits with boys began back in the 90s. The male deficit began in the 90s. There's
Listen.
a group, there's a lobbying group called the American Association of University Women that lambasted us with all these
Okay.
statistics
But
and
listen.
help. And
I'm in a
wait,
book for
that
Black
lambasted us with all these
women.
negative statistics about men, right, and boys, and how it's of their own doing, and they basically pathologize being male behavior. And we take these talking points and this bad data and we run with it, and it's just not true, and it's
Okay.
definitely not true of Black boys.
Okay, so let me talk to you about that. I think that you do have a point. I think that especially in the last 5 years, men have been demonized in a way that I couldn't even imagine
Five
when the
years,
book was
just 5 years.
in. I would say it's been
I would say
magnified.
60 years.
Okay, I would say it's been magnified. I'd say that in the last 5, 6 years, it's been magnified in a way that I couldn't have even imagined. And oftentimes, Black people tend to be the canaries in the coal mine. Basically, what you are saying is, first you said that it didn't exist, and now you're saying that it does exist,
I'm
but it's
saying
happening
that problem is not unique to Black
okay,
boys,
and it
and what you're blaming it on, the causes are not just simply not true.
okay, so back in 2015 when the book came out, it's a very different conversation now, a decade later. So in that period of time, we're talking about now, there have been different changes. I would agree with you that across the board, boys are suffering. But for you to say that uh, what I wrote in my book is wrong, it's definitively not.
It
And
is
let me
wrong.
tell
You're
you.
blaming.
Okay. Okay.
You're blaming. You're making it seem as if it's a Black boy only problem, and it is not. It is
Okay.
not a Black
You're
boy
not.
only
I,
problem.
I
And you
really.
I,
pointed to things. And you pointed to things such as like music. I hate. That's just not true.
Okay.
just hold for a second because this is kind of boring me a little bit. Can we get to something that is measurable that we can just go check, and that otherwise we're having an opinion off, like who can deliver their opinion in the strongest way? Is there anything around this discussion, this particular discussion that we're in right now, that has something that could be measured? I know earlier when we talked about statistics or data, we started getting stuff about my grandmother and anecdotes. Like we're not talking about that. Is there anything at all that can be checked? Otherwise, we're gonna have to move on. If it's something that can be measured, let's go pull the data right now.
Measure that wig gap.
And if not, we can move on.
Yeah. There's lots of things that can be measured. So
Well,
when
just
it
choose one. We just need one. We just need one that is measurable, and then we can make a claim. And then we can go look for it, and we can come back and say, you know what, that was right or that was wrong.
okay. All right. So I will make the claim. Black boys have are born to uh, fractured families at the highest rate. And when you have families that are disjointed, where the parents are unmarried, we have the highest rates. Yes, other races are catching up. Every single negative statistic is attributed to that outcome. When you have children who are born out of wedlock, then you have a trajectory which all of the negative things, higher dropout rates for high school, lower enrollment in college, higher drug abuse, higher crime, higher incarceration, all of these things that we want Black boys to not be attributed to, that we
Okay, can we
want
talk about that one?
them to do.
Are we?
Those
Are we?
those
Can we talk
Somebody,
about
things.
that one? Can
Okay,
we talk
somebody
Pink.
about that one
jotting
real
this
quick?
down. Somebody
Okay.
gonna ask ChatGPT
Yes,
so we
I
get the
did.
statistics
So
on this.
I
What?
wrote it
So
down. So
wait. I
I
won't.
wrote it down.
Were you
I won't.
married
I
when
won't
you had
challenge
your
that, but I got a
kids,
question
Pink?
for her. I got a question for her. I won't challenge that, but I got a question for you.
Can we get to the
For you,
challenge
Pink.
of it though?
Want to get to the statistics?
White,
Yeah, I do want
white,
to. Yeah,
white men, right? White boys are raised in mostly intact families, yet girls go to college at a rate. This is white boys, a rate to 2 to 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they drop out at the same rate than white girls do.
This
Why
is
is that
unclean. This is
then?
unclean.
Why is that then? And they grow up in intact families.
This
yeah,
isn't
that's not
clean.
her
Let's
plan.
let's stop for a second. This isn't clean.
Yeah,
I wrote down the claim, so
see
let's be
that.
really clean. Black boys. Let me pull it up really quickly. Black boys are born to fractured families at the highest rates.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
So I think Abby's going to take it now. If you can mute for a second, if you can speak directly to that, and then also, why wouldn't black girls be the same? So it's kind of a
that's
weird thing to
actually
say black
that's
boys, right?
actually exactly what I was about to ask. So
Okay.
to be clear here, yes, I want to make sure we're clarifying the statement because you're saying black boys are born to fractured families at the highest rates. So we're obviously talking about a rate difference, not a total number difference. That's fine. But you're saying black boys. This isn't black people. This is black boys. Is there a reason? Is there? Do you think you have anything that would statistically support black boys specifically being born to this and not black kids?
Yeah, is it
Because
black
we were
boys over
talking
black
about
girls?
boys. If you want to move the goalposts, do it now. But we were talking about Black boys.
Okay, is it
That's
black boys
why.
and
We
black
are.
girls the same? Yes or no? Just so we can move on. Is black boys and black girls the same? If it's the same, just say yes so we can move on. We don't have to get stuck.
Right.
Black boys and black girls are born into fractured families at the same
Okay.
At,
rates.
Okay,
at the
cool.
same
So we can
rate.
move on. Okay, good.
Girls so well, and the boys doing so terrible.
Okay.
Okay, it's kind of weird. I'm like, so there are
Well,
black
maybe we
girls
should
being born
study
in
what the black
months.
boys and black
Pink,
girls learn about
Pink.
inflation,
Why are the girls doing so well and the boys doing so terrible?
or yeah, about it,
Well, because
interest.
there's gender dynamics that are involved with that, and I think black girls suffer in different ways. Unless you're saying that that you're saying that men and women are the same.
I'm not saying they're the
They
same, right? But
okay.
I'm trying
They
to
have
push
their
back.
own. They have
I'm
their
trying
own
to push
issues.
back. I'm trying to put this idea that it's the fractured homes that why black boys are failing, because I pointed out that white boys, right, are also failing, right, compared to their female counterparts, and they're born into more intact homes. So
Yes, they are.
it can't be the homes. If
No,
they're
it can't.
also failing, if they're
No.
also failing, right? Because they are, then it ain't the intact homes. That can't be the underlying solution or the underlying problem.
Okay, so if you look at listen, you don't have to take my word for it because you
I
guys
don't. I
obviously
study. This is my wheelhouse.
okay, so you don't have to take my word for it, but the out of wedlock rate when the book came out in 2010 was hovering around 72%.
I know the
Every
stats, but if
negative,
I know the
every
stats,
negative statistic
but why are the
that
girls also not failing?
because
You're not making me understand that part.
the girls do have issues. They are in
They
different ways.
don't.
It has they have they suffer in a different way.
They're not dropping out of school at high rates. They're graduating at higher rates. They're out earning I think the under 30 group are out earning their male
They're
counterparts.
graduating
And
cum
this is
laude.
across race and income.
Okay,
White men are also falling behind, dropping
and
out more, not getting as many degrees, right? And they're coming from
Hey,
and
intact
Ryan,
families.
real
And
quick,
so
can I
if
ask a
white boys are
clarification
also
question?
falling behind,
Hold on a second.
what is
Hold on
it?
a second.
It can't be the families. It
it,
Hold on
can't
one
be.
second. Hold on one second. I know
you
you can hear
can't
me. I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me. I know you can
you
hear me.
can't take
I
that.
know you can hear me. I'm trying to ask you a clarifying question for clarity.
Hmm.
I'll be brief. And just please make this one sentence so we can just understand what you're saying. Let's take everything you said at face value in this book. What is the point? What is the thesis? Outside of that statistic, what is the thesis of the whole argument? Can you just give us the thesis in one clean sentence, please?
Yes, because when you have this dynamic, it makes it
Don't start
more
a dynamic.
difficult.
Just give me a sentence, just one
I'm gonna start
sentence.
with because.
A thesis statement is yes, because, and you just say one sentence.
Okay. The out of wedlock rate in the Black community as it relates to Black boys and the negative effects that it has on the girls and the women causes more problems in terms of family formation and for the Black community to
Okay,
thrive
okay, stop right
because
there.
wait,
Okay,
you
that's the
don't,
book.
I
No,
didn't
no, 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 stop.
complete the
There's a thesis
sentence.
statement.
Okay,
No,
I'm
no, no,
not,
that's not a
this
sentence. It's a
is not
paragraph.
it.
It's a
I'm
paragraph.
done.
It's a paragraph.
I'm not,
You can be
I'm
done. You can
out.
be done.
You won't let me
You
finish the
you can be
sentence.
done. I asked you for a thesis
All
statement.
right,
You're trying to give me a
I'm
whole
done.
story.
You
That's
will
fine.
not let me finish the
That's
sentence.
not. Listen, listen. Let me explain something to you. If somebody asks you for a thesis statement, that is one sentence. It is a quick one sentence. If you can't explain something in one sentence, it's not worth talking about.
I tried to complete, you won't let me complete the sentence.
Oh my gosh. It wasn't a
She
sentence, it was a paragraph,
graduated.
but that's fine.
She
It's
It
crazy.
graduated magna
literally was a
cum
sentence
laude.
and
Oh,
I
okay,
was
okay,
getting
let's
to it.
let's talk. Everybody talk. Let's try it again. Let's try it again.
Sir,
A
are you
thesis
gonna let her
statement.
speak? Because we just trying
It,
to have some
okay,
dialogue, please.
I got you. I got you. So anyway,
Hold on.
look, sorry about that, Pink Pill. Can you just give us the thesis of like the point? Just can you give us the point in one sentence, please? Just real quick, please. So when we having the conversation, we understand what we're talking
Black,
about. Right now,
okay, black boys and men suffering makes it very difficult for Black girls and women to find suitable partners that are marriageable. How's that?
Yo,
it's beautiful. Thank you very much. There you go. Fantastic.
What's up, T? Last time I checked, I thought this was
Up
your room.
pretty.
T, how you doing, baby?
How you doing, bro?
Hey, I'm so glad Red Pill is here. Red Pill, I'm so glad that you stated all of those things that Black men are failing in because based off of what I just literally have exhibited so far and saw, I literally have saw that these Black men, and this is the reason why they get kicked out of school. I mean, what teacher will allow this impulsive behavior? You
Mhm.
know, I mean, this would stop the other kids from being able to get their education because we have to stop to give it Tyrone special needs. Good Gaga Moogie. Oof.
Hey,
Thank you
Rohan.
so much. Excuse me, sir.
Hey,
Can we
Excuse me.
respond to her?
Excuse
Can we
me.
respond to
Excuse
her?
hey, can you
me.
Can
kick her
we
down,
respond to
man,
her
Excuse
when she's
me.
please?
done?
Whoa,
No,
Let
no,
me
she's
kick
whoa,
all
her
right.
down,
whoa,
man. We don't
whoa.
want to hear that
Calm
shit.
down,
It's
Wait,
monkeys.
pretty
Calm
hard
down,
to
What you
monkeys.
explain over
what?
here.
Calm down, monkeys. Calm
Everybody,
down.
just chill out. Like, just
You're
come on to
proving the
this.
title.
I literally have saw. It's crazy though. It's crazy to talk about education. I just have one last question for the pink pill. I mean, maybe we can move on because you honestly you've taken a lot. But my question takes us back just a couple minutes back. Sorry, but I can't leave the room without this question. We were talking about taxes and someone's off mute. Hold on, I gotta see who it is. There's an echo.
It wasn't me.
Hmm, Let me see. I think it's Kirko. Okay. So we were talking earlier about taxes and tariffs and stuff, and so you said, okay, you know what, you don't understand taxes and so on. Understandable. You don't understand tariffs. That's okay. You didn't understand regressive versus progressive taxes. That's fine. You don't get deficit reduction. That's totally fine. Like, cool. But my question was like, is there a subject that you like? What subject do you get like in politics, economics, finance, like some particular thing that you actually do understand?
And what was your college major, Mega cum laude?
Hey, one question at a time, bro. Don't confuse.
Yeah, it's just that one question.
So again, how we got here was
Oh
because
no, please. I can't. I don't
Not how we
story.
got here. Not how we.
No stories. I can't. I can't talk in stories. I'm not for real. It's not personal to
I,
you.
I'm a writer.
I'm not.
I'm a writer.
No, I'm not.
What was your
Never.
question,
Okay, so
Rohan?
what I'm saying is
I'm
I'm a
sorry. Let me
writer.
hear it real quick.
Sure. The question is, as this conversation has gone on,
I answered you.
Hold
I
on,
didn't hear
Pink
the
Pill.
Talking to
I
two.
didn't hear the answer. I was talking. What's going on? We've heard like Pink Pill self identified as some person that does not understand taxes. She does not understand tariffs. She does not understand regressive versus progressive. She doesn't get deficit reduction. This is her self identification. It's not me saying this about her. She says about herself. So my question is, what things do you understand around politics or economics or finance? Hey, what's your subject? What's the thing that you do understand? So that was my question.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were said. Oh, I thought you were just saying in general. What do I understand? Okay. You want to know? Can you
Yeah.
give me 15 seconds before you interrupt?
I can, but not, don't make it a story. It should just be a list. It should just be like, I get macroeconomic policy, I get integral mathematics, I get microeconomics. It's a list like that. It's not a story.
Okay. All right. So as an American, here's what I understand. What I understand is that when I vote for a candidate,
Jesus
um,
Christ. T,
no,
it's back on you, T. I cannot.
okay. I'm not
It's a
okay. Let
subject
me let me
list
just
I'm
okay,
asking for.
Wow.
let me just answer the question the way I think you want me to answer it. I'm not an economic expert. I don't know anything.
That's not how I wanted you to answer it. I wanted to find
Just
out what your
just a quick
subject was.
list, Pink Pill. Can you do you want to do that, or are you good to go?
If you can't do it, we can move on. I don't think
No,
she's
no,
done.
because
Ask me the
I'm
question,
not
man.
an economist.
Ask me the question. Ask me the
I,
question.
I didn't
I'm not
say
an economist.
it had to be economics. It could have been
I
marketing. It
sincerely
could
don't
have
know.
been hairdressing. It could have been
Rugby.
painting.
It could have been
Yeah,
rugby, engine building, hair
manicurists,
braiding.
anything.
You want to know what I do
Yeah,
know?
what are you good at?
Marketing, PR, writing. That's my training.
Oh my gosh!
Uh,
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jesus.
Pink
What
Pill.
was your major in college? Mega cum laude.
It was communication studies.
oh shit.
Oh
Okay.
my
Hey,
lord.
Rohan, can I propose something that might be good for the room to think with?
At this point, go ahead. I'm good.
I thank you. So here's the thing. Get statistics on America's educational system compared to the world. How about that these days? How
We
is
gonna lose.
America doing across the board, Rohan? What is the educational level of America compared to the rest of Earth? Can somebody get that data? And and this idea of dumbing down America and is there any statistics on maybe where we stood in educational comparison around the world, let's say 20 years ago, and where's America going? And not just the black boys, but and not just the black girls at Little Marymount, wherever they may go, but where's the educational level of America? So we don't get too personal in any anecdotal stories in the room. What do you think about that, Rohan?
Well, I don't know. I got called a foreigner twice for knowing more than Pink Pill on a particular subject. I got
Yeah,
called a foreigner
and that she meant that as a derogatory thing,
twice.
a foreigner. Okay.
Yes, for knowing more. So I don't know. I don't
You
know.
provided
I
more for America than she has.
yeah.
Bad wigs and bad books.
And that's that test that this is a little thought that came to my mind. The test that you have to pass to become an American citizen. Y'all familiar with that? Like there's just some questions you got to answer, or you can't be like today, yesterday, last year, 5 years ago. There's a question. You know what I'm talking about, Rohan?
Yes, that's
There's
what I was talking about. Mhm.
right. Do you realize how many Americans would fail that test? Like right now, Americans,
Most of
graduated from
them.
95%.
would not pass the test a foreigner would have to take to become an American citizen. I don't even want to put it on Pink Pill or anybody else in the room. Like answer those questions or else you got to get deported. You know what I'm saying? That would be a hell of a thing. Like, man.
But you know what's interesting? If this were a normal space where it was a normal conversation with a person that could like communicate back and it went, without stories, when she said, "Oh, I know marketing," I'm like, "Oh, fantastic! I've done marketing for a long time." Okay, tell us about CPC versus CPM. What does that mean? That would be for like a regular person. That would be the conversation, especially in RPO because you do that type of research. What's the difference between CPC and CPM? Calculate CPM spending versus based on a click through rate given this number of views. That's something that I would have said, but it won't happen. I already knew if I asked that question, I would not get an answer. This is something that will be core to any basic marketer. I can't answer that question because I will get a story. I knew I will not get the answer. It's impossible.
Well, if you allow time,
So,
if you allow time for people to ask, go to Chat GPT and ask the question and come back and read it, you'd get some answers that way, yo.
yeah, but anyhow, I mean, I'll let the room move on.
But
Hey, Rohan, quick question for you,
that's digital
Rohan.
marketing. That's not marketing in its totality.
Oh yeah, it's one component of marketing. Yeah, digital marketing is a subsector of marketing. So,
So you
we,
specialize in the history of marketing,
I don't know.
like go back 30 years marketing or something, 20 years?
Well, what he's talking about is cost per click, and he's talking about, cost per thousand. He's not talking about marketing psychology. He's not talking about how people buy,
Yeah,
how
because
to
I want something
communicate.
basic. I want something basic. Like what does the M in CPM stand for?
I think it's what cost per million, which means like thousands of
No,
views.
no.
Cost per click
What does
is
the
like,
M for
but
CPM
that
stand
is
for?
that's advertising. What you're talking about is advertising, not marketing. I just want to make that
That
clear.
is false.
Hey,
Yeah, she's
Rohan, can I
telling
ask
you
you a
the
question?
Digital,
What's
truth.
the difference
so
between
But,
digital
advertising and
but
marketing
marketing?
hold on,
Rohan.
but
and
hold on.
digital
I just want people to know. I asked a similar question. What does M and CPM stand for? You don't know. You
cost
can't
per,
per what?
I think it's like cost per million, but I'm not I'm not a
No,
digital
no. You're
advertiser.
wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Hey, Rohan, can I ask you a
Okay.
Okay.
question?
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Talk about a
Hey,
narcissist.
Real quick. Hey, Rohan, how much money have you
I
made?
I
Excuse
did
me,
not
excuse me,
say that I'm a
excuse
digital
me. I know you
marketer.
can hear me. I know you can hear me. I'm asking Rohan a question. Rohan, how much? How much would you say, in the order of magnitude, have you made using your skills in marketing over the last 5 years? How
Uh,
much would you say?
I don't want to say it, man. I don't want to say. I don't want to say it right now.
Let's just say,
I don't want to say.
would you agree with me that it's over $5 million?
Yeah, man. But I don't want to say. I don't want to get
I know,
into
I
too
understand. Okay, okay.
specific.
So
So
let's just say it's
yeah.
over five. Let's just say that. Let's just humor me. Pink pill. In the last 5 years, how much money have you made using your marketing prowess?
Probably around $1 million.
Okay, there you go.
Rohan, can you please tell me the difference between advertising and marketing? I don't know.
I mean, it's almost like between. I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Advertising is speaking like directly to either creating content around growing a brand or causing some particular action. You want somebody to do something, donate, blah 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 blah, something like that. Marketing is wider. Marketing, there's like a lot of there's more aspects of marketing than there is advertising. Think of advertising as a more short term action goal, while marketing could encompass like quite a bit more. But anyhow, like my basic question, she didn't know the Amazon stands for millions.
I got it wrong. It's Mille, which is
It's
MILLE, and
uh-huh,
that's 1,000. And that
uh-huh.
was
Well,
what I
once you
got
Google
wrong.
it and
That
you
was not
can
wrong.
Oh
read, then
yeah, if you
I
go and you
didn't
get it
figure
right.
it out. An
It's
hour
mispronounce it.
later,
and it's not Millie, it's
yeah.
meal.
Whatever it is,
As
that
long
is
as you
what it
bring the
means.
right answer back
Okay.
within a week of the assignment, then you get the passing grade. You know how it goes in
But
America,
I'm
bro.
not a digital
You can go
advertiser.
do your research, Chat GPT, bring the paper back, and you get passed. You get
Okay,
camaraderie.
listen,
AAT,
Google
is
me.
this a dick
Just,
wrestling match? I'm trying to figure out where the
No.
conversation to the
yeah, where
title.
is it
So
Can
going?
we get
What
to
does
the
it
title,
mean?
please? Thanks.
What's the
Yeah, we're gonna
point?
do a reset.
so the reason why I asked that question is because of this. This is the only reason. Because well, it's actually two reasons. One, maybe having a conversation about like we're talking about politics. We're talking about Trump, going into politics and taxes and so on. In that conversation, when you found out that you knew nothing on the subject, your response was to be xenophobic and say, well, yo, as a foreigner, blah, 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 blah. Instead of just like dealing with the embarrassment of being on stage talking to people when you don't know anything about anything. You should have dealt with that. But that wasn't enough for you to deal with. You had to be talking about your foreigner stuff, blah, 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 right? So that's the first reason why I asked you these questions. Is I actually kind of forgetting now. It has to do with oh yeah, if you know that you don't know something on a particular subject, and there are other people that you know that know, because even the conversation, Goat was here, a bunch of other people were here, not just me. and not knowing, you just want to be on the mic so much when you could just listen. Like you were literally Googling in real time things that at the fifth or sixth grade level a reasonable person would know. And you have to Google that conversation while Googling trying to argue something and you don't even know the basics of it. So if it's for those two reasons where I feel like even the things that you think you're expert in, I still don't think that you know too much about marketing or PR. I just don't I can't believe that you do because you don't get the basics of even how you think. How you think is like irrational. We ask you about statistics, and you say, "Well, my grandmother." You give an anecdote when you ask for statistics. Your brain doesn't even function properly. So it's for all these reasons why I started to ask you these questions. If you didn't get on that xenophobic shit, I would have been a little bit more chill and you can escape a little bit more. But you don't know anything about any of these subjects. Nothing.
Okay, so I'll just say this, and I know you're not a fan of Googling, but if you Google me, you will understand that I do know my lane. And here's how the timeline went. I only mentioned tariffs when GOAT mentioned tariffs. What I had a problem with is, and I still do, is foreign people who come from countries that are not doing well, who have a lot to say about the United States, who have its faults, but is the leading country out of all of them. That is the problem that I have, is when people who are not from this country, who have come, who have fled their countries, the failed policies, come here and lecture to us. I do have a problem with.
Let me,
But
That's
hey,
but
that's
hey,
wasn't
just
the
hey,
me. That's
since
conversation
we're
all.
built?
talking about
Just one second.
problems, you know
Just
what
one
I'm
second.
problem with?
Wait, one quick sec. The conversation wasn't about any critical United States. The conversation was about economics, tariffs, and how they work.
No, we were no,
Wait,
that was when
hold
GOAT
on.
came.
Yeah.
Tariffs, tax, and then the original reason for the room was racism.
Yeah, we were talking about
Racism,
that.
yeah. So this is not a criticism of the United States. None of it was a criticism of the United States. We were talking about a particular president that was dehumanizing black people.
Yes, and I
So
was
what?
talking about
So how does? So what does? Where you come from? How does that like factor into that discussion at all?
oh
When we were
oh
talking
you
about black people being dehumanized.
Oh, you want to talk about that? Okay.
No, no,
Because,
no.
well, honestly, because the
Mhm.
countries that, I'll admit I'm presumptive, but I'm gonna
Thank you for that
assume,
admission. Thank you.
I'm gonna say it's presumptive of me, but I will say that I assume that the people who have a problem, foreign, who
Mhm.
who who talk the loudest about what's wrong with this country, who actually come to this country, have rulers of the countries that dehumanize them, that
What?
cause problems for them. That's what I'm thinking. And so I'm looking at the people, I'm trying to recognize the accents of the people and the countries that they come from and
Mhm.
the leadership that they have. And then I'm looking at that, and then I'm wondering how they have so much to say about our country when their country's leadership is such trash. That's all.
The problem I
So what we're
have,
talking,
Okay.
Rohan,
Can
is
I
what
say
but
something? Can I
this
say
is
something?
this is the last thing we're talking about. So you're just so to your admission, and I'll give you that you're being presumptive because that's just nonsense, right? There isn't another country that I can think of that has a leader that I don't know, probably since the late 30s, 1930s, that has a leader that comes out putting out propaganda against their own citizens. I can't think of one since like 38. So what are you talking about? That presumption is just okay, cool. It sounds good and it makes your argument, but it's just based on nothing. And again, we weren't talking about the country. We were talking about an individual person that was doing this in real time. So it just makes no sense in an argument. Anyhow, we can move on because it's probably boring for people. But I see that like the way how you come to conclusions is it kind of betrays like I don't think your brain probably functions in a normal cognitive way, and I'm not even being insulting. If you don't get the difference between statistics and anecdotes, you argue things that you don't know. When you ask for data, like you try to learn in real time to argue with people that already know the subject matter. I mean, the whole thing is crazy.
Okay,
But I'll
so
stop there.
so
So,
Is
okay,
so I'm just going to
so let me
I'll-
let me let me just say
God,
this.
both of you
I
guys
When
are
don't
gonna
see
have
how
the last
you.
word.
can I
I
ask a
don't
I'm
question?
saying I'm
understand
done.
how you graduated with a communications degree. Your ability to effectively communicate with other humans. You have given me an aneurysm and a stroke in the time I've heard you speak.
Yeah, new voice.
Let's just move on.
The problem I have is that when you hear people start quoting talking points from politicians, and when you start hearing people using in their logic, all they can go with is they believe the talking point like it's these immigrants. It's these shithole countries. Like they're the ones coming over here and all illegal. And then when you get pressed into a real conversation like this, where now you don't understand what the tariffs are doing. So then Rohan pushes the question of what is actually happening when these tariffs are put on these goods that come from somewhere else and they're over here in America now. And when you draw blanks on that, now it becomes evident that you don't understand the cause and effect, and all you're doing is quoting what you heard on the stump somewhere or on the political platform, or all you're doing is spewing out and bought in hook, line, and sinker without any analysis, without any detailed understanding to be able to say, hey, I'm of this party or whatever. But what that is right there, that's not true. That's not how that actually works. And see, when you can't do that, then it just becomes well, I can just come off the mic and just say whatever. We can talk about landscapers of South California, Virginia, and it just goes all over the place. And now we don't have any real conversation about real cause and effect on how real things happen. That's a problem.
All right, are y'all done crucifying her? I didn't know it was
It
Sunday.
ain't about her. It's about the ideas.
Are we gonna move on in the conversation, or you gonna keep dick wrestling? Which is
It
it?
ain't about dick rest. We can move on to
Okay, are we
conversation.
gonna move on because
Hey,
y'all
hey,
been said
let's
that
ask the
5 minutes ago?
moderators.
Y'all
Rohan,
said
what you
that
want to do,
five
Rohan?
minutes ago.
I
What you
don't
want to
see
do,
you a
Rohan?
Y'all
moderator
still
in
asking her
here. Are
questions.
you a
Yes,
moderator? Like,
we
what are you
can
doing
You
here?
move
not
on.
either. The fuck,
Yes, we can move
Closer to
on.
being one than you
Yes,
is. The fuck?
bitch. This is
we
an
can
app.
move
Shut
on.
up,
You shut up.
Okay, let's move on. If we
Your
want to move
wig look
on,
like
let's do it.
hers.
boy.
Both
Your
of
mama
that.
Let's
wig look
do it.
like Shirley Caesar. Now what?
When people get
That's
in,
what we're
Green,
moving on
people
to.
get in a
beans,
debate and then they
tomatoes,
get
Shirley
mad because
Caesar
yams.
is
This
kind
is
of
what we're
because
funny
Now
moving
the
on
let's
though.
to.
move
fact
Come
on with
on,
the
is,
guys.
conversation.
A
And
mm,
you
Shirley
want to go
Caesar
for
is
talking
kind of
about
funny
looks.
though.
Now when I get to pulling y'all mamas up, then I'm
okay,
going too far.
all
And
right,
your teeth
okay.
Now
look
let's
bad
get to the
too.
conversation and leave me the fuck alone,
A,
okay?
a
You
Shirley
shut
Let's
up.
Caesar
Thank
go
is
ahead
kind
and
of
you.
funny
Yeah,
move
The
though.
I
education
on.
don't
of
wanna
Americans.
disrespect T
All right,
room. I
bro.
don't
Okay.
wanna
All right.
fire you
Okay.
up.
All right, bro.
Okay,
Okay.
let's move on. Come
I'm waiting for
on.
you
Hey
to.
man, but
Okay,
Oh
Shirley
my
Rico
Caesar is funny
God!
Suave
though,
with
Can
that
we
bro.
tight
talk
ass
about
shirt
the
on.
Man, can we get
education?
one
Can we
mic?
talk
Can
about
we get one
America's
mic?
And
One,
education
Yeah.
one
Can we
system
now
talk
now?
about
let's
why you
go.
black men are failing? Can we
Yeah,
talk about
no,
that?
Can
no,
we talk
no,
Why
about
y'all
why
no.
you
not
black
doing
I'm
women?
better
not
Can
than
we
going.
get
the
one
other
mic?
races
Yes,
I'm
of
not
men?
yes,
Can
voting
yes,
we
for
talk
yes.
that.
Hold
about
on.
that?
I'm
Let's
not
okay.
voting.
How are y'all
For
failing
Everybody
in the
mute up. I'm
same
gonna start
home
moving
as
it.
a
people
black
down.
women? How is
It's
that
on
so?
pretty.
Black
Okay,
women are
that's
failing
I'm trying.
too.
Oh
Not
Okay.
at the
my
same
Everybody.
God!
rate,
All right,
Boogie
it's good.
Butt,
I
and
got
I
you.
could
I
pull
got you.
that
I got you.
Yes,
statistics up.
Don't worry
yes, it
about it.
is,
Yeah, I
Boogie.
could
But we'll
pull
pull the
that up.
statistics
I
up.
could
Pull it
pull
up.
that up.
Pull it
Yeah,
up.
Okay. Let's let Pretty get it off, man. She had a point she was trying to make. So let's let Pretty get it off. She wanted to say something about black men or something like that. Pretty, go right ahead. You were saying so we can hear.
yeah. Why are you black men killing yourselves at 4 times at a higher rate than black women? If you guys were doing such a good job, okay? Now I can pull that statistics up. You guys want to
Pull it
come on
up.
here and get,
Hold on,
excuse me, stop
hold on. Let her
interrupting
go.
me. This is the reason
I'm
why
not
y'all
trying
are
to interrupt
failing
you. I'm
because the
trying to give you the
impulsive.
microphone because somebody else was trying to interrupt you.
Okay,
Can
well,
you
get your
relax?
mule. I was talking and he was talking
All
while
right,
I,
I was
stripper. All
talking.
right,
Get your
stripper.
mule.
All right,
I'm
Get
pussy
your,
moving you
seller.
down.
your mama was a stripper, okay?
No,
Matter
you're
of
the
fact, she was
stripper.
a slash stripper, okay?
Continue,
Now,
Pretty. Go
And
ahead.
your
this is
daddy
the reason
sucked
why I'm
dick,
failing.
bitch.
Instead of y'all mamas going to go get an education, she too busy shaking that ass, okay? Shake that ass and pay your tuition, bitch. Fucks we
You look
talking
like
about?
your teeth just
Yeah,
farted.
I
Shut
don't
up.
care. Your mama's teeth look
Okay,
like a fucking horse.
okay,
Now what
Pretty.
we talking about?
I got a question for Pretty, real quick. Just real quick about
You
this
smell
Postal
topic,
like
ass
y'all.
dog
niggas.
treats, bitch.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I
man.
can tell you
Damn,
niggas are
bro.
not, you guys are malnourished. I can tell.
Okay,
And
Pretty. I got
They
a
you're
put
question for
obese.
something in
you.
y'all water.
Who is that? Let me move him down. It's not Pretty. Who is that? So I can move him down real quick. Okay, I got a question for Pretty. To the topic you brought up. Let's have a conversation real quick. I'll try to be brief. Is it true or false that most black women sire children with black men. Is that true or is that false?
What's
Pretty.
your point to my What's your point to my statement?
No. Just answer the question.
I don't have to.
Well, no, you don't
How
have
about
to,
that?
but you want to have a.
That has
This is a
nothing to do with my statement,
This
sir.
is how conversations work.
Sir,
I
you
asked
gonna
you a
tell me
question.
how to talk? You're
No,
not
no,
my
I
command
agree.
sergeant
That's
major.
fine. But
You're not my drill
okay,
sergeant. I don't take commands
okay.
from you.
Then
And
you're not intelligent enough to have a
even
conversation. Then
you
it's
have to
okay.
take commands. Now what?
Okay, that's cute.
You have
Okay,
to
that's
take
fine.
commands
So
from your pimp.
that's okay. That's fine. So here's the point that I will raise to Pretty's point. Pretty's point is idiotic because she's idiotic. It's fine.
Sir, you're the only idiotic person because you're responding to me.
Excuse me. We're
The
having a
only one
conversation,
that's
man.
talking to me. So you're the
I've been
idiot.
Pretty,
responding to you
pretty,
Duh.
too. I
pretty,
need to
You're
pretty.
go
the
Okay,
look.
idiot.
the point I
You're
was
the
going to
one
make
that
is
wants to
this.
go back and forth
I'm going
with
to move you
me so you
down.
can dick rest.
All right. Okay, you can come up when I'm done because you can't control yourself. Okay. So here's a point that I'll raise to Pretty's point. The whole black men are shit and blah 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 blah. The fact of the matter is that most black women have children with black men. That's a fact. Most black women that have multiple children have most of those children with black men. That's a fact. You're making these decisions. You're not a hermaphroditic worm. You're not mating with yourself. So if black men are such, such shit, that which is fine, then stop procreating with black men. It's a simple, solution to that. That's all I was going to say before you started kirking out because the crack pipe was too hot for you to hold it.
No, she
It-
mad because she
it-
couldn't get her mustache waxed
Well, wait,
today.
no, I'll bring it back. But there was one I was going to say too because I actually looked at. I was curious about it about black men dying by suicide at 4 times the rate of black women. It's actually true. But for white men, it's like almost 5 times the rate of white women. This is just a standard thing that's the standard disparity between men and women in the United States as it comes to as it relates to suicide. So
What's
it's
even
not.
what's even
It's
more
just
interesting
normal.
about that? What's even more interesting about that is that the suicide rate is about committing suicide. It's about committing suicide, not attempting suicide. Suicide attempts are usually much higher on the women's side than the men's
Hey,
side.
Rohan, if
It's just
I
that
can't be able
it's
to
just about the
talk because
I
these niggas want to
If I
run the
can't be
room,
I
able
even
to
though it's not
talk,
their room, Mr. Fantastic, please stop being a fan.
I brought
Get
you
your
back up.
ass out my way, okay?
I brought
Stop
you back up.
sucking dick on weekends, okay? Get out of my
you
way.
suck
Thank
dick
you.
every day.
Now, if you guys are not going to be fair in this conversation because you guys want to dick wrestle in this room and shun women and keep them
I
quiet,
brought you back
you
up.
can't stop me from talking on a fucking app that all you niggas downloaded that is owned by a fucking white man. So while we sitting over here
Will
talking
you
about
shut the
monkeys,
fuck up? You
all you
too
niggas are
loud
monkeys
Hey,
and
on
your
this
hold on, man.
stage
Come
mustache
licking
on.
is
a
Let's.
too
white man's
heavy.
ass.
All
Now,
right.
I'm done, Rohan. When you guys can have a better conversation and some
Um,
dick wrestling, then we can have this conversation. Other than that, I don't need nobody being biased and moving me down when they feel like it.
Your
Fuck
breath
wrong with
stink.
y'all niggas.
I brought you back up.
That
You
they
first,
still
man.
ran by T. The fuck?
Your breath smell like Boston
That,
Terrier
that,
fart.
Bitch,
that's
Shut
your
that
up.
mama's
GED talk.
breath smell like gonorrhea. Now what? The fuck?
That's
You
that
got
GED
herpes
talking,
simple
boy.
gonorrhea,
Yeah,
bitch.
man.
Yeah, why you niggas over here raised by single mothers? You talking about single mothers, but half you bitches is raised by single mothers. Now what?
And you don't
Now
have a
what?
mother. You were raised by a
Now what?
Rottweiler, you ugly
Now what? Do
fur.
you want to go talk to her about it? Do you want to tell her how much you hate the fact she became a single mother? Do you want to talk to your daddy about it?
Do you want to
Is that
talk
why
about
you
your
niggas come
bad
on
wigs
Clubhouse
too?
every day
That's why
crying
you
about why
mad?
women don't fucking respect you?
Is that why you
The fuck
mad?
you
Because I
niggas
was
don't
talking about
respect
her wig.
yourselves.
I was talking about her wig and you
The
mad.
fuck, boy, shut your ass up, nigga.
Dr. Doom,
Is
Dr.
that
Doom,
is
what are you
that who I
doing?
think it is? Is that Jordan? Is that dick sucking nigga that I think
No,
it
no, no,
is?
no,
I
no, no.
think it
That's
is.
that's Doom.
Oh, it sound like his fan. It sound like his boyfriend.
I had to give Doom
Okay.
a quick production break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, are we back? Are we
I think
back?
it seems kind of odd, right, to make these generalizations like some that we're hearing. I mean, and regardless of any race, right? Like even if we're to look at I guess if we're talking about the black community, right? Most black Americans don't live in poverty, right? Even most single mothers don't live in poverty. If we look at so like if we judge like the success of life based on access to resources and not necessarily being rich, but just not being poor, then like the vast majority of like black people are doing fine, right? So I think we can take these like I'm having trouble hearing you. I can't really hear what you're saying because I was like talking at the same time. But I don't know. Like all I'm saying is like I think like we can do this thing where we take like these statistics and then we generalize against like a larger population. But I would just need like more. I don't know. I guess I'm asking like for like more solid reasons to like make these general claims about large groups. You know.
I think if we go to
What
like an
claims
apple
are you
orchard,
making?
right? We go to apple orchard, right? And we say, well, most apples
Oh, not the spoiled apple.
grow on
Oh hell
trees,
no.
right? That would
Thank you, whoever did that.
That was me. I'm just trying to save the room.
Please, yeah, that shit was about to crazy. Uh, Alessandro, what generalization are you not liking? I'm not sure what you heard that you didn't like.
Sorry, I couldn't really hear what you said, man. My bad.
Oh, I was just asking because you're talking about generalizations being too much. What generalization did you take issue with?
I'm getting like from Pink Pill, you know, and the young lady that just spoke. I'm feeling like what they're trying to do is like generalize against black men based on like statistics. I mean, if even if we look at suicide, like I don't know, but I suspect like over 98% of black men don't commit suicide. So like, what are we doing? We're taking like this small percentage of you see what I'm saying? Like if we take this small group of people and then we try to make this like see suicide is like a serious problem that's running through the black community, killing everybody. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's almost like if you say the NBA is like over 85% black, I guess every black man's in the NBA. Like, come on. Like, I mean, you're taking statistics and then you're like generalizing. I feel like it's a little bit unjustified.
Hmm. I guess I get your point. Yeah, you shouldn't necessarily take a statistic and broadcast it upon an entire population it doesn't apply to. I would still say it's still important to discuss like disproportionate statistics, even if they don't apply to an entire group. You could probably talk about it without applying it to an entire group and still talk about its effects. Right? Would you agree with that?
I think that maybe I might be like just taking issue with like the rhetoric because at this point I'm going to be the mind reader who even says like their objective is to demonize black men as a whole, right? And then like when you drop that statistic and you situate it in the broader context of their rhetoric and underlying objective, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying I can see what the fuck you're doing. You know what I mean? Like I can see what you're doing. I think we all can, right? Which is why we take issue with it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, that whole topic of black men are trash is just unintellectually honest trope. It's based on bullshit. There's no statistics to support that in the way that it's proposed ever. There's no statistical data to support that. It's just like feelings and tears, essentially. And people who live on Section 8 that can't get a fucking job that are upset because their lives suck, and then you blame somebody.
Before we
But
kind of like get away,
go ahead.
before we get away, I'm just curious to see if there was anybody in the room that thinks that the post from Trump about that had a depiction of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes, as chimps and gorillas and shit. Is there anybody in the room that thinks that was just like, just cutesy or thing, or basically my question is there any person that does not think it was offensive and thinks it was just, maybe a media thing or whatever? Is there anybody in the room? You can either vote or maybe you could just raise your hand or something. Wait, we got some person coming up. I don't know if that's because Free Ranger.
Yeah, free range. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was offensive, but I wasn't offended. I mean, it was intended to be offensive. It was towards the leftist party. So yeah, I see people took the clip of the Obamas and isolated, but he was targeting pretty much the Democrats. So it was intended to be offensive, but I'm not offended.
Okay. Do you think it was
I mean,
racist? Free?
I don't know if
Are
you
you
ever said no.
racist? Oh, you said no. You don't think it was racist. Okay. All
No.
right.
so you see it as okay. Let me get this straight. I think I get where you're coming from. You think it was meant to be offensive towards a political side and not towards black people as a race. That's what you think, right?
Correct. Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. Huh.
I think my problem with that is going to be like, this didn't occur within a vacuum, right? There's like a whole historical context of dehumanizing black people by calling them monkeys in a chain of history in which that we should also consider when we see this. You know what I mean? And then, you know what, I shouldn't even really have to explain it, but I don't know. Like I feel like if it's, I'm trying to even find the words. Like if putting like the former black, like, okay, I'll give you this analogy, right? It's like, say I'm a black man, right? And I come into work and one of my coworkers is like, you're a Nigerian scammer. And then he shows a picture of my head photoshopped onto a monkey. We would say that he's racist for calling me a Nigerian scammer and then putting my head on a monkey, right? So if Trump says Obama is a Kenyan scammer and then puts his head on a monkey, I feel like that's obviously racist too, right? Would you disagree, Free? Or is there like any like flaw in my common sense? Or
No, no, I understand that, but I don't I don't believe that's the case because clearly he made fun of several people. So he was just isolated in that. I could see that, but
Can I
since it wasn't, then I don't see that.
can I just
No, that's
piggyback
interesting.
off what you just said, Free? Because that's not the post that he posted. We're very aware there was a video of all the people on the left, the puzzles on the left with animal faces, but that's not the post he posted. He posted the one with Barack Obama and Michelle Obama and their faces on monkeys and gorillas. Mind you, to the Lion King, and as I recall, that movie didn't have monkeys in it or gorillas in it. So I couldn't understand if it was the post that you're talking about with all the, the politicians on the left and there's certain animal and stuff like that. But that's not the post he posted. But I'm glad that you Republicans, are getting your talking points straight, and it took you all day. Took you guys all day.
There was a monkey in it,
Okay,
Yeah,
so
boy.
a
free,
baboon.
Jesus
free.
Christ. Can we just have a
Actually,
conversation about the M&M's Wednesday?
yeah.
We're
Yeah.
glad.
Let's talk about it. Actually, fuck it. I'm curious. Okay, so let's just say since you
Just so you
know.
know, I'm on a short battery, so I give you about 5 minutes because I've been working all day. But go ahead, bro.
All right, cool. This is going to be real quick. I get your point. I get that you think that because Trump has made fun of a lot of different people, it's likely not going to be racist in this situation. So,
Mm-hmm.
if, for example, Trump made fun of Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernard Sanders, by making an AI video of him rubbing his hands um, discreetly and throwing like a yarmulke on him and having like shekel coins all over around him, would you call that anti-Semitic, or would you say, nah, he's just being offensive to the left?
Possibly depending on the context, but that's a little too direct. Now, I understand what you're saying is to what Lucas said, which I agree. There's a lot of historical context about black people being monkeys, but that's in common in modern terms. We call people monkeys all the time, and black people have called themselves monkeys, not in necessarily in a negative context, like there's fighters who call themselves gorillas, black beasts, etc., which is like a term of endearment or pride or whatever. So, but I just take it in the context that he was just making fun of them, and it just happened to be in the compilation of the whole group being made fun of. And I think what is happening, which is always going to happen, is going to be isolated with them because. And and this is really the core of the issue is that no matter what happens, what comes out of his mouth, it's not like you're not going to interpret as racist. I mean, he cannot not be racist because, again, a lot of you have a issue with him, and I don't think you're going to ever be charitable to say it's not what you believe it to be. So if you put them on rats or cats or whatever, you probably would still find an issue with that.
Can I
Is
ask a
that fair to
question,
say?
Free?
I actually kind
Yeah,
of agree
sure. Go
with you
ahead.
that
Who did you vote for? Did you vote for Trump? And if so, how
Yes,
many times? Did you vote for him all
once,
3 times?
just
Which
once.
time?
Last time.
Last
Last
time.
time.
Okay.
Mm.
That adds a
I
little
was gonna
kind of.
say I actually kind of agree with you that he whatever he says probably going to be taken as racist, and probably because a lot of the times the things he says are racist in fact. and are directly racist, or in fact meant to be racist, or very clearly racist. So it's really hard to give
I
somebody any
disagree.
sort of benefit of doubt. I understand that, of course you would, but I mean, I think after having such a clear history of in a track record of saying so many racist things to so many different people, I think it's at some point it just becomes very difficult to give anyone some sort of benefit of the doubt. So I mean, I guess your position could be that, but that doesn't mean that you should necessarily give him the benefit of the doubt anyway. I think it's pretty obvious, and it's sort of irresponsible to not look at somebody who does something like that and go, that gives the clear perception that you're being racist and that you should fucking take that shit down. And I have a problem with that because I'm black.
Yeah. So allegedly he didn't do it. Somebody else did it, but I guess that really doesn't matter. And if it was, so first I personally would have done
You're
it.
right. It doesn't matter. He could have. He
Right.
reposted it,
Because
right? He reposted it, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
no
he
problem.
reposted.
Taking
Yeah, but
that
he
down.
reposted a lot of
That's what I'm
stuff.
talking about. But
No. Well,
he posted
no.
a lot
Hold
of
up.
stuff. Yeah.
Supposedly he didn't repost it. Somebody who had his handler, I guess, supposedly reposted. That's the narrative. But take it or leave it.
That's
It
it.
doesn't matter. Yeah, that's
I'm
yeah.
gonna leave it.
Supposedly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it, and the reason I'm gonna leave it
Okay.
is because my point is that the whole criticism would be that it's a racist post, or at least it's obviously going to be perceived as a racist post because of the obvious context that it has, and that you should take it down because it's your ultimate responsibility because it's your account.
Well, they did take it down after they posted it. It took it down. I think it was allegedly 12 hours. I don't know the exact time, but that's what's been
Okay,
proposed. So
would
it
you
was
agree with
taken
that
down.
though? So, well, I know
We're
that, but I'm
taking it
talking about
down.
your position. Yeah, that he should have taken it down.
I'm neutral on it. I'm neutral. I'm at a point where I don't give a shit. So I'm neutral. If he
Yeah,
left it, I wouldn't care. If he
Has he
did, I don't
done
give a shit.
anything, in your
gotcha.
opinion,
Okay,
that has been
that's it.
racist? I mean, I would be curious. We've all seen Donald Trump a
Mhm.
long period of time. Is there any things that you could highlight that would pass that bar of quote unquote racism in your eyes?
Nothing off the top of my head.
So nothing.
No,
So that
off the top of my
that
head.
gives you
Hold on, hold on,
context.
hold on. Quote me
Gives you
correctly.
context.
Don't do that. Say
That
nothing off
gives
the
you
top of my head right
context.
now.
Off the top
You
of your
said, can
head.
you?
Off
What's
the
the
top
question?
of
What
your
do you
head.
say?
Off the top of your head, there's nothing that you can recall in the time that Donald Trump has been a public figure
hmm
that rises to the level that in your eyes might be deemed racist. You
No,
can't
I mean,
come
there's a
up
lot
with
of
one.
it's a lot of accusations about him. But as far
You
as
can't
me
come up with one.
observing him, yeah. I mean, the answer is still
Okay.
yes. The answer is still
Okay.
yes. It doesn't change. Yeah, but being a public figure, I mean, I'm familiar with all the accusations from the supposedly not leasing to black people and Central Park Five
I'm
situation.
talking about
There's
you and your
yeah, no, I know. I'm saying no.
determination.
I'm just
Your
saying I'm familiar with
determination.
those things, and I still don't consider those things racist. So no.
Okay.
So no,
That's the
at the top of my head,
context.
yeah.
The context that
hmm
you can't come up with one thing. So
Yeah,
that
I
that
mean, yeah,
that
but
lets you know.
I
There's
can,
nothing
yeah,
anyone
I
can
could do the
say to
same
you.
thing with
There's
Bush
nothing.
too
He could
and
shoot
Clinton.
somebody. He could shoot somebody on
That's
Fifth
not true.
Avenue. He could do a lot of things, and you'd be like, you know,
Wow, you got all that from
question.
one answer. So
I
this is the
did.
problem,
I
guys.
did.
The logic
I did.
would be what I consider racist. Has he done it? That would be the question, but you don't care to do that. But it's all good.
What would you consider to be racist?
There you go. There you go. Step in the right direction.
I'm
So
interested.
something.
Certainly interested.
Yeah. I think you would have started there. But yeah, so something that is actually intentionally discouraging or prejudice or harmful to black people, and I said intentionally, not something like this that you can interpret that way. But I think intentional is the case. So
So,
I
all
agree. I
right.
don't think it was intentional. I think this was overreacting. I mean, I think that. I mean, we got an artist named Glorilla that sounds like gorilla, and
No, no,
so if
no,
they
no.
would put
Okay,
her
go ahead, go
face
ahead.
on a gorilla, would we have been offended? Like if Glorilla would have been on a gorilla, would we have been offended? No, we wouldn't have been offended. Like
Quick question,
so.
Galen. Are you a Trump? Are you some person that generally supports Trump? Just question for research.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, cool.
I mean, we gotta vote our own interest. I mean, we know that.
No, no,
You know,
bro, it's okay. You don't have to justify
here's
it. I'm just
here.
asking.
No. Yeah. So here's my response is that the president is not going to affect my life as much as like the mayor of my city, like where I stay, or the
Cool.
state that I live in. The governor. The governor will affect my life more than the president. So, but anyway, to answer your question, it's like it's not about supporting Trump. It's just about spotting the hypocrisy
of like being outraged about him putting a meme with Barack Obama or whatever. Like black people already ain't rocking with Obama because of the outcome. He promised us one thing, and then now we're left holding the bag. So I don't really think people are really offended. I just think it's overreaction, bro. Like this is really kind of silly.
Cool.
How do you
Cool. So
determine if something is intentional?
Yeah, so again, typically do something that's pretty much direct, right? Like I
What does
hate
that
X
mean?
or whatever. It don't have to be that direct. Yeah, something direct. Like if I like intentional, like I'm intentionally talking to you and I'm trying to explain to you without giving that homonym. So if I say you're stupid and you don't like Trump because you're doing X, Y, Z, that seems like I'm intentionally insulting you, intentionally demeaning you, and intentionally telling you that I don't think you have the right perspective. But if I say that I think blacks could do better with X, Y, Z, and we have a lot of problems in our community, I don't think that's intentionally malicious. I think that someone is giving concern to an issue. And I'm not saying he necessarily said these particular things. I'm just saying that you could put certain things together, and what you probably have done to your defense, you probably feel like you've done enough to conclude that he's racist based on the things he said, because you believe his intent is to be harmful to blacks, and vice versa. I don't believe that's the case. So I've heard the same thing you probably have heard, and don't come to the same conclusion. So I don't think that's his intent when he addressed black community and certain issues. I think he had plenty of opportunities to be malicious. And I think what people do is take certain issues or accusations about him and use it to justify the hatred and disdain towards him. Because he wasn't this big racist and you guys heard he's talking about forever, but he hasn't been this big racist until he started running for president. Most people didn't really see him as an issue. A lot of people gave him a lot of reverence because of
really?
his success and
All right, so
whatever.
you
Yeah.
really got to land, bro. You're giving us a freaking
Oh,
goddamn.
sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Like
I was just trying to
I
make my
just
point. I was still on point,
okay.
but go ahead.
All right, cool,
Yeah.
cool, cool. Just for quick. So I just admire the consistency because right now
Hmm.
I'm keeping a spreadsheet and we're at seven Trump supporters. It might be eight. I may have missed one, and 0% of them, like 0 of 7, called what he did racist. So exactly 0 people.
Right.
We got things around. Here's what people have said so far. There was a joke. People are overreacting. Black people are apes, actually. So it was being scientifically accurate that he's old. He's a bad communicator. He doesn't handle his own social media. It was posted by somebody else. Somebody just said that again. It was an editing issue. He says what it means, but then when he says something that you're not really sure what it means, like we have to kind of like figure that out. So we got quite a bit. But at least we got consistency from the Trump supporters. Like exactly 0 of them thinks that what he did was racist. And then we just got some person add to that and said that they can't think of a single thing in their memory that he's ever said or done that was racist. So I don't know if we're gonna get much out of this stone.
Yep.
Can I
Um,
say something to you real quickly,
so
Rohan, when you finish? I want to cut you
yeah,
off.
yeah. It's like 10 more seconds.
Sure.
Funny enough, the things that when I point to some of his racism is more obscure quotes that a lot of people don't know when he talks about things that are eugenicists. So when he talks about he make comments relating criminality to genetics. He said like yeah, like you have good genes, the racehorse theory. You have good genes. You know that a lot of it is about the genes. He said that in Minnesota to a bunch of white people. And then he was talking about murderers. He was like, "Yeah, I believe this. I believe it's in their genes." And then he said, I said a million times, I judge people by their genes. Then he went to Europe and he was talking about their genes, that you have good genes over here. Like that whole thing, that whole line of like eugenicist type thinking, that to me is some of the most interesting stuff when it comes to racism. But otherwise, I can't read people's brains and I don't even try. But I'll land here. At least the Republicans have been consistently saying that what he did was not racist and finding reasons for why it's not. So I'll stop there. It's on you. I think that was free. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
free.
I'll say the last thing, and I know other people are here, and I appreciate you guys having a respectful back and forth, at least with me. But I'll just say this: I think this probably sums up a great deal. I think our level of sensitivity to the issue is probably far different than y'all's, clearly, opposed to us, because I'm pretty sure we're ignoring it or trying to justify it or just basically kissing ass. But the truth of the matter, a lot of shit don't necessarily fit me in general, let alone this type of stuff. So I think our tolerance is just different. And this would be whether it was a or so-called sexist issues, xenophobic, etc. It's just that our level of tolerance on these issues are not as sensitive to you guys. And no offense, I think for some, not even you guys, I'm just saying in general, I think a lot of people have their own bias to where they're not necessarily sincere, because when you draw parallels across the board to other people in other situations, you don't get the same responses. So, that could be a factor too. But yeah, I think that's probably the crux of it is that our sensibilities are different.
I'd like to draw a parallel real
I
quick
disagree, but
to
go
free.
ahead.
I disagree too.
Yeah, because I want to know. I want to take it out of the political realm. I'm not sure what you do free for a living, but if you were in the workplace and you had an adversary who did the same thing, who sent around a memo with your face superimposed over an ape or a gorilla, and they shared it amongst themselves, and you found out about it, would you think that that was racist, or would it be something that you felt like you could take to human resources?
Good question. So yeah, so I'm pretty sure no matter whether it's racist or not, I definitely could take the human resources. But there's a lot of factors. So one, it'll depend on my relationship with that person. It depends on the consistency of the matter. So let's say, for example, it was only two monkeys in there, and there's only two black employees playing the monkeys. Obviously, I would be intentional. But at the end of the day, the first thing I would do, and this is just me, I'm very consistent with this. I'll confront them firstly and get an explanation and see what's going on. I'll confront them directly and get their take on it and see what's what, and then based on how a conversation goes, we'll go from there.
And I look at it like this. The joke is on evolutionists, like that believe that we evolved from apes and monkeys to begin with.
Nah, this is
Like that's why it's a
crazy.
fallacy. Nobody takes this like anybody who actually understands
Irrelevant to this
psychology.
conversation.
Like the whole thing is this. Hold on one second. The whole thing is this: is that this thing is like a distraction. It's not. Black people hate black people. They kill each other over colors. They're gonna need. Oh, you like red? I like blue. So we're talking like it's hypocrisy. The whole thing is that we're on this call right now and we can't come together on agreeing on nothing because we're divided by what? Something they gave us to divide ourselves by. So it's like it's hypocrisy. Like black people kill each other all the time over
Well,
colors
that's
and
another
race
one you
and
could
whatever.
put up there.
So,
Black
yeah,
people. That's another.
yeah, there's one more to add to the list. But that's really bad reasoning, Galen, and here's why. And then we can kind of move on. Here's why it's bad reasoning, right? The joke is on evolutionists. So because Darwin's, but I don't want to go too deep, right? But it's such a bad argument. Okay, think of this:
If you don't want to
human
go, if
beings.
you don't
Hold
want to
on,
go
hold on,
deep,
hold on,
then you
hold on,
can't
hold
say
on,
my
bro.
argument's
Hold on, hold
bad.
on, hold on, hold on. You like so human beings are partially made up of bacteria, right? I think maybe 8% of our genome is probably bacteria and viruses. Like I'm combined. Like Colt would correct me. It's like 8%. So because of that, because we know that we have a long line of bacteria and viruses in our background that have ingrained themselves into our genome, when in the 30s, the late 30s and early 40s in Germany, when they were calling Jewish people parasitic bacteria and disease, well, because of that, now that makes sense to say to people because, well, yeah, technically you are bacteria. You see how silly that is? It makes no sense. It's nonsensical.
I don't even know what you.
Be-
I don't
be-
even know what you're talking about. I said the joke is on
Here's what I'm talking about.
evolutionists.
Because at every turn, whenever there's something that is harmful to human beings, that is inflicted by other human beings, it usually starts with words. It starts with insults, and those insults are usually dehumanizing. So long before the Holocaust happened, those people were being called bacteria and viruses and disease and parasites. You can make a technical scientific argument that yeah, they are made up of bacteria and parasitic blah blah blah, but that would be a silly thing to do when we are actually adults, right? We're not living this semantic world. So
But we're
yes,
talking about
human beings.
evolution,
So
bro.
yes, exactly. So here's the point: it's an analogy. So I'm almost there. So evolutionarily, human beings are apes. We're part of the primate family, right? You can just Google this. We don't have to argue evolution in this particular room. That doesn't mean that a caricature labeling human beings as monkeys and apes and playing the monkey songs in the background and the dancing and shit. We know what that comes from. That is rooted in racism. Two things
Nobody
can
agrees
exist.
that we're apes, bro.
Two
Nobody in this room
well
agrees that we're
well
apes.
no nobody with a
Nobody in
functioning.
this
Nobody.
room. That's the
I
whole
hold on,
point.
bro. Hold on, bro. You keep interrupting me all the time. Nobody with a functioning brain questions evolution, but we don't have to get into it. It's not an evolution room. If you want to come back, we can do that. Nobody with a functioning brain questions evolution. Is how everything. Let's skip that part. But the argument is because something is like scientific, that you can say that this thing is a scientific thing, blah 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 blah. Therefore, the entire history of racism that is tied to this particular action is now gone. It's a silly argument. It makes no sense. That's my point. You made me last longer because you kept interrupting.
Yeah, can we actually get back? I'd like to respond to what was just being said earlier with free actually specifically because it's interesting, like the idea that the difference here is just our tolerance due to our sensitivity. I find that to be an interesting framing because it seems like it's an easier way to excuse people's lack of actual standards, moral standards, right? Rather than having an actual standard of morality, we could just say whoever has that standard of morality is willing to speak up about something being a problem, something being wrong, willing to call it out, willing to criticize it as what it is, and speak truth to power into just being a sensitive action, just something that you're doing reactively, emotionally, even, right? Something that you're just kind of going off on. It's not about a lack of sensitivity, right? But it is an interesting, like, kind of workaround to just basically say, you know what? Since I don't have the same moral position as you do, since I don't have the same moral standard as you do on what racism is and whether racism should be combated in this fashion or that fashion, that I can just say you're just being sensitive. It's kind of like a funny new argument that I think in the modern day is being used to say, oh well, you guys are just being emotional. In reality, it's when someone gets offended, right? Sometimes it's due to emotional, outbursts or whatever. But sometimes being offended is actually the right thing to be because someone means offense to you, and that's got to do with self-respect and moral grounds. That's what it really got to do with, right? If somebody means to offend me, right, and they go out there and say some shit about me, if I just go, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, there's some level of a moral failing a little bit, and there's some level of a lack of self respect. If you respect yourself, you're willing to stand for yourself. That's what it really is, right? And as Black folks, we should be willing to stand for ourselves as a group at the very least. When somebody goes out there and does something like this, regardless of your political position, regardless of your background, it doesn't really matter to me. When Biden was going out there and saying some crazy shit like poor people or white people, what was it? Poor people are just or black people are just smart as poor people or some shit like that. Some crazy ass shit that he was comparing. Yeah, he said poor people are smart as white people, right? That statement, that was an obviously racist statement, even though that's not what he actually said, right? He didn't actually say directly, like he wasn't saying black people are dumb, but you can surmise that from what he was saying pretty clearly. And I took offense to that, and I thought that was racist, and I criticized him for that. It's got nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with morality and an ethical standard that you got to have for yourself and who you care about. That's where I stand.
That's well said, bro. It's better than probably I was gonna put it, but I totally agree. It's just the fact that I don't even know why I don't say we, but people are giving the benefit of doubt to someone who doesn't even care about the benefit of your doubt. He doesn't want the benefit of the doubt. So just let it be what it is. If you slap me in the face, I was slapped in the face. I don't need people to come and say, well, it wasn't really a slap, or, you might have got hit, but it wasn't really what was intended. So don't make it a big deal. No, I was slapped in the face. So I'll just deal with it accordingly. And, this was racist. Of course it was. I'm not going to, I don't expect a Trump supporter to agree with me. I'm not looking for that validation. I know what it is. And I'm going to deal with it accordingly. And I don't need to, frame it in a certain way or, well, if you look at it, it's just, I don't need to look at anything. I've been who I am long enough on this earth to know what racism is. I know when I see it. I know when I experience it. It is. And I'm not going to try to sway somebody. They've seen the same things I've seen. But like he said, it really just does come down. It's not about sensitivity. It's just the fact of this is my standard. You can deem it sensitive if you want. I just deem it being honest and true to myself. And if I can't be that, then I probably do deserve whatever you want to throw at me because I'm not going to stand up for myself. And that's basically bottom line.
And that's one thing when it's the Karen from down the street, but it's another thing when it's the fucking president of the United States,
Exactly.
someone who has power. All the power, as a matter of fact, in these days.
And
What's also
Like I
important
said
too.
earlier,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
a lot of people just focus on like this is not just like
Lotus,
casual racism.
Lotus, your mic is messed up.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't know
sorry. Can
if
you
it's your
guys hear me
headphone.
now better?
I think it's better. I think it's better.
Just saying that I keep saying like I've heard comments like Free says like, okay, you guys are too sensitive or whatever. We're talking about
Lotus,
players.
no, it's not working. If you got headphones in, it's not working. If you're in your car, it's not working properly.
Okay, is this better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Much better.
No, I was just saying like there was a lot of people who said something similar to what Free said. It's not this is not like casual racism. Like it's not like you hear this from like your neighbor or like someone in the grocery store. Like it's not this is coming from the United States president. Like the implication of that should be, you know, something that we should be worried about. You know what I mean? It's not looking at it from like that very narrow like angle of like, oh, this is just y'all are too sensitive or whatever. It's just so stupid to me. I think we should address this on this level of like, how could that be like this is very harmful the United States president. I'm just saying that this is something that I heard. I don't know, repeating myself, but yeah, I guess you guys got my point.
I just dropped a link in the chat.
Hey guys.
This whole idea of calling victims of racism is a popular microaggression, usually among white people.
No,
Usually
it's
white
just a
people.
mindset that
Wait, hold on. God damn, bro. It's usually among white people. So I'll drop a link to for you to read about this. So whenever you hear some person calling victims of anything, victims of sexism, misogyny, homophobia, racism, anything sensitive, it is a way to protect the aggressor and blame the victim. And is usually, not always, because we've learned here, is usually done by the aggressor. I know we've learned is also done with people that tend to want to protect the aggressor. But it's a well studied thing. So yeah, I want people to fall for it. This is a well studied thing that typically around racism, white people do. And now we find out black people that want to protect white people do it as well. There's a whole link in the chat for people that want to read about this line of reasoning. I think whoever that was trying to interrupt me, you can go.
Can I jump in real quick? Just like a minute, 30 seconds.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Go
All
ahead.
right, thanks. First, I'm gonna say hi to everybody. The thing is just right when me as a person, if a white man or a yellow man, anybody called you a monkey, there's some things I don't even have to worry about because I'm not gonna bother myself. We're gonna have to look scientifically characteristics, similarities of a human and a monkey. Okay, before I even go to the most important point of that. First of all, let's look at the human figure, the body. Check the lips, man. Check my lips as a black man or a black woman. I got the lips. A monkey don't. Your race have. Check the everything on the body. Now let's go to the most important point. A black race is the only race that have no Neanderthal DNA. The Neanderthal DNA is the only DNA that is found in animals, and if it's found on on any other human, that means you from that primate. Black men don't. We don't. White men uh, only came to exist in the 1400s, or only came to contact with the other race. Just recent 1400s.
Hmm.
Okay. So when somebody tell you something, turn history around to make you to make you feel offended, you're gonna have to think bigger. If Obama is a monkey, how come a monkey is able to be your leader? um, like make it make sense, you know. So sometimes let's have to as black people though, we're gonna have to play the same tactics everybody else is playing. Okay, because sometimes they flip the history, they rewrite history and make you feel and put you on the darker side of history. You know, so that's all. That's where I just wanted to come in and like let's play these people
Hey,
tactics.
hey, Rohan. Hey, Rohan.
Yo, what's up, Avi?
Did you have that in your bingo book? Because I never thought I'd hear somebody say that white people never came into contact with any other races until the 1400s. Did you? Is that a thing that you've heard
Uh,
before?
no, I never heard that before. There's a
It's
couple
brand
things
new.
Look,
here that was just
okay, look,
interesting.
Brand
I'm gonna
new.
tell you something, right? I'm African. They said in Africa a long time ago. Let me tell you this short story.
Okay,
They
man.
used to
Okay.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
when a black woman and a black man have an offspring that is an albino, people long time ago people used to think that it's a curse. So some people would even to an extent of getting rid of their kids. So then they were like, nah, this time somebody came up with an idea and said that we're gonna have to take these albinos, we're gonna have to stop killing them, take them to the other side of the mountain. That will be Mountain Caucasus, right? And this and
Oh
they
boy.
start taking them there. They start taking them there, right? And then few years down the line, evolution took place. They started
Few
having
years.
yeah, like it's
Few years.
let's 1,000 years later or hundreds, whatever years time period.
Damn.
And then when
A
people went back
thousand
to
years.
look,
That's quick, boy. That's quick.
right?
Yeah, I'm loving this shit, man. Them white people evolve real quick.
Yeah.
What
So
about the
so when people went
Asians?
there to check
What happened to them?
evolution order took place, they have blue eyes, green eyes, long hair, and all of that. And then they went
Mm,
to school on us because they were bitter, they were mad. So when they came
damn, let
back
him
to
cook.
How
contact,
did the Asians get here?
Hey, no. Let him cook. Let him cook. Hold on a
Okay.
second.
so
Go ahead. I want to hear the whole hood story. I want to hear the whole thing.
so
Go
so
ahead.
so at the time, Africa and Europe, it just the like the borderline is not that white, you know. So when people went back to check, they were like, "Hey, let's go check out this kids that we took to the other side of the mountain." And then they went, and already evolution took place. They're different now, and they have that bitterness because of what happened. So they were trading themselves. They were doing a lot. They came back to Africa now, and what they did to come to colonize, they went and it started like uh,
I know.
fighting people, burning down all the
All right, 30
schools
seconds,
like
Doctor.
Timbuktu,
30
right?
seconds, 30 seconds.
Timbuktu, Kush, and all of that. And they stole our artifacts. They stole all the books, and then they lied. They rewrote the history and lied that the books were burnt. But those books are still there. They have them. That's why. So I must stop there then.
What
Okay.
about the
Damn.
Native
Okay.
Is
I
it
guess
Americans?
the
cool to jump in real quick? I feel like,
is it.
but
I was just gonna. But before I was just gonna say them real quick. I promise, just one sentence. I gotta say, I think the lesson to be learned from that is just don't. I guess just don't kick out your
The
albino children.
albinos.
They're gonna come back and burn your house. Yeah, just don't kick out the
They're
albinos.
going to remember
That's the
for
lesson of the story.
generations. They're
They're
going to remember
gonna
thousands
come
of
back and
years
fuck
and
you.
come back.
Sorry, go
isn't
ahead, bro.
about like 50% less ridiculous than the Yakub story or something? You know what I mean? But anyway, I mean, I think like I also like you ever seen I take issue with like free framing as like being sensitive. I think it's about being accurate, right? Because he's saying if someone intends to be racist, okay, how would you ever ascertain whether or not they were intentional? Intentional does not necessarily entail an explicit confession, right? And so like here's where we have to, I feel like, just call a spade, right? So like Donald Trump is not like some teenager who doesn't understand racism. He was a grown man during the civil rights movement. He was alive during Jim Crow, right? So when he posts black people with their heads on monkeys' bodies, this man who grew up when Jim Crow was legal, he knows exactly what that means, right? He's not like some 15-year-old teenager who like parents raised him to not view race and doesn't even know you shouldn't put black people's heads on monkeys. Donald Trump is old enough to know for sure that if you put black people's heads on monkeys, right? that's fucking racist. There is no way that you're about to tell me this 80-year-old man never learned that lesson, right? And he remembers Martin Luther King being shot. He remembers Malcolm X being shot. He remembers when black people couldn't even like freely engage in trade within our own country, right? So it's like I think that we're making way too many excuses, maybe because of our own ignorance, right? So I think that's just asinine and crazy. And then like
Man,
we
this
can make
this this
inferences
actually offends
about like that's
evolutionists,
cool, man,
bro.
that's cool, right? So I think like we can
It
make
offends
inferences like
evolutionists.
that's cool, bro, that's cool. But I feel like what I'm saying though is like and the last thing I'll say, if we look at the board of peace that Donald Trump has created, right? He has invited E to join, and I think one other North African country, and he invited no other countries from the continent of Africa, right, to join the board of peace. Basically the entire continent of Africa is completely excluded. Their input is not needed. They were not invited to join. And this is what he's trying to use instead of the United Nations, basically, right? Africans not included. You see what I'm saying? Oh, but he also settled out of court for discrimination against black people. He also said that Barack Obama is from Kenya. Then he put Barack Obama's head on a monkey. That's why I asked you. I asked you the same question, Free, that lady asked you. If you went into work and someone said, "You're just a Nigerian scammer." He said Barack Obama's from Kenya and he's scamming you. Then he put his head on a monkey's body and he knows better. Like I don't get it, bro. I feel like a lot of people just have like motivated reasoning or like are intentionally
It was actually
blind or
it
just
was actually a
lying.
compliment, bro. He was complimenting
Cool.
Barack
Right. But
Obama
okay,
because he
some
was saying
people are just stupid, right? He's stupid.
no, he was.
But I think
It was a
some people are
compliment.
just
He was
lying.
saying that, hey, since we evolved from monkeys, you guys were the king of the monkeys.
Oh my goodness.
This is a distraction from what's going on with Iran. I'm a war veteran. Let me speak. I've been hearing you
Uh,
guys speak.
Here come the distractions. Go ahead.
No, I'm offended, but what are we doing?
That was your
I,
submission?
What we're doing
Okay.
is, I thought you said let me speak, bro, but what we're doing is talking about it. That's what we're doing.
can I
Did
say
you
something?
have something to say,
Sorry, I'm having
Lingo?
technical difficulties. My apologies. My mic.
Oh, okay, okay, I
Quick
got
thing,
you.
Luke, I'm
Did you
crashing, bro.
guys
I'm gonna
hear
catch you
me?
later. We're gonna chat on this
We can
later,
hear
bro.
you now, but you were muted. But go ahead. Now we can hear you, but you're back to being muted. So, oh, he left. I think he's gonna come back.
A quick toast for it. Rohan, you still here? Rohan, you still here? He may have. So is it just a consensus that evolution is not real? I was just trying to understand it because I kind of heard it twice. I was just trying to see what the vibe check was on that.
One guy. No, it was just one guy. That's
Real,
it.
bro,
Oh, it's
because
one dude. Okay.
it's hypocrisy, bro. Because
Mm,
if evolution's real, then that was a compliment that Obama, like Obama being a monkey and a president, that would make
Can
him like the Planet
can
of the
we
He's
Apes.
not
He was
just a
like the leader.
troll. He's
can we
just
not
He's a
go back
leader.
to this evolution thing?
he's
Because it's
trolling.
No, he's
just
a leader.
yeah.
He's a monkey.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's
I ain't
in.
gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie,
He's,
man. It's not surprising that somebody who does not believe in evolution would also take being called a monkey as a compliment. I'm not surprised about that shit.
That's how much.
Yeah, I was just
You,
go ahead, bro.
no, no, go ahead, go ahead.
No. I was gonna, like I just found it. I was sitting here listening to the whole thing, and I tried to get political. I tried to say out political shit, but I just found it interesting that because he said it twice, he was like, "It's a compliment." I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to argue that it's a compliment because if evolution is real, there must be a compliment. I'm just trying to understand. So what is the like Galen? What is the alternative? I'm just trying to hear that. So don't go crazy. Just kind of give us a 30-second alternative to evolution, just so we can kind of.
No, what do you mean the alternative to evolution? The whole concept, 30 seconds. The concept of evolution is that man was never created. It was always God created the monkey and the monkey evolved into what we are now. But the only fallacy I have a problem with is that why are monkeys not evolving into man now? Why don't monkeys and gorillas and apes still evolve into man? Either evolution is not real, it's a lie, or guess what? It might be that monkeys are different from man.
Yeah,
Maybe that
30 seconds.
I lost
monkeys
some
are
I
a
got
brain
you.
cells.
hold on.
I'm losing brain cells every
Monkeys are
moment.
actually a separate creation than man. We are
I got
not
you.
monkeys,
I can
and we
explain
did
that.
not evolve. We
Hold
did
on, hold
not
on.
evolve from
Everybody
monkeys.
just chill.
Hold
Hey,
on,
Gail, I got to.
I
But,
have
bro,
30
bro, bro,
seconds.
hold on, bro. You do
Hold
30
on,
seconds.
let me just finish
Respect
real
it.
quick.
Go
Let
ahead,
me just
finish,
finish
bro.
real quick.
Go ahead,
Let me just
finish, bro.
finish. So what I'm saying is that the bottom line is this. There's a distinction between monkeys, gorillas, apes, and us. We are not monkeys. So whoever believes that on this call, I'm sorry, bro, you're sadly mistaken. I land my
Okay,
plane.
okay. I got a couple of questions. I'm gonna make it quick. So a couple of questions. Question number one. Do you have a cousin?
No. Don't
like
ask me
in
questions.
real
You
life?
go ahead and make your
No,
point
no,
because I
no,
can't talk.
no.
I'm not going to be able to answer you, bro. I'm going to get cut
Oh,
off.
okay.
So don't
Oh,
ask
you
me any
crying?
questions.
Oh, he's crying. Okay, okay, it's okay, okay. I'll just make a statement here. What you said is stupid and makes no sense about why are monkeys not turning into humans now. That's stupid. That's stupid in the same way as saying if you have a cousin, why are you not your cousin? That makes no sense. They're two distinct individuals. Why would one individual magically morph into the other? That doesn't make any sense. That's fucking dumb. That's the first point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to make, and it is a question. You need to be able to answer this in order for this to make some sense. I'm trying to make sense of this shit real quick. Why is it that chromosome 2 in humans is literally two chimpanzee chromosomes fused together?
Because you are
If,
Tanzania.
okay, let me move him down. He's a spam. Sorry about that. Can you answer that for me, Galen?
Can I answer? Can I answer you?
No, let Galen answer. Ask Galen.
Let him answer because my answer is not going
No,
to
Galen, I'm talking to you real quick. I asked you a question, man. You want to have a
answer,
conversation.
bro, because
Stop
I'm
bitching.
not
Let's
going to
have a
be cut off
conversation.
while I'm answering you. That doesn't make any
My G,
sense.
you really
Let
got a
him
minute and
answer.
30 seconds, bro. Can you? I'm gonna give you one more opportunity. Are you gonna answer the question? Or are you gonna cry? You gonna have a conversation with us? Have
I
it. But
already,
let's cut all
bro.
the crying out.
All right. So if you want me to answer, you got to be quiet.
Brother, you're not gonna come out of my room respectfully. If I got a question, I'm gonna ask this shit. Would you
Right.
like to answer the
So
question or
if you
no? Or
do, you
not?
want me to answer the question?
Don't worry about it. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, go ahead,
All
dog.
right.
Answer the question. He's a little bitch about it. Go ahead and answer the question. Be a little bitch. Go ahead. Go
Can
ahead,
I
dog.
answer you?
Yes, sir.
So when you look the way God created everything on earth, everything is it's including the trees, the mountains, everything, the elements, every shit is just it's almost similar, right? The monkeys, yeah, the chip is closer to the humans, but remember creation first, and everything evolved later. So I can put it like that. But that's
The question. That's not the answer. That's not the question. The question I asked was if humans did not evolve from a common ancestor from monkeys, then why is the human chromosome two chimp chromosomes fused together? That's literally what it is. How do you explain it? Is my question. Without evolution, how do you explain that?
that's a tough question, brother. But yeah.
Not really.
Right, right. So I can answer this in like two different ways: scientifically or in a creation
I,
way.
I only care about I don't care about Christian shit. I care about the science. I need scientific. I need you to explain to me how chromosome 2 in humans is literally two chimp chromosomes fused together, and we are not related to chimpanzees genetically. I need you to explain that.
Let me hear your answer
What do you mean? Let you hear my answer. What do you mean?
because I know where you're going, and right, they say that
I'm
we
not
all
going. I'm not
evolve.
going anywhere.
Right,
Fusion
right. We
events
all
happen
evolve.
randomly,
Let's say
like that.
this.
Go ahead, bro.
Let's say we all
Go ahead.
evolve from monkeys, right? That what science says. And because a human's baby is called a monkey's baby is called is a toddler or whatever. So
What?
as the human.
My bad. I
So
just started hurting. Can you just answer
right.
the question I asked you
The,
respectfully?
the
Can you just
question the
tell me
question is
how?
we evolve. They say we evolve from monkeys, and the monkeys they kind of stop their evolution. So we
That's
keep
not what I
going.
asked you. I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Listen to the question. Humans have 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs, 46 total. Okay.
Right.
Chromosome 2, you got two versions, you got two copies of chromosome 2, right? It's literally two chromosomes in the chimpanzee genome stuck together at the ends. That's what it is. My question to you is we know how it happened because we're related to chimpanzees and our ancestor had a fusion event and that gave rise to us. That's how that happened. You understand it because we understand evolution. You don't think evolution is real. My question to you is how in the fuck can that happen, right? Statistically, if we are not related to chimpanzees. That's the question, specifically about chromosome 2. How can that happen?
Well, I don't want to agree with you. I know you're right. Yeah, we are technically we have the same ancestor with the monkeys.
So
Is
the
what I'm trying to
evolution is
say.
real. So you agree. So you agree. There you go. Good. You agree.
In
There you
science,
go.
yeah, scientifically yes,
Yeah,
scientifically
why
yes.
don't you want to agree then? Why did you say that? I don't want to agree with you. Why did you say that? Why do you not want to agree?
Because I don't want to agree with science because science is
Why?
written by man. Because
Why
if
is
we're
that?
the same, if we're the same with monkeys, then why are monkeys still not did not evolve to be fully humans? You know, because science
See, this
I
science
thought
is
he
is a
already answered that.
discovery.
hold on, hold on.
They
See,
locked
why do
them
people
up in
always do that?
cages.
That's always been a pet peeve of mine. Let's say you have a, I don't know, a corgi, a dog, right? And you own two corgis. Let's say that's the case. And one of the corgis goes to Japan and the other corgi goes to Nigeria. Okay? And let's say the corgi, both corgis have a whole bunch of fucking babies and their families grow up in Japan and Africa separately for thousands of years. And they begin to adapt to the environments in Japan and Africa. And one gives rise to a Japanese version of a corgi, and the other one gives rise to an African version of a corgi. Why would the Japanese corgi all of a sudden evolve into an African corgi?
It's so funny
Because
that
that's
say
what you're
that way.
saying with this book. Would you see that? You see what I'm saying? Does it make sense? You see what I mean? It's like, why
Right,
would
right.
that happen?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The thing though, that also, why would the white people call us monkeys when they also have the same
No, no, no.
chromosome just
Don't
like the
skip the
monkey?
point. No, no, don't. You got something they got. Let's not go crazy. What I'm asking you is that how do you just ask about if humans evolved from monkeys, why are monkeys still around? The same thing is literally if a Japanese corgi and if a Japanese corgi turns to a Japanese corgi, why are African corgis still around? It's the same. It's the same question. It makes no sense.
Right.
I don't know why people do that.
It's environmental changes, right? Because it's the same shit. So you believe that?
Right.
So you believe you're a monkey then?
You're a monkey, bro. Yeah, you're definitely a monkey for sure. More specifically, you are a new world ape. Yes, for sure.
Nah,
100%.
You're a
I
Homo
mean,
sapien. I don't understand like different like breeds of dogs, different breeds of cats.
We can barely hear you, bro. Your mic real low. Your hear is barely. Yeah, bro. Everybody in here is a monkey, bro. Not in the derogatory way, in the taxonomical way. But if I call you a monkey on the street colloquially, that's still insulting. It's the point that's being made. One ain't got nothing to do with the other, bro.
Why is everybody so offended by this photo of Obama that being a monkey?
Because that is a colloquial version of being a monkey. You're saying it with the intent of being derogatory. If I walk up to you on the street and say, "Hey, man, you're a fucking monkey," obviously that's derogatory. Now, if I came up to you on the street and say, "Hey, man, how you doing?" Taxonomically speaking, we as humans are all, apes. That's not insulting. That's just me making a taxonomical argument. And I said we are all apes. It's not like I'm saying you're a monkey and I'm not. We're all monkeys.
but Nick, I got a question for you. So if we share the same ancestor with the monkeys, can you also say that the monkeys were once human and they evolved and became monkeys?
That's
Jesus
dumb.
Christ. Dude,
Here's
are
the problem.
you trying to get us into the dumbest question possible? Go ahead,
Right, right,
Jerez.
right. It's dumb, but let's say at some point we were the same thing, right? So a lot down the road, somebody evolved into something else. So did the monkeys evolve to be monkeys out of humans, or the humans? Why you have to agree with the negative side? Because it seems like right now everybody else is thinking they're not
Ah, the
monkeys. It's only
chicken or the
black
egg
race.
argument.
It's
Mm,
Exactly.
it's the
Right.
real
implied.
insightful.
Right.
It's the
There you go.
implied
Go
thing
ahead,
that's
Jerry.
fucking everybody up. It's the implied. We know what the son of a bitch was saying. We know what he intended. We know what he meant. Um, it's different coming from someone else. It's different from coming from someone who actually looks like me than the leader of the world, than the man in the most powerful office ever. It's implied of what he was saying, not only about a former president, but a former president who was of color. This is how he sees you. I don't know how many times he has to make it plain for you. Him and his daddy and his granddaddy did not rent to your kind back in the 70s and 80s. He took out a big ass ad to call for the death of the Central Park individuals. I don't know how many times he has to tell you you ain't shit for you to get the message. It's the implied of it. And like they said, there were no monkeys in or no apes in the Lion King. It's the implied.
Well, Rafiki was there, which he's a baboon,
I
but still.
said ape.
Okay. Yeah. Got your point.
Like they weren't lead
I
roles,
just
but
want to
the
talk about
monkeys
this
were
real quick.
definitely there. Like when Simba was born and shit like that. The monkeys were there. It wasn't no gorillas though.
Yeah, man, bro, and I never understood the whole thing. That's why I asked the question. I never understood the whole like. I just don't understand it. I don't understand why. Like, what is the aversion to saying, "Hey, bro, like, listen, like, you evolved from a fucking monkey. It is what it is." I don't understand the aversion to it. I guess I just don't understand.
I think I understand the problem. I think it's a.
The thing is that though,
Sorry. Go ahead.
everybody, okay, we all evolve from the primate. So what it's saying is that there's a macro evolution and micro evolution.
And
The
it's
two
just
different.
evolution. There's just evolution. There's no such thing as macro evolution. That is a thing that people
But
made
they're
up
saying
so they can
they
ignore
saying
evolution. It's not true.
but they're saying with the micro, it's mean their brain is more bigger, smarter than our brain. So that's what they imply when they say that we're monkeys. So they say that at some point we
No, of
evolve
course,
and we
we
kind of
all
stop.
understand that. Yes, if somebody says black people are monkeys, they mean it as a derogatory thing. That is fine. We all agree with that. If somebody says that humans are monkeys, that is not derogatory. Humans are in fact monkeys. Like that. That's just a fact. I don't have no feelings about that
Offensive
shit. That's
though
just
We're
to a lot of
primates.
people in this
We're not
room.
monkeys. There's a difference. We are primates.
Okay.
oh come
Sure.
on,
Sure.
man.
That's
Sure.
offensive.
Come on,
Okay.
man.
It all ends up being the
You get the
same
point,
thing.
though. Monkey
Yeah,
primate. In this situation, you
we're,
understand what we're saying.
we're all old world
What
monkeys, whatever
you
you want to
know?
call them. But I just wanted to go real quick. So to kind of help Galen out, I think, and Nick, the reason why I think a lot of people are confused on the evolutionary thing is they think that the monkeys back then are the same as the monkeys now. So they're assuming it was like some weird Pokemon thing instead of understanding it's a tree branch. So there's an old world monkey that probably looked more like a lemur than anything, arguably. And then different families of it or its ancestors branched off. And generally, it requires isolated population. So let's say monkey group A went to this side and monkey group B went over there and they evolved differently. So Galen, to help you understand is that we all branched off and within our isolated population, we evolved differently. Are monkeys going to turn into humans? No, they're genetically too different. But could 20 billion years later down the line, because they look something similar to us, it's possible. We wouldn't call them humans, but it's possible. Does that make sense to you?
But the monkey that white man is talking about is the macro and micro. But also when you come to term to define what let's say what your brain is, the brain is defined as a muscle. So and when they say the black man has the strongest
Huh?
muscle, so that means we have the strongest brain. So we
Huh?
are more
What?
What?
Bro,
right.
just
Right.
stop,
Muscle?
Right.
bro. Bro, just
I'm
stop.
telling
Just
you, bro.
bro, just
Okay.
stop.
Muscle?
Just Google MIT courseware for evolution and just read it. It's free now. It's
Yeah.
literally a college course you can take. Take it
Yeah.
like
This is
3 months.
bad. This is bad. Like, what's not okay? So, ra- racist arguments of like calling black people monkeys and all this kind of stuff are already bad. These kinds of counter arguments talking about how the brain is a muscle, therefore we're stronger, and therefore we should just say that we have better brains and all that are even worse in my opinion because they just do even further damage. Right?
But
Like, let's not
why
have
would it be
bad
why
counter
would it be
arguments.
a damage?
It's
That means you are
it's
more human than a
damages.
monkey.
No, it's damaging because
No
number one,
such
it's false and
thing.
stupid, right? It's false and stupid. And number two,
Yeah.
if you are if you're arguing with somebody and you're trying to make this argument, you look dumb and stupid, which only reinforces the claims that somebody else is making about you and everybody else that look like you being dumb and stupid. So that's why it's harmful. So you gotta stop with the misinformation because that doesn't help. Actual
Yeah,
information helps. You don't combat stupidity with further stupidity.
yeah. Racial. There's no such thing as a racial group. Race is a social construct. Ancestry is real. Race is not real. That's not a real thing, right? So you're telling, oh, I'm black, so I'm better. There's no such thing as racial superiority, and there's no such thing as genetic superiority. Genetic superiority is environmentally specific. Like you take a Kenyan and put him in fucking Alps, he's gonna do just fine. You take that same Kenyan and put him in fucking Antarctica, he's not gonna do so hot. Like that's not a thing. Like black people are not better because they're black. White people are not better because they're white. There's no such thing as genetic superiority where that shit don't exist. That's not a thing. That's real.
Man, only in Clubhouse will we talk about a racist post of the Obamas being compared to monkeys and start having to explain evolution. This is some unique
Yo,
shit. I
I
love
was
being.
sitting here like, yo, this is actually pretty deep. Like, I never would have thought that it would have got this deep today, but damn, y'all done started explaining evolution to niggas? That's crazy.
All right. See, the thing too though is like, okay, look, when you look at Obama, if you
Uh-huh.
ask Obama his name from his name to his father to all of that, like when we were growing up as an African, like you gotta know all your family tree to creation, right? To the forget birth. Okay, ask a white man that if they know like their family tree. Like I will tell you my name, my father's name, my father's father, all the way to like boom. Okay, cool. It's ended with boom, right? The explosion, right? So if you ask any other race or their children to tell you their family tree, the names to all the way backwards, they will not tell you. I will tell you mine, like all the generation till the first man that was created. Okay,
No,
that's me.
thank
We were
you.
people before we became people. You know. Oh, you tell me.
That's nonsense.
So they're always anything parallel. So let's say the evolution theory. Can you also write your shit, your own theory? Let's say that you say, let's say instead of them saying we're close to monkeys, can you say that you're close to a giraffe and come with that with a theory like that and give evidence? Because it's just all about debates. Nobody knows how it started, but I know how my family
Is that a
as a black
rhetorical?
man.
Jesus
You can't go
Christ.
back that
Hold
far,
on.
bro.
Hold on. Is it a rhetorical question? You can most certainly genetically prove that humans are related to giraffes.
What?
Matter of fact, can
We
Yes.
are
most
mammals.
certainly
Yeah, giraffe is a
prove
mammal.
we
Yep.
can. No, no, no. I don't know. I'll go even deeper than that. All we have evidence to prove. I can prove it right now. All life on this planet is related to itself. I can prove it. You want me to prove it? I can do it.
Exactly.
It's easy.
Even to a banana.
Even to a fucking banana.
Right,
Even
right.
to a fucking alfalfa bean. You are related to a fucking alfalfa bean. Do you want to know how we know that?
How?
Because every single cell on this planet, every single cell on Earth, plants, mammals, whales, everything has to go through what? Mitosis.
Yep.
That's how cells divide through mitosis. And guess what? The machinery for mitosis is conserved across every living thing on Earth.
Mm.
So how does that work? There's
Mitosis.
there's hundreds of millions of species. How does that work? Where hundreds of millions of species just so happen to have the exact same process for replicating DNA and making new cells? Make it make sense.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
So
Yeah. We
wait,
we know it because of the way cell division works. Yep. Exactly.
so
It's
you
got a lot to
saying
do with it.
that the monkeys is related to the bananas?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Everything on
Man,
Earth, including
The
the
monkeys
mountain, the
and the bananas
trees,
are also distant cousins.
I
they
Oh
all
my
bro.
but how
god.
did giraffes
Yes.
get into the conversation?
And giraffes too, because it was just a comparison. The whole
No,
point was
Right.
just a
giraffes is
comparison.
its own species.
Yeah, it
Oh
doesn't
Lord.
matter. It
A
Were
doesn't
you
giraffe is a
matter.
not
mammal. A
It
giraffe
listening?
is a
doesn't.
I mean,
mammal.
I'm
they
being
are, but
It
they're
factual.
doesn't
mammals.
matter.
They're
You guys are not
mammals.
getting it.
They're
If
mammals.
you have to be purposefully obtuse and not
I'm
get that.
being
It doesn't matter
facetious,
if it's a
damn it.
mammal. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. You got me.
That's funny. He got me too. I was like, wait, what?
You
He
yeah
got me too. Yeah, that's funny.
yeah you got me. But yeah, that's just and just a quick comment, like Doctor Ringding. Um, listen, man, from one African to another, bro.
Right.
Let's be clear here. You cannot absolutely not You yourself do not know your lineage all the way back to fucking F. You
I
do
do,
not know
bro.
that.
I do.
You do not. Let's be
Can't.
I
It's
can
really
count.
impossible.
honest with each other. You
It's,
do
im-
not, bro.
it's
What
You do
part
impossible.
of
not
Africa
know
you from,
that.
brother? What part of Africa?
I,
Because I can't
I,
tell you
you know what's
where.
crazy? You know what's crazy? I
Go ahead.
actually know I know my patrilineal lineage all the way back about 20 generations because we keep track of that shit in East Africa. And even I can never claim that shit for my entire ancestry. I can only claim it from a single patrilineal lineage. That's it. You understand how ridiculous it would be to track everything, your entire ancestry? It's
You
not
say you're from
possible, bro.
East Africa,
Correct. It's not possible. It's not about where I'm from. It's just about what's possible. It's not
bro.
possible.
I'm from South Sudan, right? And my
Great.
people are still like I'll say when we were born as a child, the first thing when you start talking, they start teaching you your family lineage going down
Yep.
to
Yep.
boom.
Same here.
Okay, as boom. When they say boom, you relate that to science. It's the Big Bang theory, the boom, right?
Oh
Mm-hmm.
God.
I know much going back to that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So to
You
the
think you
first,
know your wait. You think you know your and
the
all the
thing
way
is this.
back.
The
Listen,
thing is
listen,
this.
listen to the question. Listen to the question. You think you know ancestry, and I need you to really clearly listen to this. You think you know your ancestry all the way back to before the earth even existed. Do you think that's true?
What do you mean? What are you talking about, bro?
That's what the Big Bang is, bro. The Big Bang happened a long time before the earth even existed. And so when you
I
say
said you can
boom
relate.
equals Big
I
Bang,
said you can
Poor
relate.
Avi, man.
you like
Anyway,
just think about just stop for a second. Just if it's confusing, you think about it for a second. You said the boom that you say since boom, right? That's the Big Bang. Bro, the Big Bang happened literally billions of years before the earth existed, right? The earth did not happen like right after the Big Bang. It happened way, way, way after. Okay? So you're saying you know your lineage all the way back to before the earth existed. Do you
Wild
think that
concept.
statement makes sense?
That's a wild concept, boy. That's a wild concept.
the
Please.
thing is, bro, the whole argument is that
Do you
we
think that
are
makes sense is what I asked you, bro? Like
right,
just
right.
just answer that. Do you think that makes sense?
That's why I said that it's related, relatively,
I
Okay,
think
well,
it
related.
makes
hold on.
sense.
Let's give him some grace. Let's give him some grace. Let's try to understand what he's saying. Are you saying that you know your? This is a yes or no question, just so we can understand.
Yes, I do.
Oh, no, I asked the question yet, brother. Damn, just give me a minute.
I said I know my lineage.
Hold on, brother.
He
I
didn't
didn't
finish
finish
the
the
question
question
yet,
yet. I
Ring
didn't finish the
Ding.
question yet, brother. I'm asking you, do you know your lineage from the first man on earth? Is that what you're saying?
Right. From the first man that my tribe or my clan is coming from. Yes.
Right, I understand it. That's fine. I'm asking
Right,
you. That's not
right,
what you said
right, right.
before.
I
I'm
do, I
asking
do.
you.
Yes, I
Hold on,
do.
stop. I'm asking you. So you're telling me you know your lineage from the first man on earth? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Mm.
good. What was the first man on earth's name?
I know you want to tell me Adam and
No, no,
Eve,
no,
but
no, no. Because you are aware that every human male on the earth is derived from one male,
right.
and every female on the earth is derived from one female. That's not biblical. That is called genetic Adam and genetic Eve. Every person on the planet got their mitochondrial DNA from one woman in Africa, and every
So
male got their Y chromosome from one man in Africa. Those people didn't mate, but their lineages made it. So what I'm asking you is, what was the first man on Earth's name? Since you know, because you just said you knew the whole
r-
lineage.
right, I'm gonna answer you this way, right? So in
Just no, no,
Africa,
just tell me his name. No, no, don't tell me, answer me no way. Just tell me the man's name. Just tell me his
I know
name.
you're talking. Yeah, Adam, right, the first man, but not
This is
every.
crazy.
But not all the Africans or black people, black men down there that think that they're from Adam and Eve. Every tribe has when you track it backwards as their own where they started. Okay, like let's say for my tribe, there's a tree right now. If you go to South Sudan, that tree is believed to where the first woman that gave birth, even the knee prints when she was pushing out the baby. Right, so when you track your lineage going backwards,
Okay,
it ends there.
hold on. Before we get to the, hold on. Before we get to the knee prints, I'm just trying to understand something. Before we get to the knee prints and the ground and shit, I'm just trying to understand. How long do you think? How many years do you think Homo sapiens have existed? Just for reference.
I think about 250,000 years, some shit like that.
Yeah, let's say that. Let 200,000-300,000. Let's just say that. Let's why not?
Right, right.
So you're telling me, I just want to make sure I'm tracking. You're telling me that not only do you have the lineage from the first human on Earth, who probably they didn't even have fucking language back then. They were probably just grunting and shit. They probably didn't have language back then. You know his name in the dead language that no longer exists, but you also have lineages of your family history for 300,000 years, bro.
Now, okay, see, okay, I know what you're saying, right? It doesn't
That's
make sense,
amazing. That's
but
impressive.
right, right. But the main argument is that if somebody called me a monkey and I can trace my lineage backwards and they cannot, because the main argument here is that they're calling us monkeys and they're leaving themselves out. So it's a
No, we
debate of
understand the
saying,
argument. No, we do. We get the argument. It's just that it's a bad argument
It's a
because
bad,
first of all,
terrible
it's
right,
not
it's a
argument.
even
bad argument, but
possible to
is
do
it
backwards.
favoring you or is not favoring you?
Oh,
Because
it's favoring me if it was correct. Yeah, it would be a good.
yeah,
It
then
could
don't
be
worry
a
about
good
being
argument if it
correct.
was actually a good argument, but it's a bad argument. And so therefore, if you use a misinformed bad argument, even if it's like even if it's to my favor or whatever, right? Even if it's against white nationalism and white supremacy, it ends up being bad because it's so easily debunkable that you just end up looking foolish and embarrassing. Right, that's what happens. So you got to not use bad arguments. This is from me to you, bro. Like honestly, because obviously we don't want to be fucking called this shit. We want to be like able to respond properly. We
Right.
got to be able to respond in a reasonable way because we absolutely have the upper hand in this situation. We shouldn't have to use really bad arguments.
We shouldn't even have to argue it in the first place because why I gotta believe that I'm a monkey and I have the same
Hey, agreed
similarities
with
with
you.
you.
I
Uh,
agree with you that I agree with you on that. Yeah,
right.
absolutely. But that's what it is. We are in this world. We have a world where we do have to deal with people who think the shit and think that it's okay to say the shit. So I'm saying if you're gonna have a counter argument, don't use that one. You got plenty of good ones.
Right.
Mm.
Okay, I agree with you, brother. So let's keep going.
I like that. That's Bill. That's Bill right there. That's beautiful Bill, Joe. Yeah, but you know what? They say they called us colored, but if you smack them, they turn black or purple. If they get sick, they turn green. When they about to die, they turn pale.
Man, you sit
So
up here and quote Paul Mooney
they
like
the real
that.
colored state. Who really colorful then? Who's the real colors?
Stop stealing Paul Mooney material, yo. That's Paul Mooney. Come on now. I'm a man of culture and
So
thought. Come on.
Nick, I gotta ask you a question though because you seem to like you sound like you are agreeing with the white man more.
Oh no, not
What which side are you on, man?
who
Well,
me?
no.
Nick.
He's making me. See, my brain works, so I understand that if somebody got a hot mic, if somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, black people are monkeys," I understand that's derogatory. That's common sense, right? Duh. That's derogatory. We understand that. If somebody says, "Hey, listen, humans, from a technical standpoint, right? Technically, we are apes. If you want to get technical, we are apes. That is what we are. Taxonomically speaking, that's not an insult. It's a taxonomical classification that has meaning. It's not an insult. It's no more insulting than saying a frog is a fucking amphibian. It's not. It's not an insult. That's not insulting. I don't understand like how that is insulting. I mean, do you not understand the difference between those? I'm not being a dick. I'm being asking. You don't understand the difference between those two things between a person coming up to you and saying black people are monkeys, or a scientist saying, "Hey, listen, taxonomically, we are classified as apes."
Right, I do understand that. But the thing, when white man's calling us monkeys, they talking about macro and micro
You got to
evolution.
stop saying that. That's not a thing. There's no. Let me explain
It
something to you.
is because that
Don't
look
stop it. There's not. There's not. And listen, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't like to throw credentials around because I know y'all get all weird about this. I try to keep it to myself. That I know for a fact that is not a thing.
But listen, we don't have Neanderthal in our blood though, right? We don't have
exactly.
Neanderthal
We don't.
in our
That's
DNA.
not
So
true.
God,
That's not
Neanderthals are
true.
monkeys.
That's not true either.
that's
Neanderthals are
not true at
monkeys.
all.
That's not true either.
No,
You know what I'm
no,
saying? You know what I'm
no.
Stop right
saying?
there.
Listen,
Stop right there.
listen.
This is
Stop
not
right there.
Yeah,
true.
no. Listen. Let's walk this down. This is getting silly. Neanderthals. It's pronounced Neanderthal, by the way, not Thal. Tall. Neanderthal. Neanderthals, Denisovans, Cro-Magnons were humans. They were early hominids. They were bipedal. There were about 50 different groups of hominids other than Homo sapien. So let's get that straight right now.
Okay.
See, this is the part where people need to listen because they don't know.
Yeah.
This is the part where you need to listen because you're wrong right now. Neanderthal is a group. It's not an insult to say somebody has Neanderthal DNA. That's not an insult. And for the record, African people do also have a smaller percentage of Neanderthal DNA. That is a fact. We can pull the papers on it. That's not a discussion.
I already dropped it in the chat.
Look, all right, Nick.
Thank you.
Look,
It's crazy.
Neanderthal, they existed 60,000 years ago, right? And sub-Saharan African, like where I'm from, we have they say 3 to almost 0 to 0% DNA of the Neanderthal, right?
To
Neanderthal were in
zero.
Asia and
Three
Europe.
to zero. Three.
To
Listen.
zero.
That's
You're
none,
not
bro.
listening.
That's none.
They
That's
they
zero. That's
they had
No,
none.
to had it.
The
listen.
fuck?
Stop. Everybody, just hold it. Just hold it. Just wait a minute. Listen to what you just said, man. Listen to what you just said.
We heard him.
No, there's no the highest group I think is 5%, and that's from
Point,
people.
point three,
That's like
point three to
Russia.
a zero. Point three to a zero.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're missing the point,
Oh my
and
god,
you're
man.
still looking at it like it's an insult. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can have 15% in the air. It doesn't matter. That's not insulting. It's just another, offshoot of humanity, dude.
No, no,
It's not insulting.
no.
I don't understand the insult here.
It was Neanderthals and humans on the earth on the planet at the same time too. They were two different species, bro.
Listen to me.
Hey man,
Listen.
hey
Okay.
man, no, we can stop there. If you a
No.
Neanderthal,
We
that's on
can't
you.
stop
That's
there.
you.
No,
We
no,
can, we
no, no.
can,
Listen, brother.
we can.
You crashing out. You're crying now. You want to have a conversation? You want to run? Which one you want to do? Let me know.
Man,
Because you're crying. You're crashing
my
out.
man said zero
So,
point
so
three to
Nick,
zero.
are you not offended with that? With that
You're not
saying that?
listening. Okay. What you're talking about is genetics. I have a PhD in what you're talking about right now. You're just saying words.
So you're a Darwinist. You believe in
What?
Darwinism. You believe in Darwinism.
I don't believe. What do you believe in it? Like it's a
It's a
religion. I don't
question.
have scientific beliefs.
It's a question.
No, sir. I answer it. No, I don't hold scientific beliefs. I'll tell you what I accept. I accept the theory of neo-Darwinian evolution. I do accept it. Yes.
If you accept it, you believe. It's synonymous, bro.
No, sir. No, sir.
You
Beliefs
been
are based on faith. I don't have faith in science. I have an acceptance of the scientific
That's
process,
faith.
which has predictive. That's not faith. Faith is some shit I can't prove. I have faith in God.
But you're expressing something that you can't prove right
So
now,
so
bro.
you so
I know
so
I
so you
can't
don't
prove
have
it.
faith
I
in
can't
God
prove
then.
it.
So you don't have
I
faith in
can't
God.
prove it.
So you don't
I
have
can't prove
faith.
it.
You don't have faith
Yes,
in
I
God.
have faith in God because I do not have evidence that God exists. That is literally a faith-based
You a
practice.
Darwinist. You
What the fuck are we doing?
Wait,
Woo!
don't you do cancer diagnosis that requires evolutionary biology every day? Isn't that what you? I mean, I don't want to blow your spot up, but
No. I'm doing it right now, bro. As we're talking, I have a laptop with 4 monitors open right now, diagnosing somebody with prostate cancer using evolution to do it. Yeah.
so weird.
Yep.
they have the Neanderthal DNA.
He's not listening. So why I'm gonna prove, brother. You know what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna prove to
I'm
you
cool.
that
I'm
you
cool. I'm
don't.
cool.
No, brother. See, if you want to have a conversation, we can have it. But if you're gonna just run every time somebody challenges you, that's bitch move. You're a grown ass man, respectfully. Now, if you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation.
Hey, you sit on the fence too much though, man. You say you believe, but you don't
No,
got faith.
I
You
don't have
understand it.
a belief. Listen,
You
you're not
profess it.
listening.
You're
I,
professing it, but you don't believe it. It's weird, bro.
you said to me that I don't have evidence, and now I'm telling you that I do, and I'm trying to present it, and you still crying.
Okay, my bad. Present it.
Oh, okay, good, great, wonderful. Let's talk about evolution. I need you to tell me what the theory of evolution states before we get started. I need you to do that right now without Googling. Tell me, we're talking about it for 15 minutes. What does the theory of evolution state?
That everything evolved from something prior to, and there's no exceptions to that rule. Everything came from
False.
something else.
That's false. That's not what the theory of evolution
Evolution
proposes.
is a gradual change. If you want the
That's
definition,
not. No, I'm going to ask you one more time. I didn't answer the
Yeah,
definition.
just tell us, just teach us, and wow us with your knowledge, bro.
It's not about why you with my. It's typically, I get paid to do what I do, but I do it because I feel like doing it. The
Okay.
theory, the now listen to me so you can have the conversation. You need to listen because you don't know. You're ignorant to this. You don't understand. You have classical Darwinian evolution, which is what you accused me of saying of being earlier, a Darwinist. Okay, clinical Darwinian evolution states that organisms speciate, right? They change as a result of natural selective pressure. So it's a theory. Theories explain mechanism. They explain how shit happens. Laws explain what happens. Okay? So that's classical Darwinian evolution. We call it classical because guess what? Charles Darwin didn't know what genes were. Genes had not been discovered yet. Okay? So now, when I said earlier, I said I accept neo-Darwinian evolution. Neo-Darwinian evolution also understands that genes exist, and it takes into account Gregor Mendel's laws of inheritance, which teach us that genes exist. So the neo-Darwinian theory is this:
Can I ask you a
that
question?
I'm going to land it. Organisms respond to natural selection by speciating to become more fit to survive. And the unit of how that is conferred is genes. That is what the theory of evolution states, sir. That is what it states at this time,
Can I
not
ask
what
you a
you said.
question? Can I ask you a question, please? Hey T.
I don't know what you're talking about. All right, bro. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, so the Lord Luke, that is what the solution states. That's what it says. Not it. So you're arguing about something you don't even know what it says. You
I
have an opinion about something you don't even know what it is.
I yeah.
Nasty woman.
Explain the acceleration of the current Homo sapien as opposed to every other species that predated it. Explain it. Explain it. Can you explain that? Are we the same as every other beast of the field, bro?
What do you mean the same? What do you mean?
Oh my
I don't
God,
understand yet.
you got degrees and shit, right?
Biologically, yes.
You
Biologically,
got
yes.
you got degrees
I'm
and shit,
asking.
right?
No, I'm trying to. Bro, I'm not mad. I'm trying to understand your question. When you say the same, do you mean like
I mean,
anatomical? Like, what do you mean?
I'll explain. So, like the shark hasn't evolved much in years, right? But they don't have
Well,
societies.
that's
They don't
not
have.
true. That's not true.
Huh?
But keep going. That's not true.
I'm
But
just
keep
saying
going.
the shark, the alligator, a few different the mosquito, a few species are perfect in their creation. They haven't had to evolve much to keep on you know what I'm saying, continuing on the planet Earth, right?
Okay.
And
Sure.
and,
Okay.
and they've been here way before the so-called Homo sapien has been, right?
Sure. Yep.
You use Darwinism to explain our acceleration as opposed to those other
I see.
infinitely longer existing species.
Sure.
Why is it
Sure.
acceleration?
Yeah, I don't know why it's an accelerator, but I understand what he's asking. He's asking for the delta. I can understand what he's asking now. Maybe he's explained it. Let's take turtles. Let's take a turtle. Sea turtles to be specific. Sea turtles been around for a long fucking time. And as you said, their body plan has not changed much. To answer your question, Their body plan has not changed much because the place that they live in the ocean has not changed much. They've been doing the same thing for millions of years. A lot of aquatic creatures have the exact same body plan because the ocean does not undergo the same amount of change as rapidly as the land does.
Okay, okay.
You have you have creatures that are around that existed when dinosaurs existed, when the fucking asteroid came and killed all life on the surface.
Yeah, mammoths. Well, they changed a little bit, right?
They're extinct.
They say human. They say they were a form of Homo sapiens back before around that time too.
What?
I mean, that's what I heard. You ever heard that?
Mammoths were Homo sapiens.
No, I'm saying there was form. There was forms of Homo sapiens around then too.
That's yeah. Oh, yes, that's true. Yes, we hunted into extinction. That's right.
Okay, okay. So all I'm saying is, what is so special about us
Nothing.
that we have the meat over the fowl
Nothing.
of the fish of the sea and the beasts of the land?
I'm answering you. Listen to me good. I'm answering you. There's nothing special about you.
Yeah, there is.
You no, there's not. Humans have only been
I
around
just
for.
said it.
I'm answering your question. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. Humans have only been around for 300,000 years. That ain't shit. It's a millisecond. It's nothing. You're nothing. I'm not trying to be mean. Like we're nothing. We are a blip. Okay. Pro-man has walked around for 3 million years. They walked around for 3 million years, and none of them left. We have only been around for 300,000 years, bro. I'm answering your question. There's nothing special about you in the way that you think. There's nothing. The answer is nothing.
We are special because we've
No, you're
exceeded and
not.
we have dominion over all of those other life forms that
You
predate.
do. You do.
Yeah, we do. We
No,
You
super.
have
no,
We,
dominion.
Nick,
You have to.
you cannot say that we only
He's making
existed
a
for
Hold
three.
on,
real.
hold on, doc. No, hold on, doctor, and your boy. We have dominion over everything. Is that what you just said to me?
I mean, yeah, we single handedly put millions of species into
I just want to make
extinction,
sure. I just want to make sure I
with our
understand what you're saying.
selfishness.
I
Yeah.
just want to make sure you understand. You have dominion
Oh my
over
god.
bacteria. No, excuse me. You have dominion over bacteria that eat your fucking face off.
I'm not talking about bacteria.
They're living things. What
I
do you
gave
mean?
examples. I gave examples, bro. Now, the bacteria. That's that's a different story. Even with that argument, we had the Black Plague. Bacteria is the most deadly, the most. You know what I'm saying? They that's the probably the what's it called the apex for real, right? But despite all of that, we evolved to the state where we are now in the blip, like you said, right?
So I don't. So are you saying what made us evolve so fast? Is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
that's the question. If we're from just if we just evolved like every other organism evolved, what's so different about us?
Nothing. I already
Okay.
answered you. Nothing. You
All right.
think it's fast because you're a human.
Say less then. That's
No,
it.
no,
No talk.
before the
He's
three
trying.
hundred thousand years, we were in different forms. So I think Nick, you saying that we only existed for 300,000 years as Homo sapien or as humans, but before that we had a different form. We probably a fish in the ocean or probably something else. Like you can just
What?
pop up. Yeah, you
Wait,
can.
wait,
You
wait,
was a
wait.
fish.
You say? Wait a second.
I'm real
Let's
confused
slow
now.
down.
Go ahead. I'm
I,
confused too, bro. This shit crazy.
hold on, bro. So you're telling me? I want to make sure I'm tracking this. You're telling me we used to have different forms before being human, to include fish, and yet you got a problem with evolution,
Right, right. No,
bro?
I'm answering
What?
him because he said that we only existed for 300,000 years as
That's
humans, as
true.
Homo sapien.
Correct.
But
Correct.
That's
we
true.
can't just pop out of nowhere like that. We have to
Yes, you
had a
can.
I
different
agree.
forms,
Well,
right?
how come no other organism ever done it in the history of
Wait a second,
Let,
wait
planet
a second.
Earth?
Before we move on to your next argument, hold on. We got to take this shit like one step at a time. Because hold on a
Right.
second. Yeah. So what you just said was we used to have a different form. How do you
Yep.
even like? I don't even know what method you would be able to use to determine
Okay.
that
Let me
humans.
say this.
Hold on, hang on a second. Understand what I'm asking. Um, how do you even determine if humans were still humans while not being humans?
God damn, good question.
No, I'm not. Okay, let's say maybe I didn't say it right. I'm saying
For
for the
sure.
300,000 years that we became humans, that we know ourselves. But before we became human, if evolution is really true, then that means before we became human, we were something else in different forms. So, because there is a documentary where
Oh
from a
God.
cell
Uh-oh.
evolving till we became humans.
So
Yep.
You was a
John,
monkey then. You was a
Seven.
monkey then.
Right, but
hold
before you
on.
became a monkey, you were something
Stop. I know
else.
you can hear me. So let's get it clean. You don't believe in evolution, but then you go on to describe the manner by which species and evolve.
God damn.
Nah, you did. So I didn't say I don't
You're
believe in
crazy.
evolution. Look, you gotta put it this way. If you were somebody that did theology, you're not gonna believe in evolution. But if we're talking about science now, evolution, and you telling me that we only existed as human for 300,000 years, but
I'm gonna say what I
evolution.
said again.
Let me
I'm
finish.
gonna say what I said again.
Right, evolution.
Don't do it. He combative. Don't do it. He combative. Don't do that, bro. He just being
Yeah,
combative.
but we're having a kind of discussion, bro. I don't know why you're so fucking sensitive. What I said was that Homo sapiens sapiens only existed for 300,000 years. That is a fact. We have only existed as a solitary species for 300,000 years thereabouts. That is true. There were Cro-Magnons walking around for 3 million years. Hominids have existed for about 6 million years. The first hominid diverged from its chimpanzee nexus ancestor like 6 million years ago. So humans have existed for millions of years. Yes, Homo sapiens have only existed for 300,000 years. That is true. If you want to get fucking technical, Homo sapiens sapiens has not really existed for 200,000 years. You want to get technical about it.
Mm. But okay, see, I agree with that point right there, right? So with that science and that understanding right there, there's nothing special about Homo sapiens.
No, they're not. You are the most current. I'm going to tell you why. You are the most current iteration in a sea of iterations. You saying that you're somewhat unique is like me saying that there's 40 cars in the garage and the yellow one is unique because it's the newest car.
And
You,
that's what you're saying. I'm not saying that. That's what you're
you,
saying.
But
you,
my
you,
question is
you, you
though,
met a niche hole. You met a niche. The niche fits for now, so you survive. The minute the niche changes and you can't adapt to it, I promise you, you will suffer the same fate as 98% of all species on this planet. 98% of all species on this planet are extinct. They're gone. They are unfit and they died off. The natural process of life and biology is not living, it's fucking dying,
Oh no,
bro.
but we had a part in a large, a vast majority of extinct organisms as well, though, single handedly.
my question is this next.
That's true.
Your next.
That's true, but that doesn't prove the point. That's true.
So
That's
my
true. Go
question
ahead.
is this. My question is this.
Wait. Question, real quick. Um, since we're putting up numbers, who do you think had bigger numbers in taking out species, humans or viruses?
Uh, Probably neck and neck.
Neck and
What?
neck.
He's crazy.
Well,
All right,
He's
it's
my
crazy.
probably
question
neck
is
and
this.
neck. Goddamn.
Okay.
And,
Look,
the viruses, they don't have they haven't built societies. They don't have logic.
What what is your obsession with like
viruses.
civil?
You're just
Like,
moving the
no,
goalposts, though.
civilization. This is an important point though. Being civilized does not make you more fit if the environment does not allow it.
I just say make more
Like the
fit.
only reason, no. That's the only thing that matters.
No.
You let me hold on, let me explain to you what you are, just so we can
No.
level set. You're not gonna like it, but
You can't do what I am. You can
I am going to tell you what you
you
are.
can assume be presumptuous. Go
Okay, presumptuous is the word, sir. Not presumptuous. Presumptuous is not a word. Anyway, I'm going to tell you what you are. You are genes being carried around in a meat suit. That's what you are.
That's what you are.
The only reason you exist is because the meat suit is the best way for the genes to continue to propagate themselves. That is what you are. You are a meat mech suit for your genes in your cells in your body. That's what you are.
You could have been a
So
shark.
you're approaching it.
You could have been a
You
shark meat suit. You could have been
you're
a
approaching.
you could have
You're
been a skunk.
approaching the.
You could have been a
You're
skunk meat suit.
approaching it. Hold on. You're approaching it backwards. You have it twisted. You think that your physical body is the purpose. It's not.
That's not the purpose.
It's not the physical. It's not the physical at all. I agree with
Your
you.
or civilization or language. All of that shit is just a convenient way for the self-propagating molecules that we call DNA to continue to exist. That is the entire thesis for life. The meaning of life is for the self-replicating molecules known as acids and DNA to continue to self-replicate. That is it. That's all this shit is for.
So,
From a scientific standpoint, that's it.
but no other species has the ideal or has that.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just let me land. You know all you got all
Oh,
the
go ahead. I'm
answers,
sorry.
Sway.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Hey,
sorry. Go ahead. I
Sway,
apologize.
you
Go
got
ahead.
all the answers, Sway. But you can't explain nothing, right? So listen, listen. I don't have no facts or anything like that. But I'm just going by like
I don't have
logic.
no fact. It's crazy.
You don't either. You all you talk about is theories and shit too. All you got is
Right.
theories and shit too, bro.
That's it.
So
That's
what's so
it.
funny?
I say that
The
when I
fuck is
say
funny?
that when I say that.
Right. He tell me theories and motherfucking hypotheses and shit. Like what the fuck is funny, nigga?
I want to say one thing real quick to Cope specifically, because I always like to compare humans to chimpanzees, and there's a lot of coincidences. Cope, if you can tell me, if you can speak to some of these coincidences, or tell me what your thoughts are when you look at the human body compared to chimpanzees. We both have 32 teeth. We have the internal organs set up the same bone structure, almost every single bone in common. Both have 5 fingers with opposable thumbs. The same tailbone setup with no tail. The same major blood type systems. We get some of the same diseases, many of the same diseases. We have HIV, they have SIV. Both omnivores. Humans have 46 chromosomes. They have 48, with humans having a fusion on chromosome 2. It seems to be a lot of coincidences all the way down to the teeth and how many teeth we got and so on. What do you think about all those coincidences, Dr. Copeland, Nick?
I think that any person on the planet that looks at all the things that you named, and then when you go to it gets even worse. It gets even crazier to state that we are not genetically related to other apes like orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and bonobo apes is like completely asinine.
Nah, but we're
It's asinine.
genetically we're related to every species on the planet by a few.
I know because
Right.
evolution
Yeah,
is real. That's right.
I'm just saying. Listen, man, that even the point you making is like pointless, bro. Like I
No,
understand
it's
this
no.
planet Earth, everything was like a mixing pot, right? Everything blended together and evolved how it evolved, right? I understand that science. I understand that, bro. Right? But when it comes to us, it's not the same, fam.
We
How's
are.
it not the same?
But Laura, just real quick, just last one, go. Laura,
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep it
we're
going.
not saying it's the same, but would you agree in one word that a alligator is genetically related to a crocodile? Yes or no? All right, matter of fact, forget the yes or no because you don't want to answer.
Yes, I would
I'm
answer
answer, but
yes.
you give me a chance to answer.
Okay, so yeah, I said in one word.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, would you agree that the alligator is more closely genetically related to the crocodile than it is to a horse?
I would say yes. I don't know for
Okay.
sure, but I would say yes.
Okay, cool. So you can do that process for everything. You can say the horse and the donkey and the zebra, the house cat and the lion and the tiger, and you can keep doing that, like one bird to
And
another
the
bird.
human to the monkeys.
And you can do that all the way through. And then for somehow magically you get to humans, all your logic falls apart and your brain stops
No,
working. I'm not saying you.
can he
Wait, hold on, hold on.
can he mate
Just let me
with
finish.
monkeys?
Just let me finish. I'm not saying you specifically. No, I'm not saying we can mate with monkeys. Like
What are you
like
saying then?
like like your house cat can't mate with a tiger, right?
Okay.
So it's a silly argument. Hold on, bro. Just stay on mute for a second. Just stay on mute. What I'm pointing out is your brain works when we're talking about all these other animals, and you yourself just conceded that an alligator is related to a crocodile, but an alligator is probably more closely related to a crocodile than to a horse or a dog or a cat. You said this. So you see that there is this transition in not only the fact that different animals are related, but there's a transition in how closely they are related in pairs. You get that. You get this. All of a sudden, magically, dogs and wolves, you understand this. All of a sudden, magically, when they get to human beings, even though we've had transplants from different animals, like all this stuff happens. But when it gets to human beings, all your reasoning stops working, and we are just some magical standalone animal that has no related relations to anybody. That makes sense to a rational person.
I didn't say that though. See, like now you put words in my mouth.
Okay,
All I was saying,
so who are human beings more closely related to then?
we're related to every organism on the planet
Who are we
Earth.
more
But
closely related
more with the
to?
I
monkeys.
disagree with that.
Who are
Okay,
we more
I'm sorry.
closely? Wait, hold on. Just one second. Who are we more closely related to? Like you agree that the crocodile is more closely related to the alligator, and the dog is most
The
closely.
primates.
Wait, hold on, bro. Just wait.
I said
I think
primates. You
you're.
wasting time. Primates.
The primates. Okay, good. So what are we doing there? So what's
So what's the
close?
what's the stark difference between us and other primates then?
Wait, but you just agreed that human beings are more closely related to primates. That's a whole discussion. So
No.
There's
You
close.
not a
said
stark difference. There's not.
I'm just saying there is socially, evolutionary wise, progressive wise. There's a stark difference.
Okay, hold
Okay,
on. So
okay. All right,
hold
go
on.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm done.
Forget the socially. Socially is just something that we came up with. So evolutionarily, what is the difference between those other primates and humans? What's the evolutionary difference specifically?
I'm talking about the progression, technology,
Nope, that was your third point. Nope, you said three things.
technologically.
Nope, you can't blend them now. You said three things. We are different socially, we are different evolutionarily, and we're different in progression. So I'm talking about point number two,
Okay,
evolutionarily.
no.
So what is that?
We'll say progressively, right? Okay,
That was your third one. Yeah.
okay.
So
We'll start there. We'll start there.
Oh, we're
no,
So,
not gonna
start
start
with
there. No.
second.
We're not gonna start there. We're gonna start with what he asked you. He asked you a very specific question. Answer the question.
Yep.
what's the difference, right? What's the difference, right?
Evolutionarily.
Evolutionarily,
Okay,
Which is what you said.
evolutionarily, we went from the wheel to the plane.
That's not
that's not
evolution.
evolution.
It is.
No, it
It's
isn't.
not.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can
man.
look at it that
You're
way.
right.
But Nick, I
You're
got a
right.
question for you.
You're right. You're right. Then you're right.
Okay, Nick, do you believe that the crocodiles are the part of the what do you call them, the motherfuckers that went extinct? The dinosaurs
Dinosaurs.
that survived that survived the blast. Do you
That was funny.
I don't believe that. Do I accept that? Yes, I do. Because I already told you I don't have scientific beliefs. Do I accept
do you
that?
accept?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I accept it.
Acceptance and
Yes.
belief is two different things,
Yeah,
though.
Okay, was it you, Doctor Ringding, that earlier said something about how like Neanderthals, like white people got in Neanderthal DNA and black people don't got it? Was that and then said Neanderthals monkeys? Was it you
No,
or
no,
was it the
I
other guy?
didn't say the monkeys, but that's the only DNA that is found in the animals.
What?
In
So
the
What?
animals. Wait,
yeah,
in the
The
animals.
DNA,
The
Neanderthal have the
animals
same DNA with the that DNA is found in the chip
and the
is found in
primates.
the other.
No, that's bullshit. That's
That's not
bullshit. That's
true.
bullshit. That's bullshit. That's
Okay,
false. That's not true. Bullshit.
we just bright primates. Then we just lucky, bright
Wait,
primates.
Before we get into the luckiness, it's not about luckiness, right? It's about strategy, and it's about how genetic modification works, and it's about how you deal with your environment, how you adapt your environment. It's got nothing to do with just luck. Well, a little bit of luck, but it's not entirely luck.
That's what they saying
Um,
though. That's what they
but
saying though.
well, it's not entirely luck. It's got to do with strategies working out or not. That's just what it is. But with that said, hold on a second. When you okay, was it you who was saying it then? Hold on, I want to make sure I'm clear on this, bro. Was it you who was saying white people got Neanderthal DNA and this
No,
and that Neanderthal?
Yep, I would argue like that. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd say we have
I
because
didn't
we
say
have a
that.
0 to negative 0.3% of the
Uh huh.
DNA. So
Uh
we
huh.
don't have it. So if a white man
Okay.
called me a monkey, I'll be laughing because I don't have
Okay.
the Neanderthal DNA.
Okay. So explain this to me real quick. What is the like monkey aspect of a Neanderthal that does not apply to a human?
Now, see, we don't slander nobody and talk down on nobody like that. You know what I'm
I'm
saying? But
asking Doctor because he's the one who
oh,
said that shit.
okay,
What was your question again?
Since you're gonna laugh about that shit because they have Neanderthal DNA, I'm
Right.
asking you, what element of being a Neanderthal makes you more of a monkey than being a human?
Because the DNA of that is found in the Neanderthal is also found in the monkey. I don't
So it's
have it.
99% of all human DNA. What is your point?
Right. So what's the difference again?
My point is, if I don't have an animal DNA, then I'm not an animal. I'm not that monkey
Wait,
you're
you
trying to
didn't hear
call me.
what the response was. You didn't even hear what the response was if that's what you're saying, because the response was that human DNA is also damn near all found in other primates. So
Yep.
what's the difference again between Neanderthal DNA or having some Neanderthal DNA in you and having human DNA in you?
it's the ability to attach completely to your animalistic side, and
That don't
to
make
Uh-huh.
not.
any sense. That don't
Yeah,
make
I
any
mean,
sense. That's why I'm not asking
all
you. I'm
right,
asking Doctor again.
all right, cool, because you an animal then.
Yeah, we
So are
all are
you? We're all
actually.
animals.
We
We're
are.
all animals.
Yeah,
If
no,
you're not a plant, you're an
see,
animal, bro.
But
we're more
doctor,
divine
but
than
doctor,
animals,
I
man.
want you to be I want you to be thoughtful about why I'm asking that. Okay. So again, what would make having Neanderthal DNA make you more of an ape than a
The lack of
human DNA?
humanity.
Again, so this is the doctor.
No, look, mine would just be an argument to any motherfucker that called me a monkey, right? So if you say that I'm a monkey and you're not, and then I will sit down with you and say, okay, look, Neanderthal DNA is also found in the animals, similarly to a monkey, to the apes. So
Hmm.
now, if I don't have it and you have it, and now you're trying to twist and call me a monkey to make me feel offended, then uh,
You're just trying to get him back,
right,
basically.
right, right,
No, I
basically.
get that. I get
Yeah,
that.
that
I get
makes
that.
sense.
But can you at least accept that that's not a reasonable response, considering that?
Why would it
What
not
do you
be a
mean?
reasonable
But
Let's,
can you
let's,
try?
let's,
I'll
Can
try,
you
let's,
try to get
let's,
them
let's
back,
try it.
nigga?
Chop it up. Let's try it this way. Let's try it this way.
oh, okay.
Hello. You do understand that when we say you, not you as in you, but a person. I'm on the phone. Gotta cut it down. When we say a person has like zero point 0.5 or 2 or 3%, a Neanderthal DNA. Uh, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on, man. I'm on the phone. You gotta hurry up. Go ahead. Goodbye.
It's
Sorry
fucked
about
up.
that. My son's with his with his tablet. Like I was saying, when we say you got 2 or 3% Neanderthal DNA, we're telling you that you have DNA that's still found in humans, but the combination is unique to Neanderthals. But monkeys also have that,
No,
or,
they
or
didn't say
like
three.
apes have
Negative,
it.
-3. 0 to negative.
Bro, you're not
Negative
listening.
is below
You're
zero.
not listening. You're not listening.
The percentage
You're not
matter
listening.
though.
You
The
can't
percentage
have
matter.
negative
No,
DNA. What the
no.
fuck?
This
Not
is
true.
crazy. African people have, as a group, Neanderthal DNA.
But
So stop saying that 'cause that's not true.
what? Okay, so why do they have less than other?
Right.
Uh,
They say
They have less
not
because
all
they
the
have less.
Africans.
They have. I didn't say all. I didn't say all. I didn't say all. So you're not listening. Africans are the oldest group on the earth. 80% of human history was spent in Africa.
so they're
More
not.
specifically, southern. Stop. See, you're talking and you're not listening.
This is what they haven't learned in school, bro. This is the same reason they
Th-
haven't
th-
learned
th-
anything in school, bro.
It's crazy. It's like this ain't even controversial. 80% of human history was spent in Africa. When we left Africa, we would leave and come back, leave and come back, go a little further, come back, go a little further again, come back. Okay, we had interactions with Denisovans and Neanderthals and Cro-Magnons because they lived in fucking Europe. We went all the way to Europe. African people spent all the way to fucking Europe, bro. So they had less interaction than humans that settled in Europe, became what you call white people, and lived in Europe, which is why they have a higher percentage of Denisovan, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal DNA because they were in region longer than you were. It's not rocket science, bro.
I,
And that doesn't make them inferior. That doesn't make them inferior to you either. Is my point. I wouldn't care if you had 10% Neanderthal DNA. It's not informative as to intelligence or how human you are or none of that shit. It doesn't matter.
But only one group says they're superior though, right?
Look,
Only
No,
one.
I agree. That's stupid. I agree. And
Okay,
when
yeah.
white
So
people
yeah.
say,
So so
if
so
a
so
white person,
hold
nah,
on,
bro,
hold on.
bro, bro,
Let me land.
bro,
Let me land.
bro,
Let me land. Let me
bro,
land. Let
bro,
me land.
I didn't land. I didn't land. You cut me off. If white people say they're superior to you because they're white or they're European and they have certain genetic signatures, that's equally fucking stupid.
I'm just saying, you said we be here longer, but we never had that concept and propagated it to the masses, bro. Ever, right? That has never been it's never been important. That never it was even thought of, right? Right?
look.
Wait, what are you saying? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Can you repeat?
I'm
I'm
saying, you said we been here me before them, right? And all of that time, we never had the concept or the ideal to reiterate that we were superior to any other nationality or species that was close to us, right?
well, that's not true. That's false.
No,
That's not true.
Nick, the reason
Yeah,
I
it's
said
not
that,
true.
look, when I say the sub-Saharan Africans, they have 0 to 3, it's meant that only few of them has had the Neanderthal DNA. That's why they says
Sure,
You're
particular
but
talking about a
hold on.
sub-Saharan.
subset. You're
Yeah,
talking about a subset of the entirety of the African
right.
populace, which is a very diverse group. So to say that Africans at large do not have Neanderthal DNA, it's false.
Not just
Yeah.
African. Let's say black man in black race. It's only
Black
zero.
men as a group have Neanderthal DNA.
We have less
They
though.
just don't
That's
have
what
a
they say.
lot.
That's what they say. Zero
They just don't have a
to
lot. It's a
zero
small
to a
amount.
-3.
He's not
Only
listening.
Yeah,
few
He's
not
of
not
them.
listening.
-3. Not
He's
-3.
not
That doesn't
listening.
make sense.
He's not listening. He's not
That, first
listening.
of all, that
You
doesn't
don't
make sense.
understand.
But we got to get into like something even deeper to it. I don't care if you want to prove Neanderthal DNA or not. I don't care about that. Let's just say they got zero. I don't give a fuck about that. My question for you has to do with how you're even reasoning this as a problem, right? I got that in the beginning. You were just saying it as a fucking like get back insult. I got that, right? But we're talking about now whether that's even a reasonable thing, whether it makes any sense. So that's why I'm asking you, right? When it comes to Neanderthal, right? What it makes it more of a monkey or an ape or a primate than you? What do?
We don't call nobody monkeys though. We don't do that.
DR. I'm talking to doctor, bro.
Oh,
Chill out. Stop being
Okay,
so emotional and
let me
listen.
answer you. Yeah, let me answer you. Uh, uh, you said what's the difference, right?
Nope. 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 Not
Okay,
what the
what's your
difference
okay?
is.
Ask.
Okay. I asked you what makes a Neanderthal or Neanderthals in general, right? Whether they be DNA or otherwise, more of a monkey or a primate or an ape than a human.
Okay. I live in a hut. They live in caves. Is that
Okay.
more?
No.
Would that answer? That would make me
No.
more of a human.
No, it wouldn't. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would where you live make you more
Because
or less of a
I
human?
can make a shelter and they can't.
Why would it? Hold on a second. Wait. Why would not finding a shelter? Wait, hold on a second. Whether you could or couldn't make a shelter, why would that make you more or less of a human and not an ape?
make you smart.
Because my
Make you
brain is
smarter.
bigger. I can make a shelter. I can make tools.
Uh-huh.
I
I
can
can
save a nation of people and raise them up from
That
the animalistic state.
civilized.
Okay, hold on a second. I think you're misunderstanding the question. Those things might be social differences between a Neanderthal and a human, a Homo sapien, right? Those might be social differences between the two. But the question is, what makes a Neanderthal closer to an ape than a human?
right at the time. Early man we're talking about, not modern man. At
Mm-hmm.
the time,
Mm-hmm.
right? So at
Mm-hmm.
the time there were more monkeys than me because I can make a shelter. I can make a hut where when it's raining, I'm good. Whereby a monkey or a Neanderthal man will go to a cave. A caveman. They call them cavemen,
Right.
Well, they
right?
call humans cavemen as well, but to be fair,
Yeah, but they generalize
every
it. They generalize it. Look,
exactly.
Neanderthals were cavemen.
Hang on a second. Not just Neanderthals, but let's be clear here, right? So you think that because ape like Neanderthals might have stayed in caves, while some humans, not all, some humans built huts or houses or whatever, right?
and
You
and
think
tools
that
And
that's
make
what
tools,
makes
make
and
tools.
that
and
well, hold on a
weapons.
second. Hey, whoa. Tools and weapons, that's something monkeys do too. All primates do that shit.
Oh,
Primates in general
oh
do that shit.
yeah.
So hold on a second. I'm trying to make sure we structure what we're saying right now. You're saying because they stayed in different places, not genetically different, just because of what they did, right? Not the genetics,
No,
is why they're closer to primates than humans.
no. The ability to evolve and push past.
This
The
is why I'm not asking you, bro. You're
oh,
talking about social shit. This is why I'm
this is
asking
no.
doctor. I don't give a
This
shit
the
about the
side.
doctor,
This
the social shit. I don't care about the
what?
social shit.
I mean, he
Nope,
can
I do
answer if
not
he has a
care.
better answer than me, because we just at the
Nope,
end of the day we just need to be in the same page, get the answers right, right?
Yeah,
So if
yeah,
I don't have
his
the, if I
his
can't
only
answer it correctly, somebody
no
can
no no no.
answer.
His only answer is that they progress. Humans just progress faster.
you,
That's it.
you
That's all it is.
you keep cutting me off. You
That's
don't
the
let me
entire answer.
finish. You keep
That's
no.
his whole entire answer.
You keep cutting me off.
I'm
Okay.
telling
Before
right.
we on the
That's because,
topic,
bro,
we
bro, bro,
let the
bro.
topic.
Because you're gonna go for like 30 seconds to 5 minutes saying the shit that I just said in one sentence. That's why I'm trying to
But
ignore that.
How
all of
you how
y'all
you know
been
Ignore it.
on
that?
the same shit. It's not the topic of the
I'm trying
room.
to. No, we've actually been on several shit. But chill out for a second, Jerry.
No, ain't no shit out. You've
The
been
topic
talking
has
like forever.
the topic has changed. No, I haven't actually. I only just recently went back to
You
doctor.
have
Chill out for a
though. You
second, bro.
have though.
No, I haven't. Chill out. So, doctor, there's a reason I'm asking you and not him because he's just going to the social shit,
You keep cutting me off
right?
though. You keep
And I
cutting me
don't
off.
care about the social shit. We're talking about genetics, right? Because that's what we're talking about when it comes to species, humans, Neanderthal, different primates. We're talking about genetics. Is there a
Fire.
genetic reason why, doctor, that a Neanderthal will be closer to a primate than a human?
We didn't say that. Yo, we didn't say that though. Y'all
No,
said
What
you
is it? What's
did.
the genetic
Well,
reason?
let's just cut right to the book. Get to the point. Can you explain? Is a yes or no question? Yes, I can. Here it is. No, you can't. And that's it. Explain genetically what would make a human or a a human that carries Neanderthal DNA more ape-like, air quote, genetically than a human that has less Neanderthal DNA. Let's get to the nitty
Exactly.
gritty.
That's
Explain
it.
it. That's all I
That's
just
it.
explain. That's it. Just explain it. Explain the genetic reason why that's the case.
Me or whoever asked the question.
Either one of y'all.
Right. So I answered already. I said the ability to.
No, stop. Ability is a phenotype. I didn't ask you about the phenotype. I asked you about the genotype.
All right.
I didn't ask you about the
Let him
phenotype.
answer. Let him answer since he asked the question.
Okay, let's just. And if not, we'll just get off the shit. It doesn't make any sense. Lord Luke, can you explain a genetic reason why a human carrying more Neanderthal DNA than a human carrying less is more ape-like genetically? Don't start talking about physical shit. The genes. Explain it from the genetic standpoint.
Good luck.
There you go. Because you can't because it's dumb. There you go. You can't
That's
do it because it's
exactly right.
stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's exactly right. It's a dumb argument, and I wanted you to get to it by yourselves, but y'all couldn't because you wouldn't just fucking get there. I don't know why. There's a mental block. You just couldn't get there.
But
But
are
there's
you
a
going to ask?
reason why.
Are you
Hang
going
on a
to
second.
ask?
Don't just no. I gave you fucking 15 times to answer that damn question, bro. This shit is annoying. Like really, it is annoying to like circle around the same thing. And I'm over here trying to get you to get there and walk with me, but you don't want to walk. That's fine. I'm just gonna call
Now
you out
you
for doing this.
explain it, and I
Stop.
don't
Nope.
know it.
Nope. This is the last thing I'm gonna say about this shit. It's simple, bro. Like there's a reason why Neanderthals are called Homo neanderthalis and humans are called Homo sapien. We're fucking it, bro. This is
What's the
stupid.
What's the
This is
reason?
stupid.
Oh, good. No, no, no.
Because
Hold
we're
on.
genetically closer.
No, you made it. You made a good point. Watch this. See, this is where the ignorance comes. The
Fucking
ignorance
idiots.
comes in. Here we go. I need Doctor or the Luke, whatever his name is, Lord Luke, to explain to me what the word like Homo and sapien. What does each word mean?
All of the Megalodon as opposed to great white.
What,
What's the difference?
bro? No, no, don't ask me a question with a question,
Just
bro.
stupid.
Homo sapien. What does that mean? What is Homo? What is sapien? Explain.
Hey, listen, what's it called? Terminology, semantics of the words. I
It's
don't
not
know.
semantics. It's not semantics. It's about taxonomy.
It is though, because
No, it's not.
the
Homo
Neanderthals
is stop,
didn't have
stop,
the capabilities to make fire.
stop.
Huts. They didn't have it. They didn't have that, right? I might be
Homo.
wrong. Am I
They,
wrong?
they
Am I right?
did. Yes, you're wrong. Actually, here's the thing about it that's crazy. Cro-Magnons were smarter than humans were probably. Cro-Magnons had bigger brains,
But they're extinct though.
and yeah, because that's the point I'm trying to make to you is that being smart don't mean your ass on does not go extinct. Neanderthals buried their dead. They probably had some form of language. They had religion. They did build
And
shelters.
in the caves.
That's false. They lived in caves sometimes, but they also built shelters.
And
You had an entire
Okay,
nomadic group
okay.
of.
they
Scientifically,
didn't have
Excuse
fire.
me.
They didn't have
Please
fire till
stop
Moses
cutting me
came.
off. Please stop cutting me off. And they also had fire as well. So these are just tropes you're making up now. They had tools. They hunted. They did persistence hunting. They could do, make leather and shit. They were actually quite sophisticated.
So what happened to him?
but you asked me genetically, right? So Homo sapien, they had a language. We have a language, and the
That's not
network,
genetic.
and
That's not genetic. Do you not
We also
understand
don't have
what
a
genetics
language.
Communication
mean?
ain't genetic.
so
What?
are you trying to
Communication
make
isn't
me okay?
genetic.
Okay, the Neanderthal has bigger brain. Is that genetic or phenotype?
It is a, oh my God,
Because
it's a
I'm not going to
phenotype.
dissect a cell and explain to you the difference because the cell is the same. Everything the difference is
No,
in
it's not.
is in phenotype. How these
No, it's
guys
not true.
they can network. They have the
That's not
Neanderthal
true.
have like a
You think
broader
we're exactly the
nose.
same genetically
This is
in the
We're
crazy.
not
cells?
because what?
What?
This is
You think the
crazy.
only difference is the phenotype?
Right.
Ooh, that's
No,
false,
no, no.
man.
Wrong, wrong,
What the
wrong, bro.
fuck?
Neanderthal and Homo sapien.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not.
Yes.
See, this is just. This is like you need to take a biology class, bro. Like you do
Just
understand that.
land the point though.
No, it's not. No. Because every time y'all talk, y'all say some shit
But
that's
you guys been
wrong. It's
cutting
got
me
to be
off though. I was gonna
explained.
land my point.
And
You guys keep
I ain't
cutting.
talking about you,
Because
bro. I'm talking about you. I'm talking
I
about you.
I cut you off because you said something that was wrong.
You didn't correct him.
I'm about to correct them now, but now you're talking.
But
See,
I
you
could have
got to
finished. I could have finished before
see what I'm
before
saying.
you.
See what I'm saying, man. This is why y'all don't know nothing, man, because y'all don't want to listen to shit,
Yeah,
Wait,
but
Sway.
you gotta let others. You gotta let others finish
bro.
too.
Hey,
What
Sway.
is
You ain't got all the answers, Sway.
Right,
okay?
right,
Okay, Laura Luke. What is your highest level of education?
See, now
bro.
you trying to
Okay,
slander.
you don't want to
Let me
answer.
finish.
You
Let
don't
me
want to
finish my
answer.
Yeah,
point.
Doctor Ring Ding.
because
No, no, no,
you
no, no,
tapped dancing around the
no,
point.
no, 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 no. Doctor Ding. Doctor Ding. What is your highest level of education?
Oh, masters.
In what?
Do I have to tell you, man?
Theology, I
Yes,
bet.
sir.
I bet theology.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have
Let's see. What is it?
look. I have a doctorate in education. I speak 5 languages. I'm a linguistic.
That's good. They ain't got shit to do with genetics. But you don't know anything about genetics.
No, but my bachelor's was in general studies, so I did take some science classes.
What's yours, nigga?
Oh, I have a PhD in human genetics from Baylor College of Medicine, bro.
That's why you think you have all the
No,
answers.
that's good. So you mean to tell me, Neanderthals are the same as humans, as Homo sapiens?
Well, first of all, you pronounced it wrong. It's Neanderthal, but let's get to the point. Nobody
Well,
said they're the
you know what I mean.
same.
You know what I mean. Then maybe answer the question, fam.
Look,
No, no, I'm
if
answering.
you would have let me finish, you would have let
Uh,
me.
every time when y'all talk, I'm gonna just mute y'all. 'Cause I'm sick of this shit.
This is a
No,
sign of bitch assness.
Right.
Neanderthals. Neanderthals are not the same as Homo sapiens, which is why they're different species.
What's the difference?
But are they related? Highly,
Okay,
highly.
What
related
is
to
the difference?
chimpanzees. Right, we're related to
What?
chimpanzees highly.
What
We're
is the
related to
difference?
chimpanzees highly.
I'm asking you, Nick. What is the difference? You tell us, because I was gonna say it, and you cut me off. Now you tell us. What's the difference?
Genetically, well, genetically or phenotypically?
Both.
Okay, genetically speaking, Neanderthals have variation that are not found within the human genome. They actually only share, when you exclude the sequences that are not conserved between chimpanzees and humans and Neanderthals, there's about a 4% difference
Okay,
genetically, 4 or 5%.
okay.
Okay,
So
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. You asked me a question. I'm finished. Stop talking and listen. That's why y'all can learn to fucking college and go to college. Y'all don't fucking listen. Neanderthals were shorter than modern humans are. They were 3 times as strong as the average human is today. They had flat teeth. They used their teeth as a tool to grab shit. They had flat, broad teeth. They could they were not very good at long distance running. They relied on brute strength and short sprints in order to catch and ambush prey. No human today could outrun a Neanderthal on a
Genetic,
short sprint.
that's phenotype. Go to genetics now.
You asked me the
Answer the
genetics piece, and I already
questions,
answered you.
doctor.
I answered them already. He didn't listen to. All right,
But
listen.
those are the things I said. I said, and you said that genetically. Now I want you to explain it genetically, not
I
phenotypically.
I
No, he
just
started with the
explained.
You
I
man, you
started
want
with the
to
genetic piece.
this nigga scared. This nigga scared.
What?
You got a doctorate, right? You got a doctorate, and he
I
say
just okay. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. Listen, I'm gonna say it slow. If you take a triangle where you have Cro-Magnons, Homo sapiens, excuse me, Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, and chimpanzees, right? And you compare the three, about 95 to 98% of that shit is going to be identical across all three. So let's take the shit that they all got in the same and let's put it in a bucket by itself.
okay, okay.
Okay? Okay. So now we got about, let's just make it a nice round number, 5% of shit that's different between the three, right?
Between the two, we need the two, the
Oh,
Neanderthal and this and
Nah,
this.
listen, you not, you gotta stop, you
let
gotta
him
stop,
cook.
you
Let him
gotta stop,
cook.
you gotta stop, you gotta stop, you gotta stop, you
You gotta
gotta stop.
stop.
You
You
had
gotta
too much, you
stop. You
gotta
gotta
stop.
stop, bro. Let him cook. Let him.
Out of the 5%, let's take 5%, let's put it in this bucket. About 6 or 5% of that is unique to Neanderthals when compared to humans. That is the genetic difference between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens sapiens.
But same with
That being,
chimpanzees and all them too, though.
ooh, all right, y'all got it. My chest hurt. All right, y'all got it. I'm gonna mute
I'm
up because
saying, man, that
my brain cells are tapped out, bro.
yeah,
That's
you
all.
Look,
see,
Nick,
you
Nick,
got
bro,
you'd have to get paid for this shit. This is ridiculous. This is actually
no,
bro.
no, you unable to convey this shit
this
clearly
is fucking
in a
ridiculous,
calm
man.
way.
All right.
In
Here,
a
let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. I'll make it very, very simple. Here's a key question, and I promise you, you should be able to answer this easily, but I wonder if you're going to struggle. The question is, when it comes to Homo neanderthals, I'm basically giving you the answer already. When it
So
comes to Homo neanderthals, and when it comes to Homo
10
sapiens,
seconds.
and when it comes to other apes, right? Who does Homo neanderthals relate more to?
So
Humans or other apes?
so unfortunately, folks, we're gonna have to close this room because it's
Oh
coming up
shit.
on the 10-hour limit. So we started another room
Yeah, let's
um
go.
already. So it's already started. So if you were to click research purposes only to the top of the room, you're gonna see a second room in there. It's called the worst generalizations on Clubhouse. So you can just click that and join the new room. So we're gonna close this room in about 30 seconds. And if you're not a member of the club, you can just click that link, research purposes only to the top, and join the club as well.
All right, for 30 seconds. Let me answer his
Uh,
question.
no, it's more like 15 seconds, bro.
All right,
More
15
more
seconds.
15.
15
'Cause-
seconds.
yeah, no, like because if we don't close now, we're gonna lose the recording.
Okay, all right. You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
close
yeah,
it. All right,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. All right, so close in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, peace.
This is the Lord of the fortress or house of God, which is the Abbey of Thelema. I was is spelt Ayin, the I, that of Shiva or Horus, the meatus penis, and the anus, Yod, the phallus, spermatazoo, hand, vow, the fertility of the testes and uterus, as well as the nail of the mentula, being Taurus, the cow Isis, and the bull Apis or Shiva, the sun, in Tetragrammaton, the Redeemer by reproduction, the Mithraic bowl of resurrection and initiation in the strength of the body, And lastly, Zion. Zayin is the sword of the phallus. In Gemini, the double sexual nature, the murder lust between the incestuous twins Cain and Abel, Horus and Set, or Harpocrates, Osiris and Typhon. And Gemini is the airy pulse that gives a basis for the voice of the messenger, the menstruum of the Holy Ghost, the swing of the motion of love, the house of the sun in May, when he impregnates Maya with Mercurius, whose mouth uttereth his father. In Zion spelt fully is 67, the number of Bina, the All-Mother. Ayin is moreover the devil of lust, the goat of Mendes, Pan, Baphomet, and spelt fully, Ayin is the erection and leaping and extension of the phallus. Yod is the spermatozoon, the solitary boy Hermes, the virgin, while Nun is the eagle of sexual ecstasy, serpent of life through death, the scorpion or scarab of Kephra, the womb which transmutes through corruption, the semen or fluid vehicle of the spirit, the elixir of magic, the blood, wine, and poison in the chalice. And Yod, repeating that God, prophesying the vow that follows it, ends with Daleth, the letter of Venus, the door of the palace of love. Then vow reproduceth itself in its spelling as it is written. All is ever as it was in the book of the law, and in Iwas are found the 3 star clusters of earth nature, the goat under God Set or Saturn for Hadith, the begetter, and Mars exalted therein for force and fire, the virgin under Thoth for Mercury, his word, creating in her the eidolon of his nature, the bull and the bull, under Isis or Venus, the mighty redemption and nourishment of love, for kneweth the womb of space, wherein her Lord worketh his work. By this cometh forth the sign of the child, the star cluster of the twins, under Hermes the word, airy, elastic, bisexual, eternally young, the lovers, born of one womb, made 2, that by love they may make themselves one. So then in this name I was is every rite of the magic of the Aeon of Horus declared in detail, and in his number 93 is shown forth not only the word of the law, but the ways of the word and the mysteries of truth. This name then in this number shall be the glyph hieratic to unlock the fortress, the Aeon. Captain is he of all the hosts of Mars. And Rahor Kuit crowned king in that palace of force and fire. Set the beast for Ain, Thoth Alastor the Logos for Yod, Apis per Rabo for Vow, and Hur Pakrat Baphomet for Zain. Zayin, four square, mystic, wonderful, all cherubs shall I that am one, through these four be the builder and wanderer thereof. And the scarlet woman shall bear her cup therein, festending her beast, and Iacheon shall stand with his rod, to urge that beast therewith. For he hath the wand of death, and the beast the cup of death. But the beast hath the wand of life. And the scarlet woman the chalice of life. Now Peh joineth and guardeth the victory and the splendor, the frontiers of the kingdom of truth. And it is the issue whereby the bowman may sally forth from the center Tifereth to Yesod, the apex of the salient. Peh is the girdle of the loins of the All-Father, and the sword in the girdle as Teth is his breastplate of courage, and Daleth his helmet of love. This sword is shown as a lightning flash, a flaming sword, on the fortress that defends the kingdom. It is the sword or spear of Rahor Kuit. The card is then thus briefly to be described. Rahor Kuit the hawk sends forth a ray of light as a sword. The fortress is his eon of 11 towers, for Abrahadabra. Within his eye was with 93 and 220. About it is 666 in fourfold form. The scarlet woman bears cup and sword, riding the beast, and Aekion follows with his rod. Thus far concerning the card 16. Now then followeth the consideration of the vestments of the artists, of the robes and insignia of the work. The scarlet woman shall wear the scarlet abay, for it is A, proper to her, B, proper to Mars, C, proper to Ares, wherein the sun is exalted. She shall bear a golden cup for wine, blood, or poison, and be girt with a sword, as it is written in the book of the law. She shall wear a girdle, either of white or of mixed colors. In her hair shall she wreathe her serpent. Number 2, the beast shall wear an orange slip and sashes proper to A, Hod, B, the sun, C, Gemini, for he is prophet of the gods, and he is the beast 666 of the sun, and he is innocent, a child, even as Horus Harpocrates with double function and love. Over this shall he wear the robe of blue, for new it lined with scarlet for Hadith, and the sun is gold on his breast. He shall wear the crimson cap for Bina, that covereth him with the white cross of John, Kether. He shall wear his ring of Amagas, and his rosy cross. He shall bear the wand of Obeah, for its Janus head of man and woman, and its 4 snakes for his weapons. Number 3, Iacheon shall wear the black robe lined with gold, for he cometh forth from the darkness of the outer, and the light but fringeth him. Also black is proper to a neophyte. His head shall be bare, for shamelessness, and as the symbol of his function in this working. He shall bear the style and the papyrus for Thoth, to write the words of the work. Also he shall bear the book of the law of the furniture of the temple. In the east the altar of fire, and the throne of the beast with incense. In the west the scarlet woman, and the altar of sacrifice, the wine. In the south the throne of Iwas with the altar of. In the north Iachaon with the table of the scribe. In the center the hexagonal altar with the pentacle, the image of the god, our aborted man-child, the bell and the knife, the oil and the lamp or candle. Of the ceremony in general, formula of this magic is this. Number 1, banish. 2, purify. 3, consecrate. 4, equilibrate. 5, make oath. 6, invoke by song dance. 7, make Iachaon god by ether. 8, sacrifice him to the beast, who thus becomes god. Use here the ascendant and the right mantram, the 2 quies and the quia patris. 9, sacrifice the beast to the scarlet woman, using her mantras F, S, etc. Ether at pleasure. 10, consume the elements, as by Amalantra, the wizard, we are taught, the pentacle being the earth. Part 7, 10, weapons and robes may be laid on the throne of Iwas. 11, perform any scrying or utter any prophecies, as may be given, and at leisure and pleasure resume vestments and insignia and close temple. So far of these matters. Now we begin our first working for the invocation of Hermes on his day with the sun in 9 degrees Sagittarius, the moon 23 degrees Leo, and Mercury in 19 degrees. Scorpio, 1 hour before noon with him in the zenith sextile to Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. In furtherance whereof, at 11 of the night of Monday did the beast work under the scarlet woman his work to make the great operation go right. Immediately was the beast inspired to a writing Mercurial, a satire upon the fish, and thus wrote he some 14 or 15 hours. The oath of the cephalodium working. Hear all that we to Metophion, 9 degrees equals 2 degrees, AA the beast, Alastril, the scarlet woman, and Renakoi, 10th degree equals 0 degrees, AA, do now in the presence of Tahuti. Solemnly swear to devote ourselves to the establishment of the book of the law, as uttered by Iwas, 93 to 666, by the way of the cephalodium working, as in the record thereof it has been written. The banquet of fish and yellow wine was consumed, and the oath of the working witnessed accordingly. The ceremonial proper thereto, and concluded at 1:48 p.m. of the day of Mercury, which openeth the month called December. I ask a symbol for the next day of the working. Number 4, Earth of Moon, the formulations of the restrictions and the dispelling of ignorance. Id est, make careful arrangements and ask for further enlightenment. How should we obtain further enlightenment? L2, Earth of Earth. When one's resting is like that of the back, and he loses all consciousness of self, when he walks in his courtyard and does not see any of the persons in it, then there will be no error. Died Jovis, began the Pentacle of 16 and went on with my fish story, which, by the way, is the blessing of the old Tower of Jesus tyranny. Dimatis. We have all three been sick in various ways, so that save for beginning the painting of the Pentacle, no work has been done. I ask a symbol to indicate a proper course of action. XX, eri part of Catis. Cates. CF general symbol. I should suppose that this means that we can now begin again. What shall we do tomorrow, Di McCurry? X, phallic part of water, the tiger. C line 6, consider the whole course that is trodden and examine the presage which that gives. We will therefore invoke Tahuti and read the record up to this point, then obtain illuminated wisdom as to our course. This operation was accordingly taken in hand at 1:00 in the afternoon on the day of Jupiter. The formulation of the primum ens melissae was, however, difficult, the beast receiving a communication of a climatological character reminding him of his lost luster. It is therefore incumbent to make a new divination task what course is now proper to pursue. Let the matter take care of itself. Inquire further on the next day of Mercury. 13 December Lunae. 2:00 this morning, after making my confession, I laid my hand upon the sacred lotus of Alastril and swore these oaths. I, the beast, 666, hereby and herein most solemnly promise and swear to devote my whole working time exclusively to the completion of my comment on the book of the law. I, etc., as before, etc., swear that as soon as the comment is ready, I will take the book and cause it to be printed, bound, and issued in the manner ordained in the book itself, though I leave myself without money to buy my next meal. To these oaths I called Nuith Hadith Rahur Kuit as witness thereof. I then invoked I was to aid me to keep them, and in all the ways soever to forward the work. 2:20 a.m. I therefore open my MS of the comment. 15th of December. We seem to have been harassed by minor illnesses, so much as to be actually crippled. In fact, I have been practically obliged to keep to my bed, and Alastriel will take the divination concerning the working. How shall we proceed? Li, fire. This seems to mean that a new current may be expected. This new current turned up on the morning of 16 December, Die Jovis, in the shape of a letter from the printer of the Equinox 3. 2. The oracle also means that we need to formulate the yard of our tetragrammaton, which rests with Frater Genese. He is at present the pure fool, and must acquire the sacred lance. 24 December Die Veneri. I have been revising the comment on Liber Legis with the aid of Alastriel, Aya, Kaon, and Jane Wolfe. This applies only to Chapter 1. Chapter 2, I have revised with Iakeon only. In Chapter 3, I have read through alone. I cannot express myself adequately about my sense of failure in this comment. More, I feel that I have not conquered my repulsion to Chapter 3. I ask myself, too, have I even tried to carry out the instructions in that chapter? I'm utterly wretched about the whole matter. I say, have I not failed absolutely to obey the heavenly vision? I am so miserable that I can only see one course of action: to ask the Yi to give a general symbol for my past work in relation to the Book of the Law. Liv. Que me. Alas, too true. I have been divided against myself. I have put the lesser before the greater. I have gone in just deep enough to compromise myself, not taken the wholehearted plunge which would have brought success. I have been too irritably active and not persistent enough. Give a symbol for my right course of action in regard to it at the present time and thence onward. LV333 TUI. Let there be an even flow of love to it, a still and subtle dissolution. Water, the weakest thing in nature, is stronger than the strongest. Steady devotion, without anxiety of fussiness, will penetrate the universe. Inward harmony and sincerity, the slow accumulation of karma, constant concentration on the law, utmost faith, even in one's opponents, gather the whole world into the fold of the stars. Wednesday, 29th of December, 1920. Current for this work going today in oath renewed in public. I spent all night writing on certain matters proper to the comment. 93 pages of manuscript. Thirtieth of December, 1920. Died Jovis at about 10 o'clock of the forenoon. The beast and the scarlet woman performed a mass of the Holy Ghost with the intention of establishing the law. 3rd of January, 1921. Frater Iakeon began a working which continued throughout the whole night. The beast, accordingly, was inspired to continue the comment through the night following. 7th of January, Die Veneri. Awake most of the night in meditation, the beast decided on a course of action with regard to the practical matters connected with the Book of the Law. Number 1, consult Yi about recovery of the MS. 2, push through comment. The Yi gives Quan 47, watery part of Luna, meaning bring restriction to bear on the thief. 20th January, Die Jovis. The sun enters the sign of Aquarius. I record the Frater Iakeon, the primum mobile of the working, having failed to initiate any Rashith ha-Gilgalim, has caused the collapse of the whole working, which I therefore declare ended. I now myself repair to the city of Paris, there to inaugurate an alternative course of procedure.
statement that the whole community felt, man, because we know they used to call us porch monkeys. They used to call us stuff like that. He wasn't just making a rhetorical statement just towards them. He made a statement because he knew it would offend the whole population of people. So I don't get why somebody would want to say, well, I'm not a monkey. But saying we know we not monkeys, but he saying that monkey. So he's calling him a monkey things for you. That's true, and brother Ashango and everybody in the room, we know that there are coons in every culture. There are coons in every race. I mean, the Vietnamese had a fight against coons in which the U.S. utilized the South Vietnamese to fight the North Vietnamese. There were coons in China. That's why they had re-education camps to shed the coonism in China. You know, this Western thought and this Western philosophy that was going to hold China back for their cultural revolution. There were coons. There were coons. The enslavement of black people in America and throughout the Western Hemisphere. You know, like that's why Harriet Tubman, she made that statement that she would have freed a whole lot of more black people if a lot of black people would have known they were already enslaved. So, there's coons everywhere. We just have to get past the cooneyism, and we really just have to lock coons out of our conversations. I mean, I know that, folks who have stages for certain coons or certain people, we do it for entertainment. But, I mean, I'm not for having a Sukla or none of them motherfuckers in my conversations because I don't have them in my conversations in real life. I don't even talk to them motherfuckers in real life. So I damn sure don't feel that I need to talk to the motherfuckers on the phone, Strong. So, hey. So you should be able to call them out every single time you see them. I call them out all the time in real life. Yeah. So when you see them in a room or whatever, you won't call them out too, right? If they come back in this room, starting from here on out, yeah. Even if they in the room, right? Absolutely. Hey, Black, you have BA, right? Hey, don't address me. But one thing I am with our conversation. But one thing I am going to say, because Strong, I think you were kind of late to the party. I don't think anybody has endorsed Trump today on the stage since I've been here. But the fact remains, Lonzo, you're not going to put that on my jacket. I'm not against immigrants. Hey, I'm against illegal immigrants for all sure. All people gotta do, but I'm not gonna let you stir up shit, lie, and see. I know he's gonna try to mute me and try to send me down. You did that fucking shit about 4 times. Yeah, because you kept talking. What the fuck you talking about? Nah, because you just a lying motherfucker. It's just that's what it is. So that's what it is. You be stirring, you be stirring shit up. I want to believe that you're smarter than you are. Because I'm going to stand on mine. But you refuse to, like, I am against illegal immigration. 100%, for sure. And I stand on that shit. Yeah. But you know what's interesting, man? And you started talking shit, and I just replied to you. Wait, you what? Like, yeah, I can dish it out. I can dish it out. Okay, let's go back and forth. Wait, that's after. We love the dozens. Let's play the dozens. We can play the dozens. It's all in fun to me. What you said. Oh, God, man. This is probably the see, this is why we got a parallel universe. You know that's why we got a parallel universe going on. I just came in the room. They talking about Black Americans and most of them support Trump, which is a bona fide. Everybody looked at them in 2 seconds and they know that's a fucking lie. See, who's that? No, hold on. Y'all full of shit. Who's that? Y'all full of shit. He's a liar. This guy is like probably an old guy and he's fucking senile. If he would have been here for most of the room, he would have noticed that we were talking about the specific individuals that host these rooms, that make these crazy rooms, and just make, Black immigrants like, their main target every single day. I just wanted him to answer something about and why they're not clearly it's Mansa, he's not gonna. Lonzo, you notice how they're not in this room? And I bet if we said Black Americans are African, they'll be African. But just a quick question though to Brother Black. And Brother Black, me and you, we've been in rooms before. So are you telling me that you uphold and protect white supremacy? Because the current immigration narrative that Trump is pushing is inherently racist and it's inherently not only anti-immigrant, but it's black as well. So that's your interpretation on it. I'm strongly against white supremacy, so much so that's why I'm not a Pan-Africanist. Because Pan-Africanists are soft on that shit. They stick their heads in the sand and shit and want to focus on cultural exchanges and maybe we can get some money together, which typically primarily benefits Africa mainly, you know, from a holistic standpoint. But yeah, certain individual benefit from it from America. But yeah, but for the most part, and it's only in a couple of these small rooms, but the majority of Pan-Africanists, and look, this is what kills me, because I've been in some of the same rooms when we hear many black immigrants talking about they have zero smoke for white supremacy at all. They don't give a fuck about it. Many of them try to convince us that we're in a post-racial society. Like we got it good here. You would just hear those are the clones of Africa spoke about earlier. Yeah, you would just hear so the point. See, hold on. It's always hope, bro. You lonely, bro, and you gotta realize. Maybe you don't realize it yet, right? When Ahmad is speaking or trying to like read, you can't wait 30 seconds. No. You want to laugh on mute or? Got you. When Ahmad is trying to redirect the question, right, and then you keep coming off mute and getting louder and louder, you're going to lose that argument every time. Don't you find yourself in the goo every time this happens? So at what point brain again and say, you know, let me just probably mute up a little bit. Come on, bro. Mute up, monkey. More credit than you probably deserve. Mute up, monkey. A monk is talking. Always mute up when a monkey is talking. Hello? Hello? Okay, this is a little more of the fish. Read by John Kidover, a writing candidate for the 16th District. I hope you're enjoying our evening podcast. This will culminate and end our broadcast tonight. I hope you've enjoyed. Nick, what up?
Okay, this applies to Dr. Copeland. It's kind of like a perfect book to read in response to having to listen to Captain Copeland talk down to everybody. Once again, excuse the digression. This book is not about myself. It is about that terrible disease of whose discovery apparent chance, but really divine design, made my unworthy self in part an agent. I have given a fairly comprehensive account of my examination of the fish as it was prepared for consumption. One more means of research lay in my power. I could try its effects on myself. I don't mind saying that I had to witness a struggle with death between my conscience and my cowardice. I had to brace myself with drinks of history. I thought of many a hero, many a martyr, who had given himself to science in the past. I thought of the discovery of chloroform, of the man who first made arsine, and inhaling the first bubble of the gas, died on the instant. I thought of the men who, with full knowledge of the risk of X-ray dermatitis, had doomed themselves to years of torture, to progressive mutilation, to sure, slow, horrible death, Damiens of the clinic. I could not face such men in heaven if I funked it. I made my will, set my affairs in order, knelt for an hour by my bedside, and committed my spirit to those hands which never let anything slip. I rose, went firmly and calmly to my little bench, and took a fragment of the mayonnaise on the tip of a platinum spatula. I touched it on my tongue. The first result of this action seems to have been purely psychological, and independent of any property peculiar to the fish. It was as if I had committed suicide. My brain became miraculously clear. My mind became independent of my body. I seemed to myself like a judge armed with giant powers of scrutiny, intent on justice, but with no interest in the result. I had never been able to observe the smell. It simply nauseated me. I could now appreciate every detail. Disgust prevented me from describing it to myself. I am well aware that I shall fail to express my impression, for language has made practically no endeavor to classify smells. One is limited to some dozen adjectives of quite indeterminate meaning, for the rest to drawing comparisons with individual smells of known objects. The first and most volatile element in the stench of this fish seemed a kind of mask over it. It was faint, sweet, rather sickly smell. It suggested languor and sleep. It suggested some poisonous flower, if I may say so, not so much in nature as in a fairy story. There was something unreal about it, and at the same time it had the curious effect of making things seem unreal as well, like a skin half seen through a film of lace. one became aware of a second element. This had a definitely intoxicating quality. It was fierce, potent, and gave an indescribable suggestion of cold lewdness and mocking malignancy. One felt that without the first element to conceal it, anyone smelling it would have been shocked and repelled. The combination of the two suggested the arts of some obscene old man, his beguilements of a maiden by smooth words and affectations. Then, when irrevocably in his power, taking delight in thrusting all his ugliness upon her with the crudest effrontery, then perhaps her head already whirl, the very bestiality of the creature may fling her from horror into the chasm, as if by the fascination of a serpent or the vertigo of the cliff edge. Come, let us wander into the garden of roses, whispered perfume number one. Let us drowse and dream the summer afternoon away. Idleness is never innocent. The morality is sapped. What Freud calls the censor goes to sleep. And all the restless ghosts, savage and ape-like ancestors that we have buried in the churchyard of our minds are free to brave the sleeping exorcist of conscience, to prowl like ghouls in search of prey. Then comes the gust of perfume number two, with its unshamed appeal to demon lusts. We are bewitched. We revel at the Sabbath and war purges night, gleefully eat and drink damnation to ourselves, and only wake when we are pledged by an irrevocable oath to Satan. The third element is obviously anesthetic. It acts directly on the brain, producing a peculiar kind of delirium. It destroys the reasoning faculty at a stroke. In fact, it does more than this, for it produces a state of mind in which the thought of reason becomes abhorrent and despicable. It abolishes all apprehension of reality. Objects and facts are perceived merely as images, either of desire or fear. For instance, my eye fell on a bottle of ether, which I had been using in my research. I knew, of course, perfectly well what it was, but I was quite unable to think of it as such. My mind surged up at it. I had luscious, slobbering, lip-licking thoughts of indulging in it as an intoxicant, and these were chased away by anguished thoughts of undergoing operations. I pictured 20 different diseases in as many seconds. These thoughts again were banished by a new billow. It was the vice once more, but the delight came now from thinking of the sin and secrecy of it. I thought of using it as the agent of all sorts of crimes, from rape and robbery to murder. This was answered by a fourth wave whose form was like gushes of fire. I pictured damnation, the torments of hell for eternity. Coincidentally, With this destruction of sane apperception was born a bitter hate of truth as such. It seemed to prefer to believe the most unpleasant, most absurd, and most degrading lies rather than truth. Analyzing this state, it seems to me that its root lay in the effects of the last ingredient of the stench, which I will describe in its turn. For the continued action of this third element is to befog the brain. The first sharp contradictions soon subside. It becomes like a waterlogged derelict rolling sorrowfully in the trough of the seas of the senses. I omitted to mention the olfactory characteristics of this element. The smell is heavy and musty, somewhat foul, with a decided suggestion of soot. Element number 4 is the only one which I could confidently refer to any definite substance. It is the smell of arsenic, combined with that of prussic acid. Its physiological effect seems entirely conformative of this view. I was conscious of a burning pain in the throat and an overpowering faintness. Vomiting was violent, food firstly and afterwards bloody mucus being thrown up. Purging occurred with tenesmus. I was just able to feel my pulse, which was almost imperceptible, but rapid and irregular. There were severe cramps in my calves, and a general collapse seemed to be threatened. My nerves were affected, and I was seized with convulsions and spasms. There seemed to be a tendency for this to pass into a stupor and paralysis. The breathing became a series of gasps and later convulsive, with short, frantic inspirations and expirations, so long drawn out as to exhaust the muscular power. As previously stated, however, death is never directly caused by the action of this fish. The physical symptoms, indeed, despite their apparent violence, possessed a dreamlike quality as if they were merely sympathetic to the real symptoms, which attacked the moral nature exclusively. Thus the difficulty of respiration appeared merely to register incompatibility with the environment. The melancholic's fixed idea that the wrath of God and the abhorrence of men are his portion. The vomiting and purging were but the physical reflection of my feeling that I was desperately evil. The pulse bore witness that I had lost all courage, all love, all driving force beyond the tremulous minimum necessary to push the doors of life against the shadowy intruder. The nervous symptoms echoed my complete loss of adjustment in myself and of my organized relations with the universe. I was reminded of the people in the Dark Ages who would carry out the most elaborate measures of disinfection against witches and vampires, but did nothing prey against plague. My moral collapse was practically complete, yet in its death agony, what convulsions might not occur? Again, the thought came to me how, like the hysterical religious revivals which so often occurred in countries lacking the spiritual enlightenment of England and the United States of America, I thought of the fanatical outbreaks of Peter the Hermit, of the founders of religious orders, of Savonarola, of Joan of Arc, the Mahdi, President Kruger, and many others. I thought of the urban grandiers nuns, of the pogroms of Russia, and the periodical religious riots in India. Fortunate indeed are we to live in Protestant countries, where religion flows like a calm deep river, bearing us all upon its noble bosom, and never the cause of collision. Subnote: we cannot refrain from observing that Dr. Tone's observations seem incomplete, and his conclusions more patriotic than judicial. We cannot forbear to mention the persecutions of the Covenanters, the formation of fanatical sects like the Quakers, the followers of Joanna Southcote, and the Plymouth Brethren, the Mormons, the Agapimonites, and the Oxford movement, to say nothing of countless forgotten displays of religious fireworks in America which go on to this day with undiminished vigor. And as for religious persecution, it still flourishes in a very slightly modified form wherever we find two or three gathered together. They still burn witches in the English countryside. They still send a peculiar people to prison. They still chivy the Quakers. Instead of burning a man outright at the stake, they roast him at the slow fire of ostracism and boycott. There are still prosecutions for blasphemy. The hounds still meet for the heresy hunt. Of course, this is no fault of religion. It all lies in the nature of man. And we should not have obtruded these remarks if Dr. Tone had not thanked God so publicly that his fellow Protestants were not as other men are. There is a fifth element in this much mingled odor. Here again I thought I could detect its nature. It was plain putrefaction, the corruption of a corpse. A corpse unmistakably human. It seemed to me that moist gangrene had been the immediate and uterine cancer the mediate cause of death, it recalled instantly to my mind the deathbed of the lady superintendent of the Sunday school in the village where I was born, and where I had gone for holiday after my final examination for MD. The last and deepest element in the stench was hard to detect. I got the idea that it had associated itself deliberately with the other effluvia in order to hide itself. It is a smell most utterly abominable, and I felt an absolute conviction that this was the true and original smell of the flesh of the fish, which at last I recognized it. When at last I recognized it, my heart seemed to stop. My blood froze, and my skin grew clammy. My flesh lost all its firmness. My mind stood still, craving insanity to relieve it. As a man passing gallstones craves morphia, I caught sight of my face, and in a flash of memory, I was standing once in the place de la Roquette, one cold grey dawn after a night's spree. It chanced that a man was to be guillotined. I saw him, fair and square, thrust up the plank to the knife. My face looked now as his did then. I recognized this quintessential truth lurking beneath its mask of other smells. It was stark fear. Its eyelids cut from it so that it could not blink, as the hell of all its real or fancied horrors thrust suddenly its face inexorably forward. It was man's fear, from which he has fled through all his ages, the fear which was the dowry of his wife, self-consciousness. It was the fear of the unknown. He has spent all his energies in flight from it. He has invented art, religion, love, philosophy, woven all kinds of veils, devised all kinds of drugs, played every monkey trick with his monkey mind. But like the famous politician, though he can fool part of himself all of the time, and all of himself part of the time, now and then he sees himself, he sees his fear, he sees the possibilities of infinite anguish, to be infinite for the very reason that he knows himself to be infinite. Those who best know themselves immortal, like James Thompson, most passionately try to persuade themselves that there is no fear of waking after death. But he was too clear-sighted. He could not bear to live undrugged. I do not believe that this element has a definite odor of its own. There is a subtle sourness. It may be, but I suspect that just as ambergris has hardly any perfume of its own but possesses the power to intensify and to select the best of such perfume as is mixed with it, so does this foulness of fish, which, by the way, I believe to be the sexual secretion which is responsible for the breeding of the fish. Intensify and select the worst of the person who smells it. I instinctively identified it with myself.
She's the tip of my tongue. Anyway, building which I was asking them if they saw certain people of the world don't want everybody to know. Or Tim, you in the unit makes it. Again, it's way too late. I'm bad. When I'm better. Can you hear me better? Am I still breaking up real bad? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna just mic up. All right. You talking about Julius Malema, but this is the son. Yes, thank you, Londa. Yeah. Gaddafi speaking prior to his nation. We're not gonna win. We're not gonna win. You have no chance. Zero chance to win the war here. If you are angry with us because we are not buying the Rafale airplanes, you should talk with us. Apparently, they wanted them to buy like American airplanes, and Gaddafi said no. If you are angry with us because oil deals are not going well, you should talk to us. Rebels will not give you anything because they're not going to win. You want. Apparently, America was siding with rebels versus speaking to the leaders like Gaddafi and the leadership, the government. Democracy, we're ready. You want election, we are ready. You want what? A new constitution, we are ready. Ceasefire, we are ready. But the other side is refusing all the time. But to tell my father to leave the country, it's a joke. We will never stand. Just like they did to Venezuela. The same playbook. Leave the country. We will fight. We have to fight for our country. And you're going to be a ultimate target for us. He looks like he's mixed too. Like he might have like some black descent. Also, so can I respond to in the chat? Can I respond to that? And let me just start by saying, Benta, Lonzo, Strong, I love being in rooms with you guys. I love you guys to death. And so thank you for being here. Hi, Chad. Yes, ma'am. And so Gaddafi was criticized because he's, Arab descent and he's trying to lead Africa. That's problematic all in and of itself for Africans. And I know that, in the Obama administration, that's where he died. But he's an Arab person still trying to conquer and dictate and rule Africa. That's problematic all day, every day. And so how do we feel about yet another, Arab / 3% African person still trying to run and lead Africa and liberate Africa? How do we still feel about that, especially in the wake of Ibrahim Traoré and Julius Malema and what's the president's name? Gonzo in South Africa. Julius, no, what's his name? Come on, whatever. I forget. He was my president. God. But nevertheless, you have all these strong leaders showing up in Africa. You have the eastern part of Africa, showing up. We're showing up slowly, like China showed up slowly, like India showed up slowly, like Eastern Africa is showing up slowly, and Eastern Africa is showing up slowly, and Western Africa is, in my opinion, at the end of the tail. But you have Ibrahim Traoré showing up for that segment of Africa. Why would we champion? Why would we be sympathetic to an Arab who's trying to control Africa? Why would we show sympathy to that? Why would we show sympathy? I'm confused. And so thank you. Well, I think too is that, yeah, you are right. I mean, Gaddafi's parents were Berber, was Arabized Berbers, right? They weren't even Amzic. which is a whole totally different ethnic group. It's a mixed ethnic group in North Africa that's not Arab. But he was actually, he was Arab. However, I think that his affinity and his wanting to unite all of Africa, he brought a lot of Black Africans in Libya into his cabinet and into political positions. He had, I believe he had an all-female Black guard, at one time. He had a significant amount of Black ministers, like within his cabinet. And there's a significant amount of Black people in Libya. There's a number of Black tribal groups in Libya. You have the Tuareg, which is not homogenous, but most of them are Black. You have the Atabu, which are Black, in Libya. And this is selective. And he did all that he could to kind of like work with those groups, or that was his initial intention to kind of unite Africa. What about the invasion of Shaq? Wait, hold on, Kane. Now, I don't know if it was some nefarious reason behind it or if it was a genuine reason, but I definitely support his overall mission. So, yeah. Go ahead, Kane. What about the invasion of Chad and the funding of the Janjaweed? Wait, say that again? What about his invasion? Invaded Chad, stealing land from Chad, and his funding of the Janjaweed. Right now, I wasn't aware of him funding the Janjaweed. I was aware of the Sudanese president funding the Janjaweed, so I wasn't aware of that. What are Janjaweed for clarification? If I can push back on you, Strong, I think the idea that everything Arab is of African culture, right? The culture, their architecture, their way of eating. I mean, everything about them is co-opted from African people. The idea that we need some white hope to lead a Black caucus is what you described to us, I think. We need a whitish person to do a predominantly Black caucus suggests that we need leadership outside of our own selves. And I just think that's weak. The idea, I believe about 100% that Ibrahim Traore and his momentum will be short-lived because he just does not have the mental backing from the rest of us to make sure that he is successful. But his example says we don't need anybody who doesn't look like us to lead us, even though they have a cabinet full of us. We don't need them to be the leaders of us. They don't even think, pee, eat, drink, sleep, fantasize like us. And so how do we justify someone
They don't
who does
pee
not look
like
us, who
us.
has made it their
They
mission
don't fantasize about us.
be the leader
And
of us, even though we have a cabinet.
They don't have our mental
Black
backing
people
because
doesn't
we don't
mean
think about them.
that
And they
body is going to
can't
lead us to the
represent
Black
us
cabinet.
unless they
Never
think
has,
about
at least
us.
in modern history.
Me.
It never has. It just means a bunch of Sambos, a bunch of corrupt leaders who are willing to be paid to be led by someone who doesn't have the best interest of people who dominate their cabinet. They have the best interest of themselves and people who like them. So that's where I push back with you on that, Trump. Hello? Hello? That's a great 26, trying to tell that man who or what he is. He knew who he was. He didn't denounce his Indian side. He lived on his motherland. What you talking about? So if that man wrote to the legislator and him and his brother saying African on the letter that they sent in there, who the fuck am I 2026 to tell that man who he is? That's how he identified himself. I didn't identify him like that. 50 million you're not doing well at all. 50 million Jeremy needs for someone to make it. Shit, I'm homeless. But yeah, but also
Now then, I began to understand the horrible fascination of it. Incorporate that flesh in yourself. The taste will kill the smell. Eat and become insane. That is the only refuge from self consciousness, from the unbearable fear that goes with it. I must admit that I clung to this thought for one passionate moment. I ceased to be the man of science, coldly aloof, the man who had risked his life and his reason in the course of his duty. I had seen something so fearful that I came back with a jerk to the plane of emotion. I was greedy to forget it in madness, and I understood well why a man, weakened by disease, should snatch at the bait and hook. The promise of pleasure and rest would soothe him for a moment. Then the fierce lusts would enrage him. Then the fog would settle upon his mind. Then his moral nature would collapse. And at that moment, the soul of him, stripped of its wardens, would come face to face with itself and its fear. I confess that I gulped at the fragment of of putrescence, of putrescence, of putrescence on my spatula, with the greed of a cocaine fiend after a spell of abstention. The taste came as a surprise. Instantly, as my tongue touched the fish, my fair spectre vanished, and I was conscious of a relaxed exhilaration. I recovered my mental faculties completely, and found myself able to observe my sensations with proper detachment. It was a sweet, sickly flavor with a savor of spice. One longed to roll it about one's palate, like a fellow of Trinity with 63 port. My eldest brother won a Caesarship and took a double fist first, subsequently becoming lecturer in critical epistemology and eschatological anthropometry. I often dined at the high table, so pardon my choice of metaphor, but this taste appertains to the wizardry of the kitchen. I soon was aware of the pill beneath the coating. The flesh itself anesthetizes the nerves of the tongue, as cocaine does, but the flavor is rather rancid than bitter, as cocaine is. The palate perceived a certain rottenness as the food passed over it, and there was a decided impulse to vomit as it entered the pharynx. This was partly psychical, as I judge, for my soul leapt at me in fierce disgust, as if to say, "What is this filth you are eating? You a man?" It was a physical spasm of shame. Then came the aftertaste. Gas. Ructated. It was that fair once more. Bare now of all disguises. And in my mouth what thirst, what bitterness. Time held his breath for a space. I spent uncounted ages of anguish in a few seconds. Okay, I want to thank everybody for joining me here on Clubhouse on YouTube. We're reading a book called The Fish by Aleister Crowley. This is a book that mocks Christianity and doctors. It's very funny. I hope you're enjoying my reading of it in this English accent. Here we go. Here's the rest of it. I knew it instantly. It was again myself, my desolate ache for love, the craving of a heart, insatiably athirst for some unnamed and unconceived fulfillment. It was man's microcosmic image of the need of God. They say it's in all man's microcosmic image of the need of God. I say it in all reverence. That he, assuaged by his creation, we dizzy ourselves, at first by calf love, later by wine, fashioning new temples, where our soul may worship its image, building them either of children or of art, but soon or late our drunkenness wears off. The ache returns anon. We end by hoping that where love has failed us, death may succeed. We wish for nothing, even when we call it everything. We only have hope heaven. Life has taught us that all realized desires are dust, as we are dust. Nirvana seems more likely. And this ache is the other half of the dowry of our bride's self-consciousness. The aftertaste of the fish might not have been so bitter to another man, Moses Thornley, in fact, whom I induced to make a trial of it, while confirming my observations, substantially so at least, in other ways, called the aftertaste rather pleasantly metallic, and somehow like India rubber, and suggestive, I can hardly say why, of Passover cakes. I must now describe the physiological effects of the poison. My exhilaration wore off almost immediately, and was succeeded by a curious feeling of worry, which I quite irrationally connected with my financial position. I had a sudden impulse to eat heartily of the fish. It passed quickly, with the queerly hopeless thought that it wouldn't work. The blood now congested the brain. I became slightly tipsy, in a silly and puerile fashion. I had yawning fits, became restless, wanted to stretch my limbs, and experienced an absurd inclination to giggle. Faint, flitting thoughts, vague verities, chased each other in my mind, which seemed full of rosy laziness. I felt an almost pious satisfaction at having eaten the fish, and a sharp, half-shocked annoyance with myself when my mind wandered from the subject. At one moment I had an actual pang. I can only compare it to that of a boy who has idolized and idealized his sister, and comes on her kissing the butler. This was when I had enjoyed a long rapture, almost a swoon of sleepy self-satisfaction with the fish itself, and with myself for having eaten it, and suddenly switched off to remember a peculiarly ribald and degrading episode in Naples when pesce happened to be the master's word of the situation. A similar angry refusal to face the facts of life started up at the intrusion of a thought about the meaning of fish in ancient religions, as explained to me once by a contributor to the London Punchinello, who subsequently disgraced himself in unspeakably loathsome piss of abomination. There's like 10 more pages in this book, but this is going to be the last page I read, so. After this, I'll try to find Dr. Copeland's room again. I couldn't find it. I was playing something else with Lonzo. Okay, this is page 66. During this half hour of hallucination, I was all the while conscious of the efforts of my body to eliminate the poison. I felt an assured confidence that it had no real hold on my system, rather as a man might pick up a woman of a certain class after overindulgence in the pleasures of the table, and fancy himself fallen in love, yet with another part of him well aware that she was no more to him than occasion for the sin and delight of the night, and for the repentance and disgust of the morning. 40 minutes after tasting the fish, the symptoms had completely disappeared, leaving a slight headache and an inexplicable sense of disappointment, such as a man might have who had backed a winner at 100 to 1 and been paid in notes of the Bank of Engraving. For long after, strange to say, certain psychological effects of the experiment persisted. I found myself constantly on my guard against those weaknesses which it had revealed in myself. I became almost morbidly suspicious about my food, and even cut out whiskey, coffee, and tobacco for some weeks. The reason is evident enough. I am a man of science, first and last. The fish, drunk, showed me myself's inmost passion for truth, and my momentary surrender to the siren was a shame smeared on my past, to be lived down, perhaps, but only by instant intent on the path of the future. I once cheated a gang of knaves for a number of years. I blushed less for than I do for the month in my boyhood, when they cheated me into cheating myself, and so cheated me of myself that I was cheated into cheating them. How one lie twists and wriggles, but the curvy always closes the lie. With its litter of lies, never fails to come back to the original liar. No, thank you. I'll join Socrates in a cup of hemlock. Keep my mind clear to the last second and turn into a nice, clean corpse. But no more fish for Harry Tone. Man, that motherfucker. Whipping that motherfucker. And then you have some. A good one. Is. Guess what? You just heard it a couple of days ago. I have been reading about this several years ago. Oh, here's a quote. Honestly, I was just trying to show how wicked and evil people were back in the past, and they still are today. Because I mean, everybody's becoming exponentially more evil today. So, yeah. And yes, can I ask you a question about that really quick? How more evil than West Africans? I could talk about a lot of West African atrocities. Can I ask